Oh, Okay, I'm back. It has played host to some of the world's greatest off-road races. It has as well welcomed Lucas Oil Pro Motocross National Championship Racing and the season finale. And it has welcomed ATV Motocross. And this year, the second time of Ironman ATV Motocross racing action from Crawfordsville, Indiana and Ironman Raceway. Hello, everyone. I'm Rodney Tomlin as we join you here for round 3 amateur racing and round 4 of the Prox Racing Parts ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, where passion meets the ground. Rodney Tomlin along with Johnny Gallagher to join us here in just a few moments as well. We'll have Mike Brown, the voice of Indiana Motocross, here with us, and the voice of Wildcat Motocross. And, of course, with this, we join our live amateur racing here at Ironman Raceway, where we pick the action up in the middle of the 450B division, where we have Brandon Cesaroni leading division number 1 over Tommy Bossman, the number 26. The battle we're watching, I believe, though, may be a different battle right now. Noah Mickelson leading Division 2 with Gabe Dahmer in second. Cody Ford back in the number 3 spot with these division races. And pick it up right now, trying to... That is your battle for second and third. It looks like, I believe it's Brian Blake and Tommy Bossman trying to make things happen. Let's double check those numbers. The number 26. And I don't believe that that is the case. That might be the battle for this Division 2 with Gabe Dahmer and Cody Ford. And I don't even think that's it. So they're telling me it's a battle for second and trying to pick up on those numbers. And just trying to catch up with the racing action on the racetrack out here again, folks. I want to welcome you out. A beautiful day, but we had forecasted 78 degrees and sunshine, and we're looking like we may be looking at only in the upper 60s as far as temperatures go today. And showers. Possibility for rain showers are back in the forecast here at the Ironman, and we do apologize for the technical difficulties that you may be experiencing with your live audio here from the racetrack. We'll try to rectify that some. And right now we are again in the middle of 450B. We'll try to pick this up. That may be the 115 in that number 1 spot. We got the 77. Okay, that's a battle, actually. That's Cole Berubiak, I believe. The 529 and 9th, and Dylan Rouse rounding out the top 10 there aboard the number 77, according to the numbers that I have in this chart. But the checkers are out, and Noah Mickelson takes the win. And actually, that might have been Gabe Dahmer and Cody Ford, but according to, that was Gabe Dahmer and Cody Ford coming across the line there, and that's the way we'll see them coming across. So it's Noah Mickelson taking the win, Gabe Dahmer in second. We got Brandon Cesaroni taking the win in Division 1, Brian Blake in second, Tommy Bossman in third, Tyler Powers fourth, Brandon Smitley in fifth, Cody Beasley is sixth, Zach Rommel in seventh, Braden Geyer rounds out your 8th and final transfer spot. As we look at Division 2, Mickelson, Dahmer, Cody Ford in third. They've got Brogan Geyer in fourth. Looking at 5th place position right now of Tyler Osborne, Ryan Williams, Zach Mikulski, and also Juan Lopez Duran. Right now, we got our next race off. This is actually race number 6 if you're following along in the race schedule. Noah Mickelson is scheduled to be out with us out here out of Minnesota aboard the number 100 Root River Racing Machine. The 171 machine will be Gabe Dahmer out of Seymour, Wisconsin on a Launderville Racing Precision Foundations back machine. The 250 of Rodrigo Rosado from Sunny Island Beach, Florida. And Again, experiencing some audio difficulty with our microphones today. Federico Palacios aboard the 269. Hunter Ridenauer, the 471, is out there with us, along with the 496 of Kenneth Payne and the 720 Tyler Osborne. And I believe that may be Mickelson out front on the number 100 machine as we get things off and rolling here in Indiana at the Ironman. But he's got company coming, and it's none too easy up front for the number 1 position right now. As you can see very well, the 40 can't quite make the number out on that. Actually, all right, back at it now with a fresh and clean earpiece here. Now, I believe this might be the Open C class. No wonder I couldn't find it. I got my paperwork. So there we go with our amateur class race number 7, Open C, Divisions 1 and 2. I apologize for that again. We are having, like we said, a little bit of technical difficulty, but we're getting her straightened out. And here we go with the opening lap 168 of Ryan Smittle opening up with the early lead there. He had about a 2.86 lead over the 7 of Josh Hawley. Behind Hawley, then the number 11 of Devin Kendrick, the number 21 of Jay Tolley in the number 4 spot with 5th place, the 99 Slash of Austin Fleming. In the number 6 position, it's Seth Torrens. He's the number 58. Mason Hunt, the number 08, is 7th. Jeremiah Stearns, the 172, is your 8th and final transfer spot. Outside transfer positions, Todd Ferris and Tyler Miller, the 19 and 53. As we look to the Division 2, Martin Graminga, the year leader there over Kevin Rollins, about 2.6 seconds. Jordan Trimble, the number 18, running in third. He's less than a second behind Rollins. Andrea Berger in 4th place aboard the number 75, while Max Jones, the 870, runs in 5th. Cody Kirk Stockoff in 6th place. So with Smittle out front in Division 1, Division 2, Martin Graminga. So a couple different leaders out here as we enjoy the great racing action that's taking place out here. And, of course, as we said, Johnny Gallagher going to be joining us here in just a few moments as we watch Smittle, a brand-new race team in that SSR back team. They've got a lot of riders out here this weekend that you're going to be looking forward to seeing, and we'll see some of them in the B classes, some in the C classes. Actually, I believe there's some in the women's and also in some of our youth classes out there. Brett, a brand new team coming up to the scene here this year, and we're welcoming out the SSR team as a part of the ATV Motocross Racing Nation. Smittle opening up a lead now 4.5 seconds over Josh Hawley, the number 7 machine. Devin Kendrick back in the number 3 spot. Looks like Kendrick closing up the gap just a little bit, but by only a couple tenths of a second. The gap is now 1.9 seconds with Mason Hunt, another almost 8 seconds back and forth. Jay Tolley is 5th. Seth Torrens, the 58, is 6th. Then it's Austin Fleming and Todd Ferris, the 99 Slash and the 19, rounding out 7th and 8th. Looking at what's going on behind them, it looks like they may secure themselves as they are running about a 5 to 6 second faster lap than everyone else in the field behind them, and they have a nearly 5 second lead over the 9th place position. So our top 8 in Open C Division 1 very well could be secure as long as riders are paying attention and keeping things moving forward here through lap 3 and 4. Right now working on lap 3 for Division 2 as well, as it looks like Smith will be wrapping up his lap here in just a few moments. But Martin Graminga is leading, leading the Division 2. Kevin Rollins in second. There's about 5 seconds separating those riders. Jordan Trimble Running in third, Andrea Berger, the number 75, is fourth. Cody Stockoff, number 77, in fifth. Max Jones, the 870, is sixth. Drew Scott in seventh. Final transfer position. So we'll try to keep an eye on that again. Patrick Lucan in 8th place. So we are watching to see what kind of battles we have developing out here right now. If you look at the grand scheme of things, there's nothing really tight on the racetrack. The closest, tightest battle we have is between 8th and 7th place riders in Division 1, 1.076 seconds. That's the closest and tightest battle that we see out here in this Open C Division 1 and 2. And that may be about to change as we're watching things unfold right before our very eyes right now. And that looks like maybe Devin Kendrick under some pressure out there. Let's see what's going on. Is that Jay Tolley right now, the number 21 machiner, is at the 7 of Josh Hawley? I think Kendrick actually has just made this pass around the 7 of Josh Hawley, and according to timing and scoring, that would be the case. We are 3 laps deep into it now. Smittle, Kendrick, Hawley, Tolley, Mason Hunt, your top 5. Here comes that battle for the number 2 spot now, heading over the big dragon back, as they call it here. It's actually a big quad. A lot of riders are electing to triple that. Some are electing to go ahead and quad it, but from what I've been told, it's actually a little faster, for some anyway, to go ahead and make the triple on that, get the wheels to the ground, and start getting some momentum built back up. Through that big Hoosier Horseshoe now, our leaders make their way around the racetrack here at Ironman Raceway to capture checker flag. Smittle, I believe, will capture that honor as first place in your Open C class. By the way, the fastest lap turn by Devin Kendrick when he made the pass in the second at a 201.7. A 202.2 that last time around was only 2 seconds behind Smittle. That should set the stage for a good second moto in this Open C class. Holly followed up then in the number 3 spot. He had a 202.982 lap time himself. Man, I tell you, Holly really on the move out there. Mason Hunt, the 208.5. That 208.5 that we see turned there is going to be a good enough for 4th place for Mason Hunt. Jay Tolley in 5th, Todd Ferris in 6th, Seth Torrance in 7th. Looks like there may have been some changes there in the last couple of laps as Torrance moves to 7th, Tyler Fox in 8th, so a lot of position jockeying taking place there. Kendrick's lap time 201.7 will stand as the fastest. Martin Graminga, the 823, taking the win in Division 2. He had his fastest lap time, I believe, of about 2:12.598. So right now, watching, it looks like Cody Fox actually rounded out your top 8 in Division 1. Smittle, Kendrick, Holly, Hunt, Tolley, Ferris, Miller, Fox, your top 8. Folks, don't forget, how are you ATVMXing live? How do you hashtag ATVMX live? We're having a Twitter contest today. Instagram a picture of how you're watching ATVMX live today for a chance to win an event t-shirt courtesy of Moto Tees featuring Josh Upperman here from the Ironman ATV National, and hashtag that ATVMX live so we can make sure we get those all trending together. Now, as far as you Twitter folks, tweet your podium finish predictions for the AMA Pro ATV motocross race coming up. ATVMX Live is the hashtag there on Twitter as well for a chance to win $250 in AMSOIL product. You don't have to be right. Everybody's name goes into the drawing, and the winner will be chosen randomly. We'll be checking in and on and off here in a little bit as well. We'll be taking a look at some of those Instagram photos. So how do you hashtag ATVMX Live? Well, Instagram us a photo. Let us know. Grimminga, Rollins, Trimble, Berger, Stockoff, Scott, Lucan, Jones, your top 8 in Division 2 of the Open C class. The remainder will go to an LCQ later today. We go to our senior 40-plus class down on the starting line right now. We got the number 20, James Hardy out of Standish, Michigan. Also the 31, Todd Mackey out of Decatur, Illinois. The 39, Daniel DeCanto from Telford, Pennsylvania. The 41, Jason Porterfield from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Number 50, Randy Hurst from Brooks, Kentucky. Number 7. Number 75, again, Bill Berger out of Reeves. Got Reverend Kevin Posnich out of Effingham, Illinois. 316 out of is Daniel Dalmadazuski. 539 CD Music. 723 Jason Jackson. 738 Robert Salinas, all the way from Harlingen, Texas, right on the Mexico border. We got these guys down on the starting line. Looks like they're going to take a couple moments, and we will as well as we return here in just a moment on RacerTV.com's live coverage of the Ironman ATV Motocross here on ATVMX Live.
Hi, I'm Chad Weenan. You're watching ATVMX Live on Racer TV.
At Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we want to help increase rider participation at your next race, rally, or club event with our free Race Gas program. Join Race Gas, and every rider that signs up for your event or club gets a free $10 gift card to Rocky Mountain ATVMC. It's that simple. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
Wheel banging action.
Saturday, May 21st at High Point Raceway. It's round 5 of the 2016 Prox ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, an AMA National Championship. Tickets are only $20 for adults, $10 for kids 6 to 11. Kids under 5 are free. Get more info at atvmotocross.com.
He's trying to get up on the inside.
Pro racing starts Saturday, May 21st at 2 o'clock. Bring the whole family. 5 miles north of Morgantown. I-79, exit 1. Get more info at atvmotocross.com. And don't forget the High Point National on June 18th.
Welcome back here to RacerTV.com as we continue live coverage from the Ironman Raceway and the Ironman ATV Motocross Race. And, of course, it is round 3 of amateur racing that we're covering here today, along with round 4 of AMA Pro ATV Racing. Coming up about 2 o'clock today, we'll see a time qualifier coming up here shortly. As far as upcoming events here on RacerTV.com, don't forget we're still in Indiana next week, but we head over to the Limestone 100 GNCC, as we'll be broadcasting live on Saturday, May 14th. That's next Saturday. It'll be about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And, of course, that will feature ATV racing action. Sunday, May 15th, we'll be there for the bike racing action. And then the following Saturday, 2 weeks from today, we'll be at High Point ATV Motocross and the ATV Stampede. And then May 28th, that's Memorial Day weekend, we're in Ohio at Sunday Creek Raceway for the John Penton GNCC. A big month of schedules here as far as Racer TV is concerned. All racing all the time. Glad you folks have joined us. Make sure you're tweeting out to the folks and hashtagging those ATVMX live hashtags so we can trend together and everybody knows what's going on out here in the ATV Racing Nation. Again, our senior 40-plus class will be coming up next. Then we've got some 90 shifter class coming up. And I believe we also may be about an hour out from our second-time pro qualifier, which, believe it or not, Ronnie Higgerson is your fastest qualifier according to the timing and scoring I saw out there a few moments ago. And I'll tell you something else about timing and scoring from AMA Pro ATV Racing a few moments ago was none of our riders were within a second of each other, especially through those top 5. And that's not very traditional. Normally we're splitting hairs as far as Pro ATV time qualifying is concerned. But something separating the riders out here at this big Ironman raceway. And we may get a chance to see it firsthand when time qualifying comes up here again in just a little bit. But I'm telling you, folks, it's going to be a nail-biter, I think, as far as the racing is concerned. All day long through the amateur programs, we saw the stages being set through the first few rounds. Of course, down in Texas, round 1 for the amateurs. Round 2 was just a couple of weeks ago at Muddy Creek. And, of course, with Muddy Creek Raceway's coverage, we move here to this wonderful live coverage of ATV Motocross. Don't forget, you can check out some of the condensed versions of ATV racing with Racer TV on MAV TV. You can check MAV TV for your schedule as well. I believe the schedule is available and posted on ATVMotocross.com that you'll be able to keep up to date with that with. And right now, we again are just waiting for the drop of the gate here in the senior 40-plus class, taking care of some track issue out there right now and hoping that it will move along quickly and everything will be all right out there. Of course, got a really top-notch staff here with the Racer Productions crew. This same crew and staff do a lot of the amateur races, whether it be regional qualifiers, area qualifiers, the Amateur National Championship finales as well. They work on the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross National as well as many of them on the GNCC Tour. So we've got a what I would consider a very able crew out there. We're looking down into the staging area right now. That was Nick Janusa along with our AMA Pro referee, acting referee today, Jeremy Holbert. And it looks like they're down there funning around and having some fun. Maybe we can get some more shots down there and see what's going on down there. There's our amateur referee, Mr. Kevin Bailey, welcoming him aboard here in 2016. So as you see, the pros are getting ready for their second-time qualifier. This is going to be the interesting thing, I think, right here. As we see Gloop Mayhe, our Racer TV producer for MAV TV. He's down there, so you'll get a chance to check out some of the shots that he's got going on right now. You see some of the amateurs down there talking. Ryan Carodi, one of our top amateurs. There's Bryce Ford, also one of our top amateurs, hanging tight with us today. And there is Joel Hetrick, who is aiming to take a win here today. And a lot of that is he's wanting to continue the momentum from just a couple of weeks ago, where he took the win there at Muddy Creek Raceway, and he moved himself from a 5th place position in points all the way up into 3rd. Only 1 point out of 2nd, and he's still 27 points behind Chad Wienen. After a couple of good, strong motos today, he might be able to chip away at that. Then again, if Chad Wienen has a couple of strong motos, Chad might be able to stretch that lead. And I think that time will certainly tell the answer to that one for sure. And we're going to know more about that. We've seen Ronnie Higgerson there, the almost evil 665, strutting his stuff down in the staging area as he is preparing himself to try to hang on to that fast lap time of 2:22, nearly a second or so faster than everyone else on the racetrack. Even Joel Hetrick, who was second fastest at a 2:23, I think it was 0.3 or 4 if I'm not mistaken. There's Cody Jansen out of Wisconsin on that Jansen Motorsports Fire machine. He's also backed by the good folks at Valvoline. You might see his poster in at some of the AutoZone stores and things like that. There's the almost evil Savage Motorsports machine of Ronnie Higgerson. He's our fastest qualifier. And behind him, welcoming back to the AMA Pro ATV ranks here in 2016, the 77 was that of Nick Moser. There you see the number 84. That's Thomas Brown there. T. Brown actually taking the win here a year ago, and he again is hoping to be able to do that. He's currently one of the top 5 points holders in 4th place, and again, only about 3 points out of the 2nd place position, puts him about 29 points behind Chad Wienen. So all these guys, I think, really are in a pretty good position they're in a pretty good position right now to quite possibly make up some points. Now, Chad Wienen, who did not finish off the podium in 2015, is looking at the same exact scenario here in 2016. Consistency is going to be the key factor here. And getting some details on some information that might be coming along here that we'll be able to pass along to you here in just a few moments. But there's Joel Hetrick and the folks from that Maxxis Liquid Rich Elka Honda team down there. Beautiful setting here at Ironman Raceway. As far as conditions are concerned, weather-wise, we were looking at some overcast conditions yesterday, at least as late as yesterday morning. And on Thursday, forecasts were calling for sunshine and 78 degrees. Now we're looking for about a 60% chance of showers when the Pro Motos get started here in a little bit. And also not so much sunshine, only in the upper 60s as far as temperatures are concerned. So maybe a saving grace for the racetrack and for the riders out there. Hopefully the rain will stay away and we won't have much to worry about. But the machines are firing back up down on the starting line. Looks like we are about ready to go once again here in the senior 40-plus class as we get set to drop the gate on this, and moments away as well from getting things underway as far as time qualifying on our AMA Pro ATV. That'll be qualifier number 2 for those guys. Well, reports in from qualifier number 1 are that Chad Wienen coming up short on the gargantuous jump here, Godzilla. He actually cased that jump, left the practice early. Now, one thing to point out, he did drive and ride himself to the pits, so that is some good news. But that also might signal some changes coming a little bit later today. Now, how bad was the shortcoming for Chad Wienen, the case there? Did he mess anything up? Was he a little shaken up? I have to venture to think that there was a reason that he may have headed back to the pits. Hopefully it's not going to hamper his racing any whatsoever here today. But if it does, again, the window of opportunity opening for about 4 riders right now, and maybe even a 5th rider back there, Josh Upperman, who sits in 6th place. He's a few more points down than everyone else. But the number 20 of Opperman is definitely well within striking distance of things. And here comes another factor in today's race, as we saw this factor weigh in heavily last year, and you're starting to see through the miracles of high-definition television that raindrops are beginning to fall here in Indiana, and they are big raindrops, and they are starting to get heavier and heavier as the umbrellas are starting to come out and folks are beginning to find their way to some shelter as we're about to get wet here in the senior 40-plus class. And wow, a whole new element coming into the race today. Chad Wienen injured there in the first practice, and now the rain showers, but the gate is down for the senior 40-plus class now. Again, we'll reintroduce these riders to you. James Hardy on the number 20, the number 31, Todd Mackey, Daniel DeCanto, the number 39. Also the 41 of Jason Porterfield, the number 50, Randy Hurst, 75, Bill Berger, at 155, Reverend Kevin Postnich, 316, Daniel Dominizuski, 539, CD Music, 723, Jason Jackson, and Robert Salinas, the 738. It's the 75 machine of Bill Berger out of Reedsville, Wisconsin, early leader, but man, he's got company coming by 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I'm not sure, but I think that might have been Salinas on the outside, but Salinas has also got some company out there as he's got his hands full right now. So it looks like Salinas may have just gotten a little bit of a break there as that challenger now dropping off. Not sure if that was Postnich or who that would have been. The senior 40-plus class making their way around. And right now, position jockeying is continuing here at Ironman for the 40-plus guys. Again, these guys, 40 years of age or older. Our oldest rider on the racetrack, 51 years old, Reverend Kevin Postnich. Postnich to 155. Some other riders to keep an eye out on. The 316, Daniel Dominizuski is going to be one to watch, and also the 539, CD Music, who's the father of AMA Pro ATV racer number 209, Brett Music, who will be taking to the track here in just a few moments in our time qualifying session. Randy Hurst, we see, is way back in the pack right now. He's running what looks to be probably about an 8th or 7th place position. And here we come, Salinas leading, as we are joined right now by Johnny Gallagher, the one, the only, Johnny G, who is a former ATV motocross racing star himself of sorts.
Well, I think it would be a stretch to say star, but I did some ATV motocross action, and I think I actually did win a couple motos in Pro-Am back in 2001 maybe. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Johnny, so you got some credit out here, huh?
Well, unfortunately, none of these guys were even racing yet. I think our oldest rider, Joe Bird, is the only one I ever lined up against.
Now, did you beat
Chad
him?
Wienen's one of the veterans. I did beat Joe a few times at some pace races way back in the day, but he was much better motocrosser than I ever was. So hats off to him. 42 years old, I believe.
43 now.
43.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but no, it's an awesome day of racing here. Obviously, it looks like, I don't know if you've already mentioned it, but it looks like we got some weather coming in. Let's just hope and pray that it doesn't turn out like it did last year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's John Natale that's 42. Got to get that in. No, that's impressive stuff. We're going to see the Ironman out. We're going to see Joe Bird out here coming up in just a couple moments, Johnny. And I think
speaking of 40 plus, we got these guys on the track right now, right?
Exactly. They're eligible to be out here. That's what the interesting thing about that is, I think. But I don't think any of these guys in the senior 40-plus class ever want to see those guys lined up against them.
No. I've been, you know, I can tell you from firsthand experience, when you're old enough for those age classes, those guys that run them start asking a whole lot of questions about what your plans are for the future. But these guys are on it, man. I can't, looking like we got, as you said, Robert Salinas leading the way. You know, he's out there. He's hard on the gas, that number 738 machine. But he's being chased hard right now by the number 39 Honda of Daniel. You're going to have to take that one.
I call it Ducato.
Ducato, perfect.
Yeah.
And then Kevin Pochnich. Man, I got to tell you, these ATVMX guys have some awesome names. It's, you know, it is like a virtual alphabet soup trying to pronounce some of these names. But, you know, these guys are getting a little bit lucky right now with the weather conditions because as we pan back here and look, we got a battle over the second place spot. Looks like the number 75 of Bill Berger now up into that second place spot. So he made up 2 passes in the last portion of a lap there.
Ducato right there on his rear wheel. He was .018 behind him when they went past the finish line. So Ducato got the pass, Berger got the pass on Ducato right there at the finish line. Reverend Kevin Postnich, the 155, he was actually, I think, the senior 40-plus class champion last year or the year before. He's the oldest rider out on the track right now at 51 years old.
And, you know, it says a lot about the passion of these guys. Obviously, you know, I know back in the day there was a lot of fathers that ran the plus 40 class that had, you know, kids out there doing battle either in the mini classes or, you know, potentially even in some of the A classes or B classes, and I'm sure that still is the way. But some of these guys are just, you know, I recognize some of these names. You know, some of these guys have been around the sport forever, and, you know, Randy Hurst, I know he's one that's, you know, been around quite some time, and Todd Mackey down there in the 11th place spot, he's one of the OG ATVMX racers from way back in the 80s or early 90s. So, you know, it really shows a lot about the passion of these guys to be out here racing and, you know, still loving it.
No doubt. Speaking of passion, Robert Salinas driving, get this, he has to drive about 8 or 10 hours just to get close to his home racing scene up there in Texas, about Houston, and then he has a drive from there all the way across the United States. He comes down out near Brownsville, Texas, right on the border of Mexico, every round.
I've been to Brownsville, Texas, and I got to tell you, Rodney, that's a long ways from here. I mean, you know, he's got a long haul even just to get, like you said, to his home state races, 8 hours, and to come up here, I mean, that's got to be a 30-plus hour drive for him, you know, just about every other weekend. So that shows a lot about his dedication to be out here, and right now it's paying off for him, leading the way. But Bill Berger, the number 75 Yamaha, hot on his heels. Looks like he's closing that gap up a little bit, Rodney. Things are starting to get a little sketchy there for Salinas. He's got some big bumps coming in by the finish line area there. And, you know, we can see you can see a little bit on camera here, but really out the front of the studios, we can see that the rain is starting to come down harder.
Yeah, it is. It's not as bigger raindrops as they were, but it is starting to come down, and we're maybe not noticing it so much. That's going to play havoc on the racetrack. You can see those hard-packed surfaces out there, Johnny, are going to become very slick, and I think the Duff all of a sudden is going to be a place to ride for a lot of these guys if the rain continues to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to want to kind of ride on that cushion, get a little bit of traction there. You can see Salinas is picking some good lines. He's doing the best he can. Obviously, that fast line is the worn-in line, but when there's no traction there, you got to move around and see where you can get a little bit of hook out of the track. This is obviously it's going to put a little bit of drama into this. What I believe is this our final lap, or do we have one more here?
This would be the final lap, lap 4.
With the white flag waving, this is the final lap. So looks like he's got this one in hand, but he does still have a couple more corners and a couple more jumps to go here. And as he works his way around, and he's actually coming right past the Racer TV studios here in just a moment, we can see that, again, those blue girder is really starting to get slick. And, boy, this is going to mean some slick conditions for our pro qualifier number 2 coming up here in just a minute. I think this is going to really add a little bit of excitement.
No doubt. And I don't know if you heard the news or not, but Chad Wayna casing Godzilla out there, having to leave that first practice a little early. And I don't know whether or not that's going to be an effect on what takes place in the second qualifier or even in the motos today. But I know with that, it's got to be a little bit of excitement for some of those guys trailing in points right now.
Well, you want to talk about excitement. I don't know if you got my text or not. The reason I was not here is we were actually swapping a frame on Chad's machine. So that was about a little over an hour process. He did some damage to that machine, falling out of the Godzilla. And, it was, I actually did see him. I saw the tail end of it. I was standing with my buddy from Argentina. Oh, look at the rain really coming down now. Man, this is really going to change the conditions for our pro qualifier and potentially for the rest of our heat races for the day, and then obviously our 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock pro main event. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Yeah. I'm jumping the gun. I'm excited, Randy. Come on, Rodney. I want to see these guys race right now. But we're going to get to see them qualify right now.
Yes, we are, and actually this is going to be pretty exciting. As we said, Chad Weenan did get a chance to turn in a burner. He's got the new frame, and now it's under slicker conditions. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to look at this, but I think that Ronnie Higgerson might have had the fastest lap time at a 2:22, which was a second better than Hedrick's. Now, I don't know if that lap time stood or not. We're going to have to wait to see for sure when they post our lap times here in just a moment. But fastest lap time is what we're going to look at. There's the 13 of John Natale, the 15 of the young Nick Janusa, the 25 of Wisconsin's Cody Jansen, 422, that is Davey Hogsma, the number 7, Joe Bird, and the number 1, there's Chad Weenan with that new frame. So that's where you were, getting that machine back out. Doesn't look any different than it did a few moments ago, other than maybe this frame's in a little better shape.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, I believe actually the AMA rules dictate that they have to race the same frame. There was an AMA official there. It wasn't a complete frame swap. We just switched the parts of it that we were able to and needed to. So it was, it was intense. There was a lot of parts flying, but great crew over there at the Weenan Motorsports. Walsh Racing, SSI, 7240 team. Those guys all came together, and I get to spend a little bit of the winter with Chad. So strangely enough, I guess you trust me. So they threw me some wrenches, and I got in there, and we got it done. So he's out there, and Chad, he won't miss a beat. He's going to get right back into the rhythm of things, and not let them hold him back at all. And looks like the rain has let up a little bit here, but I don't know, Rodney. Looking at the weather, I think it's going to be hit or miss here for at least the next couple of hours.
Right. I think we're peaking out at about 60% around the 2 o'clock hour, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that neighborhood. So that may see more rain. Hopefully, though, I'm hoping to see it all move out. There's Chad Weenan we're watching right now. We're hoping to be able to get some lap times established for this guy. He had a horrible lap time that last time because of, obviously breaking the frame. He was probably on a burner lap at that particular time. We'll start seeing those lap times pop up here in just a few moments for this particular time qualifying session. Got to get the qualifying times from qualifier number 1 to see who and how it's going fastest, and that'll all pop up here in just a few moments.
Yeah, actually, I think Chad only got less than a handful of laps in. It was very early in that first time qualifier that he had that mishap on Godzilla, and he was actually the only rider that even attempted that jump. And especially now with the slick conditions, I could be wrong, Rodney, but I don't think we're going to see it today.
Probably not.
You know, it's interesting, Rodney. You can see these guys when they get on the brakes, they're sliding all over the place. At this point, they were kind of caught a little bit off guard by the rain. You see, nobody's got a full mud setup. Everybody's still running the little tires, and you know, for the most part, it looks like tear-off goggles, no roll-offs out there. But for the time being, at least, it looks like the right decision because the rain has let up. It has not stopped, but it's trickled down. We see Ken Hill, our series photographer, does not look happy about the rain at all. He looks like he's not happy to be out there getting his equipment a little bit soggy, but he gets the great shots, and we all get to enjoy that stuff Monday. But those of you at home watching ATVMX Live on RacerTV.com, you're getting to enjoy all the action live, just like as if you were here, but except you don't have to get wet.
Well, Joel Hendrick has turned in the fastest lap now. It looks like at a 2:21.2. A 2:24 then would be Brett Music. So evidently, Higgerson's 2:22 did not stand as they got him listed as a 2:26.5 as his fastest lap right now.
Yeah, perhaps that might have been one of those situations where he had only a partial lap or something like that, and they caught it. You know, a lot of times these guys will change different parts of the track to try and dial something in. I know they try and stop them from doing that these days with time qualifying, but who knows what the situation was there, or perhaps a transponder error. But still a good lap for Ronnie there in 8th with a 2:26.5. And if you look all the way from 2nd, which was Brett Music, you know, he at this point, those guys are all within. You got a 2:24.9 for Music, all the way down to a 2:26.5 for Hagerson. So that's only, just a second and a half separating 2nd through 8th. And it's about another second back to Josh Upperman in 9th. So we'll run down the top 10 as they run right now. Joel Hetrick with the blazing fast 2:21.2. Brett Music with a 2:24.9 in 2nd. Nick Janusa with a 2:25.1 in 3rd. Jeff Rastrelli 4th with a 2:25.6. This is where it really gets interesting. John Nachelli Jr., 5th fastest with a 2:25.8, tied with Thomas Brown, also with a 2:25.8. Davey Hagsma with a 2:25.9. So there you've got four guys within 0.2 of a second. That's insane, Rodney.
That is insane. There's no doubt about it, Johnny. As we're watching some of these riders, there's that big monster uphill triple. That's after Godzilla. Some folks have deemed that as King Kong. Godzilla King Kong. But regardless of what you call it, the uphill triple is going to be tricky today for the pro riders. More so now because of the rain. They come at that at a 180 actually off of Godzilla, and they got to try to get that drive up there. And even Chad Wienen was second guessing whether or not they'd be able to make that jump or not. But knowing now with the conditions, chances are it's going to be pretty slim. There's the 91, Jesse Barnes. The number 20, Josh Upperman, Root River Racing rider. He's featured on the event T-shirt here. He also finished 3rd place here at the inaugural running of the Ironman ATV Motocross.
Which was also a mudder. So, you know, you never know with the conditions the way they are, with the rainfall, and it really is anybody's race out there. Looks like we don't have any fast lap times coming in. We don't have any fast lap times coming in at the moment, and I'm guessing that's obviously a portion of at least the conditions. The track is so slick right now that it's really tough for these guys to try and put in any kind of a lap time to compete with the lap times they put in the first qualifier. Oh, and there we see Thomas Brown uncorking the quad, one of the first riders we've seen do that. Oh, and looks like Joel Hetrick also sending it. You can see they're getting a little bit squirrely on the landing there. You've got that blue groove section as it's raining. That's awful slick. We've got, looks like, Jesse Barnes there. He's getting the triple, but a couple of these guys going all the way down to that downside. And Thomas Brown, the first one we've seen do it. You can see some frame marks there in the ground. There we see, looks like Upperman rolling around on the outside. You got to wonder if that's a situation where he's trying to possibly just get some clear track that he can get a little bit better lap time and potentially move himself up in the qualifying, as he currently sits in the 10th place spot with a 2:27.2. Actually, the only rider we've seen so far move up in the standings this time, as we somewhat expected, is Chad Wienen. Looks like the number 1 machine on lap 4 with a 2:26.3. So although about 5.1 seconds off the fastest of Hetrick, we're keeping in mind that Hetrick did, in fact, turn that lap time the last qualifying session when things were dry. So we've got Brett Music, again, still holding on to that second qualifier spot. And, you know, I could be wrong here, but I would have to assume that would be Brett's best qualifying effort ever if that stands up there and he's able to hang on to that second place spot. Now, again, this is just for gate position, but on a day like today when the conditions are going to be challenging and the rain and the mud are going to be flying, start is very important. And one of the most important things to getting a good start is having a good position on that gate. So these guys aren't there, you know, obviously they're practicing, they're looking for good lines out on the track, but at the same time, they're really wanting to get some good lap times in so that they can, you know, potentially grab that fast qualifier award and also get a better gate pick so they can get off to a better start in Moto 1 when they line up. We see, looks like Upperman, he's got some clear track in front of him now as he works his way around to that uphill triple that they've deemed King Kong. There we see Nick Janusa working on the downside of that quad over that finger. Looks like Jeff Rastrelli uncorking the quad. You know, Rastrelli actually had a little bit of a, I guess you would say, a disappointing outing here in 2015 with a crash, I believe in practice, if I'm not mistaken, that sent him out for the rest of the weekend. There we see John Natale. Looks like that is, not sure who that is behind him. A little tough to read these numbers. I can see by the style that there is Joel Hetrick. Behind Hetrick, we have, it looks to be Nick Mosier. I see our board's doing a little bit of moving here. So we've got, let's see, looks like Rastrelli bumped up in the standings with a 2:25.4. So that may have been the fastest lap. Nope, I'm sorry, that was last session. A little bit hard to tell here, but we've got 19 guys out there right now. We've got Joel Hetrick leading the way with a 2:22.2, or 2:21.2. Nick Janusa in second with a 2:25.1. I'm sorry. Brett Music in second with a 2:24.9. Nick Janusa in third with a 2:25.1. Jeff Rastrelli with a 2:25.4, currently holding on the fourth spot. John Natale in fifth with a 2:25.8. Thomas Brown in sixth with a 2:25.8. David Hagsma seventh with a 2:25.9. Chad Wienen eighth with a 2:26 flat, so he betters that again this last lap just a little bit. Ronnie Hagerson ninth with a 2:26.5 from the first session. Sean Taylor 2:26.8 rounds out your top 10 in qualifying. Just outside the top 10, we have Josh Upperman, Joe Bird, Brad Riley, Nick Mosier, Wes Lewis, Jesse Barnes, Johnny Hale, and Cody Jansen. And they're all out there right now working their way around this Ironman MX facility with a little bit of rain falling. You know, if the rain would stop and we get the sun to come out, we'd have perfect racing conditions, but I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. The skies have just kind of been overcast here all day so far. As you watch on screen, we can see the raindrops falling. You can see these guys getting a little bit squirrely. Looks like that might have been, yep, it was Hetrick. Was a little bit sideways off the top of that step down back into the valley. So again, those faces are slick, the corners are slick, the landings are slick, and it's leading to some little bit sketchy conditions out there. There we see the number 27 of Brad Riley out there, again, currently in the 14th spot. Looks like Jeff Rastrelli. A couple more bikes back, we see Nick Janusa. You know, Nick, in his second year now in this pro class, is really starting to come into his own. Had a lot of top 5 finishes, and he's gone from a guy that really just wants to be out there banging bars in the top 10 to a guy that honestly believes, and rightfully so, that he could contend for podiums here.
All right, I think we may be up and rolling here with you, Johnny.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of struggles with the weather conditions here, playing havoc on some of our tech. There we see the number 16 of Johnny Hale.
1-2.
And there's John Natale. You can always recognize Natale. Runs that visor good and low. It's great for conditions like this. Keeps the mud off your goggles a little bit.
Well, Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick, again, that time hasn't been bested thus far. Brett Music, another kid out there, if you will, new to the pro class by only a few years right now, the 209 out of Vernonville, West Virginia, really rising to the occasion. Nick Janusa, also third fastest. Jeffrey Rastrelli, look at that. I mean, we got a lot of the new blood that is in the pro class up front right now, and whether or not weather conditions are warranting that, I don't know, but right now, watching Chad Wienen, his best lap time so far, only a 2:26 flat.
Yeah, but that is also the fastest lap of this session from what we're showing. So given the conditions, actually, we can't say that for sure because we haven't seen Joel Hetrick's times popping up. But the other guys, as they're popping up, they're considerably slower than the times that they set in the first session, where Chad Wienen obviously departed that session early after basically falling from the sky and doing some damage to his machine, trying that huge uphill Godzilla. Man, that's just a huge jump, Rodney.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty massive. I know anybody that looks at it says, you mean they're going to go up that? They're going to jump that? And then they're going to do what?
Yeah.
They're going to come back down that?
The first time I actually saw that section, obviously it was as part of a GNCC track, and we turned and went down the face, if you will, of what is now Godzilla. And I remember the first year there was no jump out in the field. It was just a downhill. They were still working on the track. We went down this crazy steep downhill. And, obviously for GNCC, we do a lot of downhill, so it wasn't anything crazy. But before we walked the track, a lot of the amateurs that were out there walking earlier said, man, there's a crazy downhill. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's right on the Moto track. And I'm thinking, man, how big of a hill could it be? We're in Indiana, and obviously we know we have Ironman Hill here and some things out in the woods, but up in there, the pit area, there really isn't much for elevation. Well, they found the only place that there is and made it part of the track. And, I believe it was the next year we got here and there was this roller out in the field, and I thought, what are they doing with that thing? They just put a roller out in the middle of nowhere. And I don't remember who it was. It might have actually been Jeff Russell. Said, well, that's going to be the landing. I said, for what, a space shuttle? And he said, pretty much. So anybody that's watched the, had an opportunity to watch the race from here last year, either live or on ATVMX Live, or if you saw any YouTube clips or anything that, all these guys were jumping that last year. And, Rodney, it was quite a spectacle. They were way up there.
It was. They were getting some big air, and it's just unfortunate that the conditions aren't going to warrant that right now. But regardless, it is going to make for a very exciting race. And, last night I was doing a quad interview, and I was asked the question, what do I expect this weekend? I said, I expect some changes. I said, I'm not sure what the changes are going to be, but I feel change coming on.
Well, last week it was first to first. That was your kind of slogan for the weekend at the race in Camp Coker, Society Hill, South Carolina. I'm gonna go ahead and out on a limb here, and I'm gonna come up with a tagline for the weekend: expect the unexpected.
I agree. Weather conditions going to play a role in that, as well as the heart, desire, and hunger that is in the AMA Pro ATV class right now. There's a lot of confidence building, and these guys are trying to build it even bigger as we watch Joel Hetrick right now.
Yeah, you're talking about heart, desire, and confidence, and we're zoomed in on Joel Hetrick. And, boy, those are 3 words that you really couldn't sum up a young man better with. Oh, look at this.
That was it.
He just uncorked it. Wow. Did not expect to see that.
I think he's going for a fast lap. Actually, John, it looks like the rain has slowed down, so with a few laps without any rain showers, that track is starting to turn back into good traction, it looks like. And I think that Hetrick may be on a burner lap right here, trying to best that 2:21.2.
Well, I don't know if he's going to best that 2:21.2, but I can assure you this will be his fastest lap of this session. He is on the gas. He's found some fast lines. He's found some dry dirt. And, man, he is rolling.
Man, you can't even tell that it's rained out there right now the way Hetrick's rolling through this Ironman race course.
He is absolutely on the hammer, Rodney. We watched him through this section last lap, and he was moving pretty good. But this is a whole new sense of urgency. Joel Hetrick, maybe he won't best that 2:21.2. Maybe he will. But one thing I can tell you for sure, of what we've seen, this will be the fastest lap of this session set by anyone. And that will be a statement for him, because these guys will go back, they'll look at the lap reports, and they're all going to see that, Joel Hetrick, maybe with that 2:21.2, might not be approachable given the conditions, but this lap is considerably faster than anything we've seen anybody else put in. This is really just a case of Joel Hetrick flexing his muscle.
I think you're absolutely right, and he's been working out a lot lately, and that muscle's getting pretty big that he's flexing. He comes off of 2 Moto wins at Muddy Creek Raceway just 2 weeks ago, and I know coming into this season, when he looked at the schedule, he's like, Texas, obviously with a knee injury and stuff, he wasn't necessarily expecting to do so hot and so well. He just wanted to come through with the best that he could, and he did just exactly that. But, man, when we rolled into Muddy Creek Raceway, I tell you, he came in with a desire and a heart that he wanted to go out and show those guys that he could win. He took that racetrack and made it his own, basically, out there on that day for 2 straight motos. And here at Ironman, this is another one. When he looked at the schedule, this is one that he expects and intends to win here this year. Even based on last year's results, he feels that the Ironman kind of suits his riding style.
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, I think just about every track suits Joel Hetrick's riding style, because his riding style is very fluid, very fast. He's definitely not afraid to hang it out on the edge. And there he goes again.
Wow.
Second lap in a row on Cork and Godzilla. He is the only rider we've seen do that thus far. So I'm sure the other guys are going to be getting pit boards that say, hey, you want to go fast? Better send that thing back there.
Yep, and I imagine one of the next guys that we'd probably see do it would be the 84, Thomas Brown. He likes those big jumps himself, but we'll be watching. Speaking of Thomas Brown, he's right now 6th fastest with a 2:25.8. Davey Hogsman, the West Coast sensation, 4:22 at 2:25.9. Only 1/10 of a second separating those guys. And still Natalie and Brown at that 2:25.8, nearly tied as far as their fast lap times are concerned. We're talking thousands that are separating those guys.
Yeah, you know, like you said before, we were looking at only about a second and a half from second back to 8th with Ronnie Hagerson. Well, now Chad Wienen has dropped Ronnie Hagerson into 9th, and now it is just 1 second separating second all the way back to 8th. We've got basically Brett Music with a 2:24.9, Chad Wienen with a 2:26 in 8th, so second through 8th separated by 1.1 seconds. So that says a lot about how things are so competitive here in ATVMX today.
No doubt. And as far as the point race in the championship for the fastest qualifiers, the SSI decals, actually it's the ATVRiders.com fastest qualifier. And anyway, Joel Hetrick has got a 3.7 second faster lap than anyone else on the track. The second fastest lap by the young Brett Music out of West Virginia at 2:24.9. Janusa, last year's AMA Pro ATV Rookie of the Year at 2:25.1, 0.2 of a second back. And Hetrick's not going to best that time now. And again, I was just blown away at the deficits that we saw in these riders' lap times on that first qualifier. We see that they have finally started looking a little more like what we're used to, well, only 0.1 of a second separating them. But even then, Joel Hetrick is looking like about 3+ seconds faster than everybody else. But again, you got to give, I think, Chad Wienen credit where credit is due. That first qualifier, the broken bike, that's going to take a lot away, and the second qualifying conditions are too. But here's another element to the change that we were talking about today. Chad Wienen will qualify 8th fastest. That means he'll have 8th gate pick on the starting line today, which could or could not be a hindrance as far as the start is concerned. And we know how critical the start is. And I think under these conditions could be even more critical today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Rodney. You know, with the conditions being what they are, you really do need to get a good start to, to save your vision, to save your grips, to save, the mud on your seat. You know, being out front, these guys hardly even look like they get dirty. But when they're in the back, they're covered. They look like they're out there racing a woods race. So, and here we see some riders battling over the lead. Looks like in our Moto 9 90 shifter 8-11. We'll get these guys up here in just a moment. Oh, we've got it here. We've got what looks to be the number 27, possibly. We don't have him on here.
No, we'll introduce you to the riders, and then we'll try to sort that out. Jaden Launderbell, number 3 out of Wisconsin. Number 5, Mason Jackson out of Battle Creek, Michigan. 15 is Justin Messina from Kingwood, Texas. 34, Chance Kimmy out of Union City, PA. 48, Grant Olson from Whitehall, Wisconsin. 62, Wyatt Frodge from Petersburg, Indiana. 69, Parker Roaring from Nashport, Ohio. Ian Juka, the 71 on the all-task construction rated MX back machine. And the 409, Chase Richards out of Burlington, Iowa.
A lot of young talent out here, Rodney. This 90 shifter 8-11 class. This is, one of the hotbeds of where these kids are really learning the ropes. You know, they start off on these CVT machines, and it's a little bit easier machine to ride. This is one of their, first experiences to get out there and have a clutch and have to shift these things. And these are basically just scaled down versions of what we just saw our pro riders out there. Now, granted, these are 2 strokes and they sound like bumblebees, but they're still very much similar to what we see our top pro and pro-am riders on. So these guys are, this is kind of their first big stepping stone up to the big leagues.
Something interesting to point out, Brett Music not in the whole practice. I think he might have missed a few minutes of that practice. It says a 20-minute lap time for him on that last time around, so that's an indication that he didn't make it very long or very far on the second qualifier, but he got his rights there with the first qualifier. Mason Jackson's picking up all the rights right now as he takes the lead, a 1 second lead over the 71 of Ian Juka. You can see these two battling right now as they go out of sight for just a moment, Johnny.
Oh, look at this. And
Mercy.
we see it just on screen there. He spins around backwards. Now that was our second place rider. He's dropped to third, now dropped to fourth, now dropped to fifth. That is the number 71 of Ian Juka. And now it leaves the leader all alone out front, and that is the number 5 of Mason Jackson. Is he leading the way now?
He most certainly is, with Justin Messina moving up in the second aboard the 15. The number 3 of Jaden Launderville is third. Grant Olson, the 48, in fourth. And I believe Parker Roaring got by as well aboard the 69. So that would put him in the number 5 spot. I think Juka might have dropped to 6. We'll double check that as they check into the finish line here in a moment for the 90 shifter 8 to 11 class. It looks like that's what we're about ready to do right now. It's Mason Jackson trying to lead him around. He's been followed again by Messina, Launderville, Olson, Roaring, and don't forget, Juka's back there also, and Juka's a fast mover. He can make up some ground real fast, even in these conditions.
Yeah, it looks like he's having to run some outside lines, though, Rodney. You know, again, those slick conditions, you can see the rider in front of him taking a look back over his shoulder. He's having to pull a tear off there. These conditions make it really tough to follow and even tougher to pass. And he's got a couple of riders stacked up behind him, too. So if he's not doesn't get going here in a hurry, he might lose a couple more spots. That spin out really costly for him. I'm sure he's going to learn his lesson from that one.
Well, as you can see, the track is holding up quite nicely with the sprinkles coming down.
Oh, look at that. We've got some contact there between Juka and the rider in front of him, and then he ends up taking down one of our Cheruby's track markers in the process. That's okay. That's why we use those kind of passive track markers rather than hay bales or something. And he sees he take that outside line. He's really trying hard to get around, but not having much luck at this point. Again, I think vision is a big factor here.
Boy, Juka really making up some ground out there, it looks like, aboard that 71 machine as he keeps the hammer down. We check in here in just a moment with their leader, which should be still the number 5 of Mason Jackson. He got a big break with that little spin out there by the 71 machine, but nonetheless, Jackson actually has now a 5-second lead over Justin Messina. Messina and Juka were battling for second whenever we saw the spin arounds. What happened? Jaden Launderville in third. Juka is fourth aboard the 71. Roaring in fifth. Grant Olson in sixth. Chance Kimmy in seventh. He's the 34. Chase Ritzer's Formula 409 is in eighth, and Wyatt Frage, the 62, is ninth place.
This is the corner where Juka had his problems last time. Let's see if he can hang on to it this time. Oh, no! He does it again, spins out, gives up another position. He was able to not go completely round backward this time, but definitely, unfortunately for Juka, did not learn his lesson the first time on that one. He's trying that inside line. There's just no grip there. You got to give the boy credit for wanting it, but at some point you got to weigh out your options and figure if you don't have the grip, you can't make the pass.
Well, those are certainly lessons being learned here for that young rider. Now, the 71 machine out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, brought to you by All Task Construction, as well as Rated MX, Rage, ATV, Hetrick Racing, FTR Power Sports, Fly Racing.
Oh, look at this. I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt you, Rodney, but we've got, looks like Parker Roaring has now taken over the third place spot. If that is, in fact, him, hard to read that number, but it was the rider who was in fifth, is now to third. So on the, taking the, look.
I believe Jackson is still leading this. He's about 6 or 7 seconds out. That Justin Messina, the number 15, is your second place position. The battle for second wages on as we get set to wrap up lap number 3. Here's where the tape is going to be told here in just a few moments. And right now, across the front section, the spectator section right here.
Yeah, that is third. Second place there is just in our screen in front of us now. Here comes third. As we were thinking there, that is the, I can't get a number on him, but I believe that should be Parker Roaring, the number 69. And then it looks like this. Look at this. Now Juka has lost those goggles. He's got them hanging on his arm there. And again, the vision really becoming a problem as these guys check in here. We should have Mason Jackson checking in here any moment at the completion of lap number 3. Now we see it looks like Roaring also pitching his goggles. He's got them on his arm. So we've got, Mason Jackson, Justin Messina, 1-2 with a 5.8 second gap between him. Parker Roaring has moved up into third. Jamie Louderville will now be in fourth, and then Ian Juka is in the fifth place spot. So it's been a tough couple laps for Juka, and you can see two of the three of these guys, no goggles. They're hanging on their left arm. They're just yard ornaments at this point, Rodney.
Well, Juka's shown us some major speed over the last couple of rounds of racing, and don't be surprised to see him turn things around, if not in this Moto, in Moto 2 tomorrow. But a fifth place position amongst the riders he's racing against in this 90 shifter 8 to 11-year-old class. That's pretty good, believe it or not. I mean, that's top of the class there as far as I'm concerned. The fast lap right now turned by Mason Jackson at 2:22.9. Right now, Juka is in the 2:27 range, but so is Jaden Launderville just ahead of him. Oh. And Parker Roaring at a 2:23.
And he tries to run it in there again. This is where they got together last lap. He's really had a heck of a time trying to get around Lauderviller. And, it's been 3 laps now, Rodney, that they've been battling over that spot. We've had Parker Roaring work his way up and work around both of them, pull away quite a bit. Looks like, he gives it another shot, but once again comes up short. He's just really having a heck of a time trying to make a move on Launderville.
Well, they continue to try to make those moves, and we watch them work through the soils of Indiana. Some beautiful dirt. I mean, there's rocks out there, I'm sure, but, man, there's not many rocks in that dirt on this motocross track anyway.
No, you said it, Rodney. I mean, the conditions are absolutely great out there as far as all the material they've hauled in. They really wanted to make this not only one of the finest motocross tracks in the country, but one of the finest in the world. And I think for anybody here today or anybody that's seen this place, you really can't argue that. Some picturesque views, some great racing surfaces, and, it really is in what I consider to be the hotbed of all kinds of racing action, and that's Indiana. Yes. Just a stone's throw from here, obviously, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, synonymous with speed, synonymous with racing, and, so many things going down in this area. Obviously, the way this property was founded was the late, great Bob Sloan, was from the town of Crawfordsville, a multi-time race winner and champion in the GNCC series. His nickname was the Ironman because he used to race on Saturdays on an ATV, and then he would come back and race again on Sundays on a dirt bike. So they, decided he was the Ironman. I understand in ATVMX, John Natale is the Ironman, and for good reason. He certainly earned that name. But this facility, this race, everything here is named after Bob Sloan. Not sure if his family was able to make it out this weekend. I know they oftentimes are able to make it out for the GNCC. They're fans of ATVs. They're fans of motorcycles. Despite, having lost a loved one many years ago, they're still involved in the sport. And what an honor it must be for them and for Bob, to have this awesome facility named after him.
Mason Jackson taking a win. Justin Messina in second. Parker Roaring is third. Jaden Launderville, the number 3, is fourth. And Ian Juka holds on for the number 5 ride aboard the 71 with Grant Olson 6th, Chance Kimmy 7th, Chase Richards in 8th, Wyatt Frodge in 9th. Race 9 in the history books. Now the Moto 10, the 70 automatic 6 to 11. Pound per pound, Johnny, I got to think some of the fastest machines on the track. The 88 of Noah Arnold out of Vermilion, Ohio. 8-year-old young man taking the early lead in this one, man. He ain't looking back. Look at him go.
Yeah, you said it, Rodney. I mean, look at this. He's lost his goggles in the second turn. That is not a good sign, Rodney. He's got 3 laps and about 9/10 of a lap remaining, and our second-place rider is already without goggles. So,
wow.
I don't know if that was just a case of getting a face full of roost there in the first turn and deciding, you know what, I'm just going to take these off. Who need these things anyway? I got a helmet mohawk. I don't need goggles.
Better hope that, must have been out of tear-offs pretty quick. So I can figure Dad didn't maybe pack the tear-offs on that time.
Need to give the guys at Scott Motorsports a call. They got some great goggles out there.
No doubt about it. Those guys at 100% goggles also do too. I mean, we got a lot of great goggle companies out there, and a lot of great companies that help out in these great sports of racing. And there's plenty of safety equipment out there. And we don't care who you choose one and use it wisely. Come racing.
And I'm sure we've got a superstore over here selling some products. I'm sure they have some goggles, some tear-offs, a lot of mud prep stuff on hand. So I'm sure those guys can get you set up if you're here, or if you're, if we can get a number on that rider, maybe text his parents if you're family at home and say, hey, get that boy some fresh goggles, get him some better tear-offs. Those ones just didn't quite get the job done.
Well, it might get him a goggle sponsor doing so well out there. You never know. So you might have Bebo or somebody watching right now. But at the moment, we are watching. And here they come across that front stretch. This has got to be a lot of fun for these little guys to be able to race down that big stretch in front of the crowd like that.
Yeah, you know, obviously the oh, look at this, Rodney. It has stopped raining completely. We've got somewhat dry weather conditions. That's a change. Oh, look at this battle.
Yeah, Bryson
Things are really heating
Slagle.
up.
The 181 is the second place rider at Gordonsville, Tennessee. He is challenging your early leader in this one now.
Challenging and making the pass, and that is our rider that ditched his goggles. So good call on his part. He could see better, and he's going to the front.
Well, there you go. So now everybody back home, don't worry about texting mom and dad and telling them anything. It looks like
he's still going to need some goggles, but for right now, it's working out for him. We can see our second-place rider pulling his roll-offs there. He's going to get some clear vision, try and work off on his way in pursuit of Bryson Slagle on that number 181 Apex. It's Noah Arnold in the DRR, the number 88 machine in second, followed by Landon Korn, Bodie Durr, Landon Cruz, and Colton Smittle, rounding out your top 6 out there in the 70 automatic 6 to 11. Now we see the 7th and 8th place riders checking in. Malia Webb in 7th and Chase Martin in 8th. Now rounding the top 10, 9th place India Trimble and Hunter Pointer. So we got the top 10 checked in, and what you're watching on screen is the battle over the lead. Moto 10, the 70cc automatic 6 to 11. Bryson Slagle leading the way after pitching those goggles in the first turn. But it's worked out for him. He's got a little bit better vision, perhaps, because he doesn't have those goggles in the way. But they are swinging on his arm there. But Noah Arnold not going to let him get away. He's keeping him in his sights. Oh, we see even our track crew workers having a hard time climbing up the side of these slick jumps. So you can imagine what it's like for these little 70cc automatic machines. But they're making it look easy right now. They're out there charging their way around this Ironman MX facility. Again, Bryson Slagle leading the way. He's had just a 1 second lead. Looks like he's stretched it out just a little bit over the second place of Noah Arnold. These guys are working their way around. They're about halfway through lap 2. They're working their way towards the completion, and we'll see what the gap is when they check in here in just a few moments. You can also see the handguards on the number 181 Apex of Bryson Slagle. Looks like they've fallen down a little bit, so he's having some difficulties here with pitching those goggles and the handguards falling down. Just shows how tough the conditions out there are right now. With the rains that we had, they have let up for the moment. I see a lot of people have taken their umbrellas down. We do see a lot of our course workers still sporting those blue raincoats, trying to stay dry, trying to stay warm in the conditions. But, you know, if the wind picks up just a little bit, we could have a great racing surface here in a matter of just a few motos. But not slowing Bryson Slagle down. He's stretched that gap out quite a bit now. I think we're looking at more like a 3 or 4 second gap rather than that 1 second that we saw last lap. Charges through those braking bumps, right-hander, and this will be the completion of lap number 2. We'll be halfway through this Moto 1 of the 70cc automatic 6 to 11. And there he is, 2-minute 30-second lap time. And now with our second place rider, Noah Arnold, checking in, we'll see what that gap is. Looks like it is 4.2 seconds. So with a 2:33.4 lap time, he lost about 3 seconds to 3.2 seconds to Bryson Slagle that lap. So these guys are out there. Don't think Noah Arnold's going to let him get away too easy, but look at the gap they've got in the third place spot. These two guys are really charging hard. Now we see our third place rider checking in. We'll see if that is still Landon Korn. No, it's Bodie Durr makes the pass. He's into the third place spot. We'll wait and we'll watch, and now we see some more riders checking in. The battling getting hot and heavy with inside the top 5 here. So we've got 3 riders checked in, Bryson Slagle, Noah Arnold, and Bodie Durr, your top 3 checked in. Now we've got the Landon Cruz, the 4th place spot, Colton Smittle in 5th, and Malia Webb in 6th. So that's your top 6 at the completion of lap number 2. And it looks like we've lost Landon Korn, who was the 3rd place rider after 1 lap of racing. So don't know if he maybe got spun around backwards out there, or perhaps some technical difficulties, but something really slowing him down as he still has not completed lap number 2. India Trimble now checking in the 8th place spot on that number 99 Cobra. She's 20 seconds back of Chase Martin, who's in 7th. Again, Malia Webb in 6th, Colton Smittle in 5th, Landon Cruz in 4th, Bodie Durr in 3rd, Noah Arnold 2nd, and Bryson Slagle leading the way here in the 70cc automatic 6 to 11 Moto number 10 here. We can, dare I say it, Rodney, is that the sun that's peeking through? Is that what I see?
Oh, don't talk like that, Johnny. You're going to do nothing but make it shy and run away.
Oh, look at this, Rodney. Right in front of our Racer TV studios, we see the number 59, and that looks to be Chase Martin, who is running in the 7th place spot. He's lost several positions. He's spun sideways. He's got his goggles off. One of the looks like a parent there giving him a little bit of a hand. He's really tied up in the deep mud there and spun sideways. Boy, he lost at least 3 positions there, so we'll have to see if he can claw his way back into the top 10 here after 2 laps complete. And as we're watching on screen, we should see Bryson Slagle, Noah Arnold, Bodie Durr, and the rest working their way towards completing lap number 3. And we should see a white flag here, Rodney.
So we'll be heading into the final lap of the 70 automatic 6-11 race 10. Got Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old racing coming up after this. And, man, I tell you, this was one of the last races we saw down in Tennessee with a huge battle between the 504 Brandon O'Neill and also the 404 of Trevor Thatcher and Bryce Ford. Thatcher and O'Neill got together. Bryce Ford, both motos, was able to get around both those guys as they got tangled up in both Moto 1 and Moto 2. Bryce Ford took the win in that one, but Thatcher and O'Neill are going to be coming back gunning for more, I think, here in this 3rd round of racing.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys always throwing down some amazing battles. I know at the last event I attended, which was the Daytona ATV Supercross by Fly, those guys, they had a heck of a battle down there. You know, those guys were all over each other, 3, 4, 5 of them at times, passing each other multiple times per lap. I do know there's 2 Ford boys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Cody Ford is now in the 450B class, so big brother Cody is up there, and Bryson is still in the youth ranks.
One of the 2 boys apparently is riding 250 possibly in the...
Yes. It's going to be the schoolboy class, and he went for the big Godzilla.
That's what I was just going to... No, that actually wasn't Godzilla. That was King Kong that he went for.
Oh, yes, King Kong.
He went for the triple, and apparently they're still trying to dig parts of his ATV out of the face of that. They said I had originally heard it was Troy Hill, but actually it wasn't. It was one of the Ford boys. And
Bryson,
Thomas Brown was telling me about it this morning and said, man, he said, you know, we were walking it, we looked, and we said, what's that? And they said, well, that's a 4-wheeler buried in the face of the jump. Not literally, but they said you could see the marks where he landed. He came up way short, but kudos to those boys for going for it. But, man, you know, that's just one of those times where
he was afterwards last night, he was arguing with Ronnie Higgerson that I think I can make it. And Ronnie's going, don't try it. And he's going, I think I can make it.
Yeah, well, sometimes they say the exuberance of youth overrides the better knowledge of wisdom. And I think in this case, Ronnie Higgerson had the wisdom, and was it Bryce Ford? Bryce Ford just had a little bit too much exuberance, but a lot of talent, and we're going to get to see him line up here in just a moment. But what we're going to see right now is Bryson Slagle leading the way. He should be coming around. We're going to see the all-too-familiar checkered flag waving, the number 181 machine. He's had those goggles swinging the whole time. They're nothing but decoration, Rodney. He doesn't need them. He's up front. He says, watch me work.
An accessory to the outfit today.
Yeah, he's standing up, got a little bit of swag. He says, hey, got this one done. As soon as we got to that first turn, I knew I had it. I went ahead and pitched those goggles, got myself a little fresh air and a better look at things, and we took her straight to the checkers. Now Dad's going to get that machine washed up, get him ready for Moto 2 tomorrow, and we're going to get to see what
ready.
Get some goggles prepped, and maybe we'll live in a little better conditions. But, you know, all in all, the track looks pretty good. Other than slick, I certainly wouldn't say that this track is by any means muddy.
No.
It's just incredibly slick right now.
Yeah, and it's going to turn in fast. I mean, the drier soils are going to be working in and churning up here, as we'll see here in just a few moments. That's 70 automatic 6-11. We go to the Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class next.
Oh, Rodney, the struggle is real.
Yes,
this is the number 59 machine that we mentioned earlier. That is Chase Martin. He was in the 7th place spot. He fell back. He last checked in at the end of lap 3 in the 9th place spot, and now he's having a hard time even making it the rest of the way around the track. I think what happened there, those tires get loaded up with mud, and they just don't get any traction.
I was getting ready to say, it's starting to dry out some. You can start to see it tack up and really be a force with some of these little guys out there. So that's good signs. I mean, it might be tough for him at the moment, but things are going to get better out there, that's for sure. Super Mini 12 to 15 coming up on a welcome out of Wisconsin. Little Swamico is what they call that. It's KTM rider number 07, Max Lindquist. This is his first race of 2016. Welcoming you back. 19, Corey Osborne out of Hayes, Virginia. The 44, Bryce Ford from Springtown, Texas on the Maxxis tires. PMP Sprockets, Baldwin Motorsports PvP Shocks Machine. 95 will be Jake Zapolsky out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. 101, Corey Edwards from Spring Grove, Virginia. The 404, Trevor Thatcher out of Swanton, Ohio. Got the 504, Brandon O'Neill out of Baldwin, Maryland on a Root River Pepsi Rage ATV. And the 628, Bryce Bowen out of Mooresville, Indiana.
Yeah, Bryce Bowen, actually a rider I know rides quite a bit across country. Went to a riding school that myself and Walker Fowler had here at one of the IXCR races last year. So I know that young man. I'm sure he's out there giving it his best effort, going to try his hand at some ATV motocross action. And speaking of ATV motocross action, Rodney, I'm getting some, at the GNCC broadcast, we do that. How do you GNCC live? Well, apparently some of our fans are go ahead and they're participating today, even though maybe we're not doing that. They're sending some.
No, we're doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
Oh,
there you go.
Motocross.
How do you hashtag ATVMX live?
Yep.
So everybody that's watching at home, if you want to get involved, Instagram a picture of how you watch ATVMX live for a chance to win an event T-shirt courtesy of Moto Tees. So make sure when you make that post on Instagram, you hashtag ATVMX live. Again, you can show what you're doing while you're watching. So if you're out mowing the lawn, or if you're out on the boat doing some fishing, or if you're at work, whatever you're doing, let us see it. Snap a selfie. Everybody loves selfies. And
that's little JP. That's Jeff Pickens and Tracy Pickens. Tracy Checo Pickens, who is the 9-time GNCC women's cross-country champ. They are watching, and he's one of your little buddies. I see you playing with him at the GNCC all the time. He says, Johnny.
Yeah, they're at home. I got a picture from Tracy, and Jeff and JP are tuned into the iPad. That's JP's little iPad, and he says, hey, we're listening to Johnny, and JP keeps saying, Johnny. So apparently they're watching the broadcast at home. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We're going to bring you the racing action all day today, and I'm sure JP was loving watching those little guys race because he knows it's just a matter of a couple of years till Uncle Johnny and Jeff have some little machines prepped for him, and he's out there ripping around with those guys. But again, Rodney, just a commentary for a moment here. How awesome is this? As we watch these guys get ready to take off, people are watching this from the comfort of their living rooms, or as they're driving down the road in the passenger seat. Obviously, we don't want anybody ATVMXing and ATMX living and driving. That's a no-go. No ATVMX living and driving. But the Moto number 11, the Super Mini 12 to 15 underway. We got a big hole shot. Looks like the 404, and I'm not around here much, but I do know the 44 is one of the Ford boys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's Trevor Thatcher out front. He was one of the riders that was in that big battle there with Brandon O'Neill, whom I think got hung up in the gate there. He was the rider that was closest to the camera that we were looking at there a few moments ago in that Root River racing machine. He got hung up in the gate, so he is one of the final guys out of the starting gate, but don't let that fool you. I think it can still be a force to be reckoned with. Thatcher's been getting the whole shot in this class, and there is the 44 of you said, Bryce Neal. Now, Bryce Neal using his head there a few weeks ago and just watching the battling go on, and we talked to him after the race after he got 2 moto sweeps after those two got together, Thatcher and the 504 of O'Neill. When they got together and took themselves out of it, Bryce got the actual gimme on that in the win. I thought he was riding smart back there, and he said, no, I just didn't have the speed to race with him right then. He says, I'm going home, I'm doing some training, and I'm coming back a new rider.
What a statement that is for these young men to understand that, it's not bad luck. Obviously luck can be a part of it, but a lot of times these guys, they're at such a young age, they see their idols like Joel Hetrick, Chad Wienen, Joe Bird, John Natale, Thomas Brown, and the rest, When they do well, they're excited, but they go home, they work hard. When they do not well, they go home and they work even harder. And we see a lot of that in today's youth riders and amateur riders, and that's a big statement. Look at that. That's I believe that is Bryce Ford in the second place spot who uncorks the triple. Oh, and we see quite a few riders now uncorking that triple there.
Is that O'Neill all the way up to third place already? Remember, I told you he was he was the last guy off the gate. There is the 07 of Max Lindquist in the number 4 spot. Welcome back, Max. Good to have him back out with us. But, man, I tell you, that 504 machine is going to be one to watch. He's going to try to reel in those front 2 runners. We're going to see what the deficit is as they make their way around. This is the first lap complete. And already we're seeing the stage set from almost identically what we saw 2 weeks ago at Muddy Creek Raceway in this Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class. Trevor Thatcher with a 1.2 second lead over Bryce Ford. Brandon O'Neill 4.7 seconds back. Then it's 2 more seconds back to Max Lindquist in 4th. Jake Zapolsky is 5th. Corey Osborne, the number 19, is the 6th place ride.
Boy, I can tell you right now that Brandon O'Neill's making up some ground. That's not 4 seconds as they work their way around that turn. He is really on rails out there, Rodney. He's got some lines that are really working for him. He's finding traction where nobody else can and making up ground and fast on the leaders.
Looked like Ford came up a little, just like that right there, come up a little short. He lost a little bit of time over Thatcher over that section of the jump. But, man, look how quick that the 504 of Neal's trying to put that horsepower to the ground. Look at him sitting back on that seat. Look like he's just trying to get all the traction he can.
Yeah, you really got to work hard to get the power to the ground on these little machines, and especially in conditions like this. You know, with the track being as slick as it is, but like you said, some of these corners starting to tack up. We can already see a lot more bite than what there was in our last moto. These guys are able to run some outside lines, and wow, he's really on the gas.
Yes, he is. That machine is pegged out on the rev limiter right now, I'm sure, as they make their way around this track. I don't know if he's making up any ground out there, but Thatcher, Ford, O'Neill, Max Lindquist in the number 4 spot. Zapolsky still back in 5th. As we check back up front here, it looks like, well, that's O'Neill we're watching. And let's see if we can get a visual on just how far out front that second place position is right now. And honestly, I'm believing that maybe he might have went out a little wide in some of those lines. Maybe not. Maybe that is still about that 4-second gap.
And I think we're right around 4. He had definitely made up some ground about halfway through that lap, and then I think he must have had a couple bad corners there because he definitely gave some of it back. And, you know, Rodney, that's what happens when you're charging like that. You can, you know, it pays big, but it also costs big. You know, you make a couple of seconds in one corner for one little mistake, and I'll tell you, no mistakes for Trevor Thatcher. He just looks, he really smooth out there.
Wow.
He's hitting all his marks, looks smooth, and look how clean he is. For being out front, you can't even really tell this track is muddy. He's just going to wipe that bike down with a paper towel if he remains out front. He doesn't even look like he's pulled a tear off yet. Thing is perfectly clean. That's the advantage right there of pulling a hole shot in conditions like this.
Yes, it most certainly is. He's VP Fuel powered, by the way. His mom and dad are the VP Fuels representatives here at the racetrack in 2016, and I think he's making power in that little machine right now, if you want to know the truth.
Boy, it sounds like he's making power. Man, that thing is loud.
Yeah, it is. These little guys in these super minis, man, you think super mini, you're thinking 60 or 85s or something. These are not 85s. These are definitely built to the hilt machines.
Yeah, most of these are little CRF 150 motors, but the machine out front of Trevor Thatcher, it's just a little bit louder than the rest. You run a little bit different exhaust system, and need earplugs when he comes by for sure. That thing is deafening.
Wow, man, if he's riding machinery and equipment like this at this age, can you imagine what he's going to be riding by the time he reaches pro level? He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. A lot of these guys are. That's the beauty of watching these youth riders. You can get hints of who's going to be maybe some of the challengers someday. And, you know, sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. But I'm going to say that Thatcher may be in this one for the long haul.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like you said, oh, look at this. We're starting to get a little bit of smoke out the overheating vent of Bryce Ford. Looks like he's building a little bit of or a little bit of heat inside that machine. See him taking a look over his shoulder. Got to wonder if he's starting to know. Looks like he's standing up, riding a little relaxed. I think he might know he's having some heat issues. He's backing off a little bit, possibly going to settle into that second place spot. Not even try and go after the leader of Trevor Thatcher. But he's still uncorking the triple, so he's not going too easy.
Yeah, he's still got the hammer down, that's for sure. He may be losing power and not even knowing why at this particular point. I'm sure that Bryce is one of those kids that he does not like to lose, and he'll tell you right off the bat, you know, he wants to win every time he goes out on the, just like all of them do. But right now in that second place position is not where he wants to be, and if he doesn't know, he might be experiencing some problems. If it is getting warm, it could be costing him some power as well. The white flag is out on this one now. Thatcher gets through 5.4 seconds ahead of Bryce Ford now. O'Neill, who was 4.5 seconds back, is now 4.7, so O'Neill is losing a little bit of time, only a couple of tenths a second, but he's 2:14.054 on his lap time. Lindquist at 2:17, so there's a big gap there, almost 10 seconds back to fourth. Zapolsky is still fifth. Osborne and Edwards, that's Corey Osborne, Corey Edwards, 6 and 7.
Yeah, you can start to see the dry dirt coming up here, Rodney. With the rain letting up only just a few moments ago, this track is really shaping up quickly. I think this, we saw a big case out of, that was Trevor Thatcher. Came up short on the double part of the King Kong triple. So Bryce Ford yesterday coming up short on the triple, and Trevor Thatcher says, oh no, I'm not going to be outdone. I'm going to come up short too. It's raining today. We're going to go for the double and come up short on that.
Well, you know, it might be the King Kong, but it might be the Bing Bong for Bryce Ford, because he Bing Bonged himself off the face of that jump there yesterday.
It might be King Kong, and it might have been a Bing Bong, but if he tries it again, he's a Ding Dong.
I like that play on words, Johnny Gallagher.
You know, Bryce, when you watch this live or watch this archive, listen to Ronnie Higgerson. Do not try that jump again. You will not make it with a 250cc machine.
Yes. Well, right now we are watching this final lap. Actually, this is lap 4 we're in the midst of right now. Thank you, ladies. Bryce Ford, Brandon O'Neill, Max Lindquist, Jake Zapolsky, 1st through 5th right now. The fast lap turned on lap 2 by that rider right there, the 4:04 of Trevor Thatcher. He turned a 2:11.713. I think that's about as fast as they're going to get. He's 2 seconds faster than anybody else's fast lap. So, man, the kid's got rails out there. He's found the fast line around this Ironman Raceway.
And he's still clean. Again, Rodney, we can't say enough about how important the whole shot is in conditions like this. It really does mean so much. And we see the checkered flag waving. There it is, Trevor Thatcher, the number 404 machine, checking in. 4 laps complete. He gets the win. A little bit of style there. He says, hey, that one was easy. We got a whole shot. We made it work. And he's going to go back, talk to the mechanic, talk to the parents, and say, hey, we just need to do that again tomorrow. We'll grab the win.
There you go. And Bryce Ford going to check in the number 2 spot, 12.3 seconds back, man. Trevor was really on rails the entire time, turning in the 212 to 214 range. Ford dropped to a 221 that last time around. Hey, there is the J&T Pickens that we saw there a moment ago. The boys watching, hashtag ATVMX. JP keeps yelling, Johnny, Johnny, as he hears at Johnny Gallagher. So it's good to have fans out there, Johnny.
Yeah, my little buddy, he loves me even when I'm doing terrible at the races, so I'm fine with it. He likes what, I tell you what, you know, they say the kids love the cartoons and that kind of stuff. This kid just loves racing, so won't be long till we'll see him out there. In fact, I see a little car in his hand. I'm surprised it's not a 4-wheeler. He's almost always got a broom broom, as he calls them, in his hand. And, you know, I mean, think about it. Being raised, you know, born of parents and raised, you know, Tracy Checo Pickens, a 9-time GNCC champion. Jeff Pickens, a former GNCC XC1 star, now competing in the Vet A class, winning top amateur overall at the last GNCC. You know, with the pedigree like that, how's the boy going to be anything but fast?
No doubt. I can't wait. He's a prodigy child, I think you could say. Hey, we got a good one coming up right here, Johnny. It's the 450A, and we've got some big names in it. Corey Powers out of Lancaster, Ohio, the number 15. Troy Hunt, the 22, out of Earlville, Iowa. 33/Tyler Mack out of New Ulm, Minnesota. 33 is Dalton Hicks from Montezuma, Iowa. Kirkland Jack, the 35. Michael Allred, the 44. We got Randy Hurst, Manuel Adurar, James Bank, John Bringle, Nick Oritz, Tyler Davis, Brian Nolt, Timothy Schultz.
We see a rider left there on the gate. Looks like number 73 of Manu Andujar, and he is still sitting there on that gate. Finally got going. Bad start for him. Oh, some carnage up in the first turn here. Looks like these guys are really getting sideways, and now they're all piled into each other. We got riders everywhere, sideways, stacked up on top of each other. Wow.
That's Kirkland Jack out front, the 35, out of Newport Richey, Florida. One of the younger riders in this class, actually the youngest rider in this division at 17 years old. 458 Division 2, there's some more kids his age, but watch the youngster go out here in Division number 1. Division 2 getting ready to take off right now as the gate drops on that one. We'll see guys like Sky Volkemer, who took the win in this last week, 2 weeks ago. Also Andrew Hartwell, the 16, Blake Sarver, the 17, Justin Scubel, Alan Myers. Be watching for the 24, David Selecki, McCain Richards, Jeremy Ropp, Skylar Storm, Graham Meyer, Drake Coling, Ryan Carodi, another one to watch out for, and Zach Gill. Well, they're getting it sorted out. And wow, those machines certainly got the power to the ground right now as the 35 of Kirkland Jack continues to hold on to this one, Johnny Gallagher.
Yeah, you know, these guys, it's hard to tell who they are out there. They're already muddy. You can see just how much more mud these machines sling. But as you said, the rider out front, nice and clean again. Kirkland Jack leading the way. Hasn't even had to pull a tear off, roll off, anything. And actually our second place rider fairly clean also. Back from third on back, all we have is a bunch of brown guys. Don't know what kind of machine they're riding, don't know what their number are, but the transponder's going to tell us here in a moment. There we see the old, looks like either a plastic bag or possibly a poncho there on our rider in about 8th or 9th place spot. So these guys are they're battling hard. They're pushing their way up through. And And 450A as they work their way through. Kirkland Jack leading lap number 1, the number 35 machine. Brian Nolt, the 327 in second. Corey Powers, the number 15 Honda in third. Tyler Mack in fourth, the number 33 machine. Fifth is Michael Alred on the number 44 Yamaha. Dalton Hicks in sixth. Tyler Davis in seventh. James Bank in eighth. Nicholas Ortiz in 9th. 10th is Randy Hurst Jr. and 11th is Troy Hunt. So these guys are all pretty close together. Gaps of only about a second, in some cases less than a second, all the way back through the top 11. So these guys are battling hard, and I don't know how many you take from this. Oh, we're taking the top 8. So
yep. 8, 8, and 4. We'll have an LCQ later today where we'll take the top 4 from it. Meanwhile, Jeremy Robb, the 75, checking in Division 2 with the lead, while Zach Gill, the 927, runs in second. 26, David Selecki is third. Skylar Storm, the 333, in fourth. Ryan Carodi, the 925. Keep an eye on him, is fifth. Another rider to watch out for, Alan Myers in sixth. Guy Volkemer in seventh. 3 key players in this 458 class buried deep in Division 2 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these guys are they're pushing hard. You can tell by the gaps. I mean, they're nose to tail, and it's got to be hard to see with the conditions. It looks like we were starting to have a shape-up battle for the lead here in heat number 1. We've got Kirkland Jack, but Brian Nolt looks like he's closed that gap up, and he's all over him. He's making a play. It looks like he can be going for the lead here.
Well, one thing to... Ooh, a little trouble there for your leader,
look at
Kirkland
this.
Jack.
And he still hangs on to it. They're side by side, but he's got the inside line. Oh, he's off the track.
Brian Nolt, the 327 machine, with us out of Manheim, Pennsylvania. Looks like he was going for the pass. Looked like he might have had a line to make it happen, and goes over the outside of the track, but he's still in that number 2 spot, Johnny. A lot of questions, folks that may be watching at home not knowing what we mean by division races. If you're just new to ATV motocross or motocross racing in general, we only have 20 positions on the starting line. Normally, it's a 40-man gate for motorcycles. You got to realize ATVs are twice.
Sorry, Rodney. Brian Nolt around backwards. He reached up, took those goggles off, and it looked like he was going to have some better vision. But the very next turn, he spun around backwards. Now it's a big lead for Kirkland Jack. He's got a clear trail and nobody chasing him.
So basically, what we have to do, because only 20 riders fit on the gate, we have to narrow it down to the top 20 in any classes that we have more than 20 entries in. And that's what we're in the process of seeing. If there's 2 divisions, it's 8 and 8, which make a total of 16. We take 4 from the LCQ, which gives us our total of 20. They all go to Moto 2, and they battle it out there.
Right, and normally what we might see is 2 separate motos, one Heat 1, one Heat 2. But in this case with these guys, being that they're all somewhat similar in speed, and this is one of the longer tracks on the circuit, up with over 2-minute lap times, they felt it was best to just run them together. They did a staggered start. They gave about a minute between them. And so what they'll do is they're scored separately, although they're on the track at the same time. So that expedite things and lets them get the motos through quicker, especially in days where we don't really know what the weather's going to do today.
That's for sure. Kirkland Jack, your leader of Division 1, but the fastest on the track is the leader of Division 2, the 927 is Zach Gill. Ryan Carodi, who was back about 5th or 6th place at the end of lap 1, is now up to a number 2 spot, 6 seconds behind Gill. David Selecki, the 26, is 3rd. Sky Volkemer now up to 4th. Skylar Strom in 5th aboard the 333. Drake Coling, 798 is 6th. Graham Myers in 7th. 8th, McCain Richards. Big question, what happened to Alan Myers? Alan Myers, one of the key players in this particular division, is nowhere near the top 10 right now, so not a good showing for the number 24.
Yeah, it's, you know, we can see we've got 10 riders in heat number 2 and 14 in heat number 1. These guys are, you know, oh, look at that Kirkland Jack getting kicked around really hard, and those kickers coming into that corner, but he's able to hold on to it. He's, again, Rodney, we can't say it enough. The whole shot's so important. He was the first one to the first turn, and it's really paid off for him with that clear vision. Keeps taking a look over his shoulder, wants to see if anybody's closing the gap, but right now, he's just racing forward and trying to keep that gap. This is number 927. This is your leader in heat number 2, Zach Gill, with, as you said, the fastest lap on the track. That number 927 machine. Those riders in front of him now, those are riders from division number 1 or heat 1 that he's closing up on to pass. And he's setting a blistering pace right now. let's see what he had that lap with a 2:03.4 again. So again, about 1.3 seconds faster than the third lap of Kirkland Jack, the leader in the Heat 1. So he's really on rails right now. Zach Gill hard on the gas. Then we see the second place rider, Ryan Cordy, with a 2:05.4. So Zach Gill, he's about 2 seconds faster than anyone in his heat and over a second faster than anyone on the track right now. And he's doing it consistently.
Yes, he is. David Selecki back in the number 3 spot behind Karodi by about 5 seconds right now. The gap between first and second, Gill and Karodi, almost 9 seconds at 8.7 right now. So it's Gill, Karodi, Selecki, 1, 2, and 3 in Division 2. Sky Volkamer, whom we wanted to keep an eye on, is running 4th right now aboard the number 14, 2:07 lap time, so he needs to pick it up. Skylar Strom in 5th, Drake Coling in 6th, McCain Richards 7th. Graham Meyer rounds out your 8th and final transfer spot. And here's something to point out. Alan Myers, who had dropped outside the top 10, is now into 9th place, just outside the transfer position. Get this, he turned a 2:03 lap time. That's matching Zach Gill's lap times nearly, a 2:03.264. He was 0.2 of a second faster than your leader on that, and he's all the way back in 9th place. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Meyer for that final transfer spot of the 4:17. So I'm thinking that Alan Myers has now at least snagged a transfer position and will go to Moto 2, but a tough break for him because he's showing the speeds to run up front.
Yeah, but again, it's really all about getting the main. Obviously, he's not going to have the best of starting positions, but as we're watching and we're seeing here, Kirkland Jack has wrapped up that transfer spot. Brian Knoll, Tyler Mack, Corey Powers, Michael Allred, James Bank, Dalton Hicks, Tyler Davis all going through to the main. That's your top 8 from heat number 1. And now we see the leader of heat number 2 working his way through. And there it is, folks. Zach Gill crosses the finish line with a 2:04.2.
These are 5-lap races for the A classes. I forgot about that. I forgot to mention that.
Then.
And I was in the same mindset you were. Then I seen that white flag, and I knew that it was we were in the A class. I want to say hello and welcome to the Utterbacks who live just down the street here from the Ironman Raceway. At every race, whether it be Ironman GNCC, Ironman Motocross, Ironman ATV Motocross, they are true Ironman Raceway fans.
Hey, we love our Indiana fans. I got to tell you, there's no better fans anywhere in the world than here in Indiana, and especially at Ironman MX. These people just eat, breathe, sleep, and live racing, and we love it. As racers, as fans, you just can't help but feel the energy from the crowd when they're giving it off to you, and people like that, it really goes a long way. We're watching Zach Gill, the number 927. Oh, and now we switch back. The number 35 of Kirkland Jack leading the way. And this time we'll see a checkered flag.
Yeah, it looks like Nolt. Oh, I thought Nolt was closing up on him, but he's about 5 seconds back. That might be some lap traffic back there that he just gotten around. Or is that the leader of Division? Almost looked like the leader of Division 2. 927, but that we know that's not the case. That would be really, really fast if he did that.
Yeah, he's turning some good lap times, but not quite that good.
So here we come across the finish line. Kirkland Jack will take 5th place, and the win in Division number 1 aboard the number 35. By the way, Alan Myers on lap 4 turned the fastest lap, a 2:02.8. I told you.
He did.
Look
at that. And he's up into the 8th place spot, which puts him in a transfer. So he might even grab a few more this last lap. But again, now at this point, it's just for gate pick. As long as he can stay where he's at, he'll grab one of those coveted transfer spots. So we see the top 7 have checked in. So there's 1 spot left for grabs in that Heat 1 with Kirkland Jack, Brian Knoll, Tyler Mack, Corey Powers, Michael Allred, James Bank, Dalton Hicks, Tyler Davis, and we're still waiting on oh, nope, that's it. 8 riders checked in. So those are the 8 riders who have made the main from Heat 1. Heat 2, Zach Gill, the only rider checked in. That last lap, a 2:05.2. Ryan Cordy checking in 2nd place. You got to love that hat.
He's got the boots on to match, too, man.
Sky Volkamer works his way up to the number 3 spot. He was climbing all Moto long with a 2:05.4, a little bit faster than the rider in front of him, but we still got a couple positions up for grabs. Now, David Selecki, Skylar Strom both in, so we'll see exactly where Alan Myers was able to make it through, and there he is in the 7th place spot. So we got McCain Richards in 6th, Alan Myers in 7th, and Drake Coling rounding out the top 8, and those are your riders that are headed directly to the main.
Well, here's our production B Division 1 off and rolling right now, and I believe We got 13 from each one of these divisions, transferring the top 8 in each one. I'm not sure, but we might have seen the 563 of Jaron Cochran out of Marion City, Pennsylvania. We'll look a little closer at this number as they get a little closer later, or right now. And regardless, riders in this class include the number 9 Ty Hudson, the 11 Shane McMillan, 26 Tommy Bossman, Braden Geyer, the 44. The 52, Cody Ford, another one of the Ford brothers. Keep an eye out for Logan Stanfield, the 55. Dylan Rouse, the 77. Sam Stagley, the number 90. 101, Cesar Jimenez. We got 115, Brian Blake. 563 is Jake Cochran. 724, Luke Shepard. 802, Jacob Stevens.
You know, Rodney, now that we got all these riders introduced and they're off on their way for lap number 1, it'd be a great opportunity for us to get one of those commercial breaks in. We need to, and we'll come back to live racing action, I believe, if we have that ready right after this.
I'm Joel Hetrick. You're watching ATVMX Live on RacerTV.com.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, our goal has always been to get you the best price and provide quality service. Now, we're giving you one more reason to shop with Rocky Mountain. We call it Quick Cash. It's simple to get. Just place an order with a qualifying Quick Cash item and get cash to spend on your next order. Try it out today. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Wheel banging action.
Saturday, May 21st at High Point Raceway. It's round 5 of the 2016 Prox ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, an AMA National Championship. Tickets are only $20 for adults, $10 for kids 6 to 11. Kids under 5 are free. Get more info at atvmotocross.com.
He's trying to get up on the inside.
Pro racing starts Saturday, May 21st at 2 o'clock. Bring the whole family. 5 miles north of Morgantown. I-79, exit 1. Get more info at atvmotocross.com. And don't forget the High Point National on June 18th.
And we're back to ATVMX Live here on RacerTV.com. We're calling the action to you live, and we're working on lap number 2. And it was Jaron Cochran leading the way in heat number 1, lap number 1. But he's now been passed by the number 52 of Cody Ford, who's taken over the lead there. And these guys have had one heck of a battle. They're going at it. They're wearing the same gear. Kind of hard to tell them apart. They're both on white machines. But, man, what a battle they're putting on there. Their setups are pretty similar, so it's hard to tell them apart. And you can see, looks like Cody Ford has ditched those goggles. 1 second separating them on lap number 1. And now they're into lap number 2, and it's looking like about the same gap, although Cody Ford able to open it up just a little bit. He's got 1.8 seconds over the number 563 of Jaron Cochran. Luke Shepard was in third at the completion of lap number 1 and is still there at the completion of lap number 2. And we've got in the heat number 2, Logan Stanfield was leading the way at the end of lap number 1. These guys are out. They're now out on lap number 3 as we wait for heat number 2 to complete lap number 2. And it is still Cody Ford leading the way with a 2:02.1 lap time. So interesting to note, we had our 450A class out there last moto, and so far our production B class turning faster lap times than the fastest of the fast lap times in our 450A class. So I don't know if that's just a fact of these guys pushing that hard or if the track's starting to tack up a little bit and get a little better. And here we see again Cody Ford still leading the way.
I got to say, Johnny, I was watching this, and I'm looking at these names right now, and I'm thinking, you know, this is really a lot of big names that we're looking at, and whether or not it's track conditions or what, I know they're each and every one rising to the occasion right now, because literally the best of the best intermediate level riders in the world are on this racetrack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these guys are they're pushing each other hard. They're trying to put some good laps in here. And right now it's Cody Ford leading the way. Logan Stanfield still leading the way in the completion of lap number 2 in Heat 2, followed by Brandon Cesaroni, Tyler Osborne, Gabe Dahmer, Brandon Smitley, Ryan Williams, Jesse Voiles, Joshua Maley, Cole Barawick, and Tyler Powers rounding off top 10. And then in Heat number 1, it's Cody Ford, Jaron Cochran, Luke Shepard, Shane McMillan, Sam Steckley, Brian Blake, Cesar Jimenez, Brandon Geyer, and Ty Hudson. Oh, and Shane Stoddard rounding up the top 10. So now we're taking the top 8, I believe, from each of these, so we can see the riders that are in their positions to qualify right now. Now, again, this is a B-class race, so these guys are down to 4 laps. So with 3 laps complete, we see a white flag flying for your production Heat 1 leader of Cody Ford. He's out there, no goggles, and, you know, Rodney, I hate to say it, but the rain's picking up again.
I noticed that, Johnny, but I'll tell you, actually, Cody Ford doesn't seem to be affected by it any whatsoever right now. And, you know, he's been training a lot with the Ironman John Natale, so it doesn't matter what conditions are thrown at him, he's going to be ready for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's showing that right now. He started off in the second place spot. He dropped the hammer, and he was able to grab the lead. Jaron Cochran put up a pretty good battle there for about 2 laps, but now Cody Ford proven to be unstoppable so far in this Heat number 1. As he's completing lap number 4, as he works his way around, we see the white flag waving. He's got about 4 more turns to go, and he'll be coming around, and we'll see a checkered flag waving, and can't do any better than that. Best gate pick, winning your heat, some confidence going into tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll be hoping maybe there won't be that rain and he'll be able to keep those goggles on, because I know that's brutal. Right now he's taking a lot of stinging rain and possibly even some mud slung off his front tires right up into his eyes. Not ideal, but he's making the most of it. And again, just a couple more corners. Moto number 13, production B. Cody Ford leading the way in Heat number 1. Logan Stanfield, the number 55, leading the way in Heat number 2. And we'll see a checkered flag wave in here in just a few moments. And what we'll be able to do is run you down the top 8 in each of the 2 classifications, and we'll find out the riders that have made it to the main.
Wow, just amazing watching Cody Ford go and watching this kid from the youth ranks work his way through the youth ranks. I mean, he was a phenomenal rider as a junior and senior rider. Believe it or not, though, he had some struggles there for a year or 2, and I can remember talking to him. He wasn't hitting the podium like he normally did. He always seemed to leave a little bit down, but we knew when he hit the big bike, because he was a big boy, when he hit the big bike, everything was going to be A-OK. And this right here is proof positive of that. Is Cody Ford from Texas takes the win here in the mud in Indiana. This production B Moto number 1. A 2:06.9 lap time on the final lap, a 5.5-second lead over Jaron Cochran.
You know, Rodney, as we wait and we'll watch here, we've got 2 riders checked in production B Heat number 1. We'll run down the top 8 in that and Heat number 2. But look at that, 2:06.9, the final lap for Cody Ford. Earlier in the Moto, a 2:02 flat.
How about a 2:01.850 is his fastest lap?
Well, yeah, but that was, again, that is what happens at this track when just a little bit of rain falls. You know, it's so slick out there, and that really changes the lap times drastically. So, again, we'll be watching the skies all day. We'll be trying to keep an eye on the weather cells as they form. Let's do it here, Rodney. Let's run down the top 8. The riders have made it: Cody Ford, Jaron Cochran, Luke Shepard, Sam Steckley, Shane McMillan, Brian Blake, Braden Geyer, Cesar Jimenez, making it from Heat number 1. In Heat number 2, it's Logan Stanfield, Brandon Cesaroni, Tyler Osborne, Gabe Dahmer, Brandon Smitley, Ryan Williams, Jesse Voiles, and Cole Barawick making it to the making it to the main. The rest of the riders going to work their way towards that consolation race later today or first thing in the morning, and they'll try and get themselves a spot in tomorrow's main event.
Hey, it's the number 7, Josh Holly from Shermansdale, Pennsylvania. He's a media all-star, Moorhead Motorsports Moto Watts Wrath racing-backed rider, grabbing the early lead in this production C class. He, of course, is followed by riders like the number 08, Mason Hunt out of Raleigh, North Carolina, 13, Tyler Rager out of Altoona, Iowa, 18, Jordan Trimble from Falmouth, Kentucky, the 21, Jake Tolley from Fifield, Wisconsin. Got Austin Acato, the 39, is also 77, Cody Stuckoff, the 86, DJ Simonovich, Austin Fleming, the 99 slash. Michael Robertson, the 151. Patrick Lucan, the 318. Cody Fox, 622. And Martin Remigna is the 823 ride. Division 2 off and rolling with Dalton Lipford, the number 8. Devin Kendrick, the 11. Dakota Hitchcock, the 12. Todd Ferris, the 19. Dalton Frame, the 29. Brian Tapp, the 35. 126, Logan Tremelin. Ryan Smittle, the 168. Grant Glassage, the 227. 247, Kevin Rollins. 317, Zach Collar. And 474, Nick Ford. Let's sort them out for you there. We see Kendrick in about what looks to be about a third-place position right now, trying to jockey for position back there. That is the 7 of Josh Holly out front, still leading in Division number 1. Devin Kendrick is the number 3 ride, and I believe that's 318 maybe. We'll double-check it when they get there a little closer, but Patrick Lucan possibly in that number 2 position. Or is it 317 Zach Collar? If that's the case, he might have started in the wrong division, but regardless, it is Zach Collar. According to my paperwork, he should be in Division 1, but there were some changes prior to the start of this race. So look at that. Zach Collar takes it to the point out there aboard the 317. And I just lost my TV monitor. I unplugged something. So we'll try to keep up to date with nothing else right now. Yeah, we might want to send somebody out. We check out the monitors out here. But Josh Holly, Zach Collar, Devin Kendrick, Remigma, and Fleming, your top 5. Toley, Trimble, Mason Hunt is your 8th and final transfer spot. DJ Simonovich is 9th. Austin Ducato rounds out 10th place as we look to the second division. Ryan Smittle leading Division 2 with Logan Tremelin, the 126 in second. Dalton Frame, the 29 in third. Kevin Rollins, the 247 is fourth. Brian Tapp in fifth. Dalton Lipford, the number 8 in sixth. Todd Ferris Jr. is seventh aboard the 19. Dakota Hitchcock is eighth aboard the number 12. We got Grant Glaschagel in ninth place. We're back up. Thanks, Dan Reinhardt. That's why they pay you the big bucks, baby. I tear him up and he fixes them. Look at this. Josh Holly, again, as we told you, leading that Division 1. Look at here. Here comes the number 11 of Kendrick trying to get the short line on the 317 of Zach Collar. Folks, this is a very tightly knit race, probably the most contested race on the racetrack at the moment. A 3-man shootout underway right now as they go across the line for lap number 2. Collar actually turning the fastest lap at a 209.7, but that was only 0.2 faster than Josh Holly's 209.9. But is it going to be faster now as it goes to the outside? Looks like we're going side-by-side racing action now. Battle for the lead in Division 1. Collar on that off-camber on the far inside. Top of the hill now out of that first turn. Oh, sideways goes your leader, Josh Holly, nearly off the track. He's going to have to switch up lines. Kendrick cannot take advantage of either one of these guys' mistakes right now. But it looks like new leader, the 317 of Zach Collar. Josh Holly back in the number 2 spot. Kendrick had that front row seat, could not capitalize. Mercy sakes alive, what a battle we got going on out there on the racetrack. About 3 seconds behind them, the 823 of Martin Remigna. Martin, and then Austin Fleming, the 99 slash in 5th. Jay Toley in 6th. Mason Hunt is 7th. The 08. Austin Ducato is, actually the 08 is 7th, and the 39 is 8th. Ducato, your final transfer spot in that first division, but we're watching your leader now, Zach Collar, as he has established himself as the dominant force here in Division 1 of this Production C class. Division 2 sees the 168 of Ryan Smittle. Remember, we talked about Smittle earlier today, a part of the SSR team. He's back out here with us again on the 168. Second place in that class, the 126 of Logan Tremelin. About 2.6 seconds back, another 7 seconds back to Dalton Frame. Kevin Rollins, 4.2 seconds back in 4th. In 5th, Brian Tapp. Dalton Lipford is 6th. Todd Ferris in 7th. Dakota Hitchcock, your final transfer spot. Look at this. Here comes the 11 of Kendrick now, as Kendrick goes picking on Josh Holly. And Josh Holly now drops to the number 3 spot, but for how long? Kendrick trying to muscle his way into that position and hang on to it as the white flag comes out. So changes in 2 laps. There goes the goggles for Kendrick now. They must be completely out of commission, and he's got his head down, and you know the GoPro on that helmet is probably covered in mud too. Go back and listen to the sounds of the motor, if nothing else. Top of the key now as they head around the first turn region. It is Kendrick in the number 2 spot, Holly in 3rd. They're both trying to track down Zach Collar, who is about 2 seconds ahead. I will say this, Kendrick has been matching nearly the same lap times of Collar, only a few tenths of a second difference, but get this, the fastest lap turned on Division 2, number 126, Logan Tremelin. Tremelin, a 209.192. That is a full second faster than we saw there for Zach Collar a few moments ago. So, wow, a lot of changes to look forward to. And Tremelin is actually back in the number 2 spot of the division. So that's interesting news to ponder. We're watching right now the 317 of Zach Collar, who muscled his way into the number 1 position around Josh Holly, who got the early lead in his Production C Division 1. Holly a second behind Devin Kendrick, who's about 2 seconds behind your leader now, Jay Tolley. This is how big the gap is, 18 seconds back to 4th place, the 21 of Jay Tolley. Mason Hunt, the 08, a half second behind Tolley, so a good battle back there going on for 4th also. Austin Fleming is 6th, a couple of seconds back with the Kato in 7th. DJ Simonovich. Simonovich is your 8th place as he gets around Tyler Ranger, the 13, for the 8th and final transfer spot. Checkers are out, and Zach Collar will take the win in Division 1 here. Devin Kendrick, top rider we saw cutting his teeth last year in the youth division, is moved up into the C class, the Production C class here, taking 2nd. How do you ATVMX Live? Well, Instagrammers, it looks like Jason98MC watching hashtag ATVMX Live today. We need Ironman t-shirt, JH Racing Hutchinson. Also, Go Johnny Hale, they say, the Ford brothers. Looks like they got a lot of folks they want to see. Hudson Racing and Dalton Turpin, also Cams. Looking for good things out of them. So thanks, Jason98MC. And he hashtagged the ATVMX Live. Also, Blair Racing 577. He's on the line out there, it looks like. And looks like Ethan and I watching. That's Ethan. Got his helmet on, got his arms up, watching ATVMX Live. And we appreciate you guys watching. Ethan is pulling for @Hetrick_88. So Joel Hetrick's going to be his big guy. And Blair Racing 577 is pulling for Michael Allred and Chad Waynon. Both those guys sporting number 44 numbers. He's hoping to see conditions improve. Wanting to see them hit Godzilla and King Kong. I'm with you. I'm with you. I want to see him hit Godzilla and King Kong also. Again, keep them coming. ATVMX Live, hashtag that on Instagram. We will be drawing for an event t-shirt courtesy of Moto Tees coming up, featuring Josh Upperman on that shirt. There is the 08 of Cash Harsh all the way Burleson, Texas. Whoa, and Harsh gets way out of shape coming to that turn. He's off the track, back on it. It's a drag race now, and he's dragging with guys like Ethan Tavargic. We got Kate Tavargic and also Lillian Plaza, the 41, and the 607 of Jaden Grant. So Ethan and Kate Tavargic, I believe is how you say that name. They're out of Chardon, Ohio. By the way, Jaden Grant out of Medford, Wisconsin. And you can see the disadvantages of having these little 50 semi-stock machines. Mercy sakes alive, what a heartbreaker there. All those riders, and Ethan Tavargic out of Chardon, the youngest rider on the track, grabs the lead. He had the momentum going up that hill. He had to get around everybody. He found the dry line, and now the youngest rider at 5 is leading these riders. It's a 4 to 8-year-old class in this 50 semi-stock class. We got Cash Harsh at 7. Caden Tverjiak is 7. Lillian Plaza is 6. And Jaden Grant is 8 years old. So the youngster, Ethan Tverjiak, taking the lead here in the 50 semi-stock class. I'd almost like to see a replay of that. That was pretty cute. Right now, though, we are working on Moto 15, and time on the clock there, we are getting closer than what we realized to the Moto 1. We are less than an hour away as we are now at 1:04. So make sure, folks, that you're Instagramming, your Facebook, your Twittering, tweeting, and all that stuff to try to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. Here they come. They're going to hit the triple. Wow, look at the big air. I'm kidding if you ran to see what was going on. But Ethan Tverjiak is rolling out there, folks. And these 50 semi-stock riders are actually putting on a pretty good show out here. And all things considered, these conditions, these machines are not conducive to this type of atmosphere. I can promise you that right now. Neither is Ken Hill, Series A TV photographer. If you seen the smile on that guy's face right now, you know it was an upside-down smile. Maybe that might actually be a snarl, to be honest with you. But he's out taking photos nonetheless, and Tverjiak is leading this. The 5-year-old youngster and his brother, Caden Tverjiak, is back on the number 2 spot. That would be interesting to talk to these two youngsters after that one's said and done. You gonna let your little brother beat you like that? I guess he hasn't got a lot to say about it right now. Wade's trying to close in on him, looking for some words from Dad. Dad, tell him to slow down so I can pass him. Yeah, that's not the way it works in that family. The Tverjiaks, it's get what you earn, man, and work for what you get. And that's what they're doing right now. They're doing work out here. You look at the grand scheme of things, they're the only 2 riders that have checked in for the end of that first lap. So, Dad, Mom, you guys prep those bikes well. It looks like 34 seconds back in 3rd place, Jaden Grant, the 6:07. Then there goes Cash Harsh, the 08, who got the early lead in this one, spun out in that first turn. Lillian Plaza, the number 5 rider, she's on the 41 machine. 0.6 of a second behind Harsh. Well, it looks like that might be Cash Harsh. So Cash Harsh off in the pits, and we're going to watch this. Joao Kovac Sr. report to rider registration, I think is what they were telling me over the radio here. So as we pick the action back up here with the 50 semi-stock class. You can see the 08 there. Cash Harsh is back on it out here. He was, I believe that was him that maybe stopped. That might not have been him that stopped in the pits there a moment ago. Still only 1 lap down at the moment. Race number 15. I think we got like 35 or 36 different races today, including the pro motos. We'll add 2 more onto that, but regardless, they come at 2 and 4 o'clock today, so you can plan accordingly. The Tverjiaks coming around for lap 2 complete, and Caden still leading Ethan there, the 22 and 23. And there's Tverjiak now. Let's see what kind of signals he gets past the signal area right now. He looks over, see what Dad's saying. Dad says thumbs up. Way to go, son. Keep on going. And the gap opens to 9 seconds over Big Brother. 9.3 seconds back to his big brother, Ethan Tverdziak. And, yeah, we can't tell whether or not this youngster is actually standing up or sitting down. I think he's sitting down right now. Little guys on little machines, 5 years old. No, I think he's standing up. I thought he was sitting down, but I think he might be standing up. Look at those legs, how short they are by comparison to the seat. I mean, this is certainly a good starting point for these youngsters out here. They've obviously got the heart for it, the drive, and the desire. So it's a lot of fun to watch these. And it's good to see this youngster, the youngest on the track, man. He is working through the worst of conditions and making the best out of the situation, and he has got the hammer down. I got to wonder, though, wouldn't he be a force to be reckoned with whether the conditions were wet or not? And he got that big break on that uphill section. That's what gave him the lead. But keeping the lead has been a totally different story. It's been a fistful of throttle that's been telling that story to us. You are watching ATVMX live here on RacerTV.com. We are Moto 15, the semi-stock 50 class, 4 to 8 year olds. We are asking for your podium predictions on Twitter. Hashtag those ATVMX Live. Just pick your top 3. And then also, how do you ATVMX Live? Instagram a photo of how you're watching ATVMX Live for a chance to win an event t-shirt courtesy of Moto Tees. Now, if you're doing Twitter and you do the Podium Predictions Contest, tweet your podium finish predictions to hashtag ATVMX Live for a chance to win $250 in AMSOIL products. Winners chosen randomly from both those contests. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Wow, little Caden Tverdziak. A 2:51 lap time last time around for this 50cc rider. Ethan, his brother, a 2:56. Was 9 seconds back. Cash Harsh was 36 seconds back in third. Turned a 2:54.1. Caden actually still faster than even that of Cash Harsh. We'll see, though, whether or not that changes. But again, I got a question. Would Caden Tverdziak have the speed here today to maybe have even taken the win regardless of the gimme there on that uphill? White flag is out. One final to go here in the 50 semi-stock class, which will bring us to race 16 to Schoolgirl 13 to 17, which should be another great one there. 90 Open Junior going to be following that. We got some big racing coming up in that one. Might have seen some of those riders out in the Junior 25 plus class. We'll talk about that in a few moments, but that's coming up also. 1:11 our time right now, about, well, less than an hour, less than 50 minutes out for the drop of the gate in Moto 1 of AMA Pro ATV Racing. It's hard to believe Caden Tverdziak at 5 years old, in about 15 years or so, will probably be one of our top AMA Pro ATV racers. And by that point, the Ironman ATV Motocross will be at legendary status, and he might have the opportunity to remember these things. Now, you see that he is going up the water track road, and the purpose of that is that that steep hill is a little too much in these conditions for the 50. So the track crew has altered the course to give everyone a fair chance, and everyone is riding that road, not just your leader, Caden Tverdziak. So everybody coming through there will be riding that. Uh-oh. These are the types of things that turn a good day bad real fast. And there you go. There goes Big Bro. You rode it too hard, Bubby. You was riding too hard. You blowed it up. That's what Big Brother's going to tell him right now. But, man, what a heartbreaker there for Caden Tverdziak as Ethan makes the pass. And I don't know if it's still running or not. He's trying to get it going, like maybe the clutches went out in that. And that is oftentimes a big problem in these 50cc classes in these conditions. So with that, the face of the race is going to change. But it's not going to change the fact that he turned a 2:51.4, the fastest lap of the race. Bragging rights belonging to the youngest rider on the racetrack in this class. Oh, what could have been. Working through lap number 4 right now in race 15. And the 23 of Ethan Tverdziak on his way to Ironman racing history for the 50 semi-stock 4 to 8-year-old class, and also on his way back to the trailer to brag it up to his little brother about how he just beat him. The little brother's got, I think, the big bragging rights there. I got the fast lap, Bubby, and I was beating you till my machine quit rolling, so there's going to be an argument over in the Tverdziak pits today. I can just see it. Mom and Dad's going to have to get between them. That came a white flag. I think that was supposed to be a checker. Yeah, that was supposed to have been a checker. And he knows it. They're telling, they got the red flag out, so the rest of the track crew caught that. So he was going to race hard. Hey, check it out. It is another one of our Instagram photos. Watching along with us, we welcome Mark Notman listening to myself and Johnny Gallagher. And we appreciate that. Mark Notman, former top XC1 Pro GNCC racer, is now mechanic for the defending champion, Walker Fowler. So thanks a lot for tuning in today, Mark. We appreciate it. Wish you were here watching with us live, but there you are on your iPad at the house, man. Kick back on the couch. You might have been in the motorhome, too, watching Walker race at a local someplace. But regardless, he's watching ATVMX Live, and we're glad to have him on board. We're glad to have you, too. Let us know how you're doing it. Instagram us a photo, hashtag ATVMX Live. Ooh, little brother. Oh, is that third place? Let's check it out. He did. He held on for third. It didn't look like that machine was going to roll, but Ethan Tverdziak gets the win. Big brother there. Cash Harsh comes in second. Great ride there for him. And Cade Tverdziak, the leader, the young guy, stalled out there on that last lap. Ends up in third after all. Lillian Plaza fourth. Jake Grant in fifth. And Chase Huss rounds out the top five. It's the number 367, Kirsten Keene out of Temperance, Michigan, grabbing the lead in his schoolgirl 13 to 17-year-old class, and she spins it out at the top of the hill. And Joanna Vossman, all the way from Texas, now takes over the lead in this schoolgirl 13 to 17 class. Other riders include the number 5, Aubrey King out of Pleasant Grove, Utah. 24, Johanna Vossman from Houston, Texas. Neve Shaw out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, the 53. 120, Cassie Warwick out of Delroy, Ohio. Your early leader, 367, Kirsten Keene out of Temperance, Michigan. I'm going to say keep an eye out on 53, Neve Shaw. Neve out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, but at the same time, her family out of England. They came over and they got their daughter into ATV racing, and he got a job here, and they decided to become, well, more commonplace Americans. So they are living in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and hanging out with Jeremiah Jones all the time. But right now it's Kirsten Keene who's hanging it out over the jumps here as she maintains the number 1 spot here in race number 16 today. This is Moto 1 for race number 16. I know it says Moto 16. That always confuses me, so I like to call them race numbers and then Moto 1 and 2. That way there's no confusion. But Moto 16 means the same as race 16 if you're looking at your screen. Johanna Vossman is leading Neve Shaw. And there is the number, is that the 5 of Aubrey King now out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, in that number 3 spot. We're going to find out here real soon as these young ladies are making their way around for their first lap complete at the Ironman ATV Motocross National. So that is Shaw Cross in second. So as we reset the scoreboard, Johanna Vossman, Neve Shaw, that is Aubrey King on the number 5. The 120 Cassie Warwick is 4th, and Kirsten Keene, who got the early lead, is back in the number 5 spot. Now look how close these girls are together right now. Aubrey King is pushing Shaw right now, who is trying to reel in Johanna Vossman. Johanna 2.5 seconds ahead. Everyone else less than a second apart. 0.9 of a second between Shaw and King. 0.8 of a second between King and Warwick, and 0.6 of a second between Warwick and Keene. That should be the tell, the tape here as far as this racing is concerned, as far as I see it. Still room for changes to take place out there, and I would almost have to venture to say that we will see several of those. But Johanna Vossman, she has really stretched things out. That looks to be larger than the 2.5 second gap that we saw at the end of that first lap. And to tell the truth, this is really no surprise for this youngster out of Texas, because she's been putting in the work. She's actually felt rather disappointed knowing how much work she has put in, and seen her results suffered not where she want or had hoped they would be through the first couple of rounds. But today things are turning around for the Texas native. She's got a brother that races in the Pro Sport Pro-Am class, Tommy Vossman. They're all a part of the Root River Racing team. And back there in the number 2 spot, Neve Shaw, under the guidance, I guess you could say, somewhat of Jeremiah Jones. They actually moved right in the Bowling Green area so they could be around Jeremiah and get the insight that the former champion has to offer. Vossman around now for 2, as I believe things may have tightened up there late in that lap, so a 2.5 second gap. Back to Neve Shaw, unless I'm watching the wrong race here, is now 1.7 second gap. So yes, it is. Neve Shaw has closed up. Cassie Warwick is 3rd as King has dropped to 4th. Thought I saw that, but I didn't want to recognize that just yet. Keene back in the number 5 spot, 0.6 of a second behind Aubrey King. But the battle we're looking at right now, that battle for the number 2 spot, there is Neve Shaw, the 53. She's closing up on first, but Cassie Warwick, the 120, trying to close up on her. Turned about 0.7 of a second faster lap, so she did close up some gap on the number 2 position. But we continue to watch with bated breath to see if anything's going to change. The front 3 starting to stretch it out. We got a battle developing for that 4th place position between King with a G and Keene with an N. A hard right-hander now. And back down into the heart of this Ironman race course. A lot of elevation change, not major elevation changes, but a lot of elevation change here at Ironman. One would venture to think and guess that it would be a flatlanders race, but that's not the case here at Ironman. We found some of the very few hills in Indiana. Now, there are a few more, but we found some of the better ones here, and then we'll see a couple even better ones or some good ones next week when the GNCC rolls into the Limestone 100 here in the great state of Indiana. Schoolgirl class starting to really tighten up here. Let's see what's going on. It is still Vossman and Shaw. Where is that 3rd place rider, Cassie? There she is, the 120. So the gap about the same. First, second to third. There is a bit of things opening up back to the 4th place position, where King and Keene continue to battle back there. Watching the race fans who are watching this race rather intently, I think they're under the assumption that I am, that Neve Shaw is about to pull the trigger out here and let that Root River Racing rider ahead of her, Johanna Vossman, know that she's back there and she'd like to take that position away. But since Johanna took the lead out of that first turn around Kirsten Keene, she has not looked back any. Like I said, we've seen those glimpses of greatness out of the 24 machine, and we heard her talking in the pits about how disappointed she was with the results, and that to know that all the hard work that she put in, she couldn't translate it onto the racetrack to prove it. But this weekend, I think, might be a little different scenario, and it's not because of track conditions, because these track conditions are virtually perfect right now. Haven't had any rain for a little bit. There are maybe a couple of slick spots out there, but nothing really to be too concerned about, I don't believe. Haven't seen a lot of, well, since that first turn for Kirsten Keene, any spin outs or anything this moto. Mercy sakes alive. Somebody done dropped the temperature here in Indiana. I think we just dropped about another 7 degrees on the thermometer. And I hope that's not an indication that rain is on its way, because, whoo, it's going to make for an interesting one. And it's about on time. It's about 1:23, so we are looking at Pro ATV Racing to take off here in a little more than 30 minutes. Final lap of racing. If Shaw is going to get it done, this is the lap she needs to make it happen on. 1.3 seconds gap. She turned only a 4-second faster lap, as our next battle is off and rolling there through turn 1. That is our 90 Open Junior 8-11, as these girls, schoolgirls 13 to 17. Motor, look at this. Here comes Shaw. Shaw's closed up a few bike links. She's closing up hard here in the last turn, but I think Vossman might have it. Let's see. Whoa! Only by a bike length at the checker flag. Johanna Vossman taking the win. 0.625 was the gap. So Shaw and Vossman shaking hands after that battle. Cassie Warwick will take third. Keenan King coming across in 4 and 5. 90 Open Junior off and rolling. We got riders like the number 3 Jaden Launderville of Wisconsin, number 5 Mason Jackson out of Battle Creek, Michigan, number 15 Justin Messina from Kingwood, Texas, 2700 Reynolds out of Freelandville, Indiana on a Fly Racing Moto-Oz ATV 4-play machine. Chance Kimmy, the 34 from Union City, PA, 48 Grant Olson out of Whitehall, Wisconsin, 69 Parker Roaring from Nashport, Ohio, and Chase Richards, the 409 from Burlington, Iowa. It is the number 5 Mason Jackson out to the early lead in this one yet again. We saw him pull off this feat a little while ago in another one of these 90 classes. Might have been a 70 class too, but regardless, he pulled the feet off, and he's back out making it happen again here in race 17. Folks, again, if you're here at the racetrack or you're watching, hashtag and tweet and let folks know that AMA Pro ATV Racing is about a half hour out of opening ceremonies coming up here shortly. Pro rider introductions, and of course the battle that everybody's been waiting for, Moto 1 for the AMA Pro ATV racers. Is there a chink in Chad Wienen's armor? Did the face plant, well, I wouldn't say face planting, but the coming up short, I guess, casing of the Big Jump Godzilla, is that going to take the wind out of his sails for today? Well, we'll answer those questions shortly. Right now, there's no wind out of the sails of Mason Jackson. Jaden Launderville in second. Parker Roaring is third. Oh, look at that. There goes Jaden Launderville. I mean, he pulled the trigger on that one. He hit the nitro, and, man, he is off and rolling. Whoa. A little hard hit down there at the bottom of the hill, but he maintains the number 1 spot. So now Jaden Launderville, your leader, Mason Jackson in second. Parker Roaring is there to pick up the pieces and try to get around Mason Jackson himself. The big uphill. There's where the race is won and lost by some, I guess. 90 Open Junior 8-11 on the racetrack as we speak. Look at that, got some passing going on too. So we're going to have a little bit different face to this race, I think, once we come around for lap 2 complete. But now, well, last time around it's Jackson, Launderville, Roaring. I know it's Launderville and Jackson 1 and 2. See if Roaring's able to hang on to that number 3 spot with Messina moving up hard and fast. That number 5, Mason Jackson. Number 3, Jaden Launderville. Did they switch back? Because Launderville had gotten around him. We'll find out right here as they come around. That mud getting on those number plates. Actually, I still might be Launderville in the number 1 spot as we come around for lap 2 complete. Yeah, everybody's got a face full of mud in this one now, so it'll be hard to pick up on those front number plates as Parker Roaring That's a 69 machine. I'm sorry. 69 Parker Roaring up from third now around the number 3 of Jaden Launderville. Wow, Roaring is roaring. I hate to use that cliche, but man, this kid is flying around this racetrack right now, and he moves up from third to, make sure that's right, yes, the number 1 position. Wow. In 1 lap, 2 positions, and an 0.8 of a second lead over Launderville, the number 3 machine. Second place, then third place, the 15 Justin Messina. Mason Jackson drops to 4th. Obvious problems there for that rider. Grant Olson, the 48, is 5th. Then Chance Kimmy, the 34, 6th. The 409 Chase Richardson, 7th. And Hunter Reynolds rounds out the 8. Sounds like a hive of bumblebees coming around through there, which makes a lot of sense as to why they called Harold Goodman the bumblebee from the time he was just a youngster. Ran machines like this, along with Johnny Gallagher and a few of those folks too. But right now we are on lap 3. Pro Racing now about 30 minutes out. We'll probably be seeing that gate drop. 90 Junior Open, the 90 Open Junior, 8 to 11 on the racetrack, and Parker Roaring on rails. Launderville in second, Messina third, Mason Jackson fourth, Grant Olson in fifth. Fastest lap time was turned by Parker Roaring, 2:26.813. So we'll continue to watch here with bated breath to see what's going to happen as we roll through now lap number 3. And we'll conclude that when the riders make their way past the finish line yet again. Up in the spectator section, that big Dragonback quad into the Hoosier Horseshoe. Very exciting turn leading into the closing moments of motocross racing here at Ironman Raceway. White flag is out. Parker Roaring still leading Jaden Launderville and Justin Messina. Roaring's lap time that time around was actually the fastest, so he sets another fast lap record at a 2:24.4. Beautiful green grass here in this spring Saturday morning in Crawfordsville, Indiana. Glad you folks are joining us here on RacerTV.com. You're watching round 3 of amateur racing action of the Prox Racing Parts ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires. Our pro portion of that coming up in about 30 minutes. This will be the 4th round for the pro riders. They raced the Daytona ATV Supercross, which was round 1 points for them. So when they rolled in to Texas, they were actually in their 2nd round as the amateurs kicked off the 2016 season there at Underground. Well, while we've made our way here to Indiana, well, these guys feel like they've been racing for more than 3 rounds. I'm pretty sure of that. I know Mom and Dad feels it. And not just Parker Roaring's mom and dad, but everybody's mom and dad out there in all classes. Again, hashtag ATVMX Live in all your social media. If you haven't followed us on Facebook, it is ATVMotocross.com with Facebook in front of it. Facebook.com/yada yada. Well, Roaring, again, going to take this to the checker flag, and at the risk of sounding super cliche after using it once already, Roaring will roar through this fast last lap, I should say, to the checkers and capture the win, barring no problems, as the checkers are out. And we have ourselves a winner, and its name is Parker Roaring. Roaring is out of Nashport, Ohio, a 12-year-old youngster here with us. Hey, this guy right here, check it out. Boat right, 326, 7985 Motorsports. Anyway, he says, JC9 Tile, tuning into my boys at ATV Motocross, hashtag ATVMX Live to watch Ironman as I work. JC9 Tile. I'm not thinking, is that Josh Creamer? I wouldn't think so. Yeah, I think that might be Josh Creamer. It could be. We'll see. Let us know for sure if that's who that is. But there's not a lot of JC9s out there, but there could be more than one. And I know Josh was a dirt mover. He might be a tile man now. I don't know, since he's retired from ATV Motocross. But glad to have you watching and tuned in, cheering your boys on. Here's a Junior 25-plus class coming. The defending women's champion, the WMX champion, Megan Shepard, is going to be racing in this one. She'll be the number 1. The number 8, Sam Rabori out of Uruguay. The number 20 of Judd Scubel out of Menasha, Wisconsin. Lucas Lehman's the number 30, fresh off a win in Tennessee, out of Bulls Gap, Tennessee. That was Josh Creamer. The 33, Aaron Maxwell of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Welcome, Josh. Come on out to a race, buddy. We want to see you out here a little more. John Jones, the number 69 out of Charleston, Indiana. Sebastian Foche, the 74 out of Argentina. Dwayne Newton, the 93. Got Rodrigo Rosado, the 250. Ryan Bevan, the 269. And Chase Cunningham, whom I think has taken the early lead in this one on his Media All-Stars Moorhead Motorsports back machine. It is Chase Cunningham out front, as he's going to try to take it home. I know this is only his second round of racing this year, and talking with him, I know he hasn't done the training that he wanted to do, but right now it's all adrenaline that's keeping him up front. Does he have enough adrenaline for 4 laps of this? That's the big question. So the Junior 25 plus are off and rolling. We got Lehman's working his way up. That's number 30 of Lucas Lehman's now. I believe that puts him into the number 2 position, if I'm not mistaken. We got another rider trying to work up there, trying to catch a number on that one. But wow, look at this. They're nose to tail basically, as Lehman's is trying to lead the way out there. Lehman's in the number 2 spot behind the 419 of Chase Cunningham. Man, look at the front side of those riders off that starting line. The rest of the track may not be so bad, but that start line certainly has a lot of moisture still laying on it right now. Cunningham around over the big quad there. And into the Hoosier Horseshoe he goes, with Lehman's in chase aboard the number 30. That is the 74 of Sebastian Foche out of Argentina in 3rd, and could have swore that said 211. It might have been 269 of Ryan Bevan back behind him. Let's see if we can get a little better look at that number. Regardless, Foche, Foche coming up a little short there, and it is the 269 of Bevan out of Elberfeld, Indiana. The home state boys here at his home track. So it's Chase Cunningham, Lucas Lehman's, Rodrigo Rosado, the 250. I guess that was 3rd place ride. Didn't see him go through. Sebastian Foche was, so no, that was 250, not 259. I said that was Ryan Bevan, 269. That was Rodrigo Rosado. Sorry about that. That was Sebastian Foche, though, in 4th aboard the 74. Samuel Rapori is the number 8 in 5th. In 6th place, Dwayne Newton, the 93. 7th spot, John Scubel. 8th place, Aaron Maxwell. 9th place, Ryan Bevan. Rounding out the top 10, John Jones. Look at him go. And look at Rabori now, all over Sebastian Foche back there for the number 3 position. We've got some good battling going on here, Johnny Gallagher. There's no doubt about that. And we may see the face of this race change quite a bit before the checkers fly on this one. We're just on lap 2, and these guys are racing and battling intently.
A lot of action going on here, Rodney, in this junior 25-plus Moto number 18. You know, the track's shaping up nicely. It's amazing how quick the conditions are changing here today. 1 minute we'll have that rain, it gets super slick. We can see, obviously, these guys still getting really muddy. We can see our second-place rider there, Lucas Lamons. He's got the goggles hanging off his arm. I mean, we've seen that so many times today in various different classes. But the one thing that we don't see is a lot of the slipping and sliding and spinning out that we've seen in some of the earlier motos. So again, it really comes back to how quick these conditions are changing. What seems to be such dynamic dirt with just a little bit of water, it turns slick, but then just not even a few motos, in some cases just a couple of laps. Next thing you know, we've got a great racetrack. So with our Pro Heat number 1 coming up, or Pro Moto number 1 coming up, this track is shaping up great. We can see these guys getting good bite, good traction. I think the key thing, honestly, at this point, Rodney, as we've talked about so many times with getting that hole shot, is in fact that it's the matter of that clear vision. If you can get out front, if you can get that clear vision, you can not be getting muddy. You can see what's ahead of you, and that's exactly what Chase Cunningham is doing right now. He's been leading this one, the number 419 Honda, chased by the number 30 Suzuki, Lucas Lemons, and then the number 8 Samuel Rabori in third place. So these guys are hammered down. They're out front. They've got 2 laps in the books, and they're running some pretty impressive lap times in this junior 25-plus class. There we see they're getting the double part of the uphill King Kong Bing Bong Ding Dong. And, you know, that's a pretty dynamic section of the racetrack with so many things happening already throughout the course of the weekend. Those of you at home following on social media, you got to see the very first videos ever of an ATV jumping that King Kong with Wesley Wolf, Parker Werwicker, and a couple more were pulling the trigger in that jump yesterday. And then nobody actually able to get it today so far. It's just been too slick with the water they put down overnight, and then also the rain that we've had here today. But definitely no problems finding traction for the number 419, Chase Cunningham, out front, making it look easy, staying clean. He's so in control, looking great, and he's working these outside lines, and we're starting to see that this track is starting to develop some alternate lines where just a short time ago it was pretty one line. We saw those insides that were getting slick. You had to kind of move out to the berms to get some traction. Well, now that we see that the rain has stopped and the sun is peeking through the clouds just a little bit, things are tacking up nicely, and the racing condition is coming around very quickly. So with this being the completion of lap number 3, we'll see the white flag coming out. There we see some of our pro riders lining up for Moto number 1. There we see John Natale, Chad Ween, and Joel Hetrick in the back. And there we go, the Ironman. He's giving the thumbs up. The Ironman at the Ironman. Davey Hagsma doing some jogging. He's warming up. He wants to make sure he's ready to go. We see old pro racer Corey Ellis, kind of his handler, man friend, if you will, traveling to these races and giving a little bit of advice and expertise to the young Hagsma, both being from California. Corey did this many years ago, one of the first riders ever to travel east and compete with the best riders out this way, and had quite a bit of success in it, so Hagsma trying to follow in his footsteps. Right now, everybody following this guy. Chase Cunningham, 3 laps down. He's working hard on completing that lap number 4. We can see the lap times have dropped off a little bit. Not so much sure that that's an indication of the track conditions as it is. He's opened up a little bit of a gap, maybe starting to tucker out a little bit or save some energy for tomorrow. He doesn't want to waste it all here today. He knows he's got this win pretty well in hand, but he better keep an eye in the rear view, because look at this battle shaping up in the second place position between the number 8 of Samuel Rabori, who's currently in third, but he wants that spot that Lucas Lamons has, and they're closing in on Chase Cunningham. So just when you think this one's over, the action starts to heat up yet again. For those of you watching ATVMX live at home, don't forget, take some photos of just how you hashtag ATVMX live. Post those pictures on Instagram with the hashtag ATVMX live, and you might win a chance to win a Moto Tees event t-shirt from today's event, or we also have the AMSOIL Twitter contest, which is tweet your podium finisher predictions for today's pro class to hashtag ATVMX Live for a chance to win $250 in AMSOIL products. The winner in that, chosen randomly. You don't have to be right. You just have to get your picks in. But let's focus in on this battle for second, and we might have a pass for second place. Here it is. Lucas Lamons on the inside. Samuel Rabori on the outside. Oh, look at this. They closed up on on Chase Cunningham, I don't think we're going to have time to see a battle for the lead, but this is a torrid battle over the second place spot. These guys fighting hard because we got to remember these motos count not only for your lineup position, but also these count towards the overall within the class. Oh, and Samuel Ribori are not able to get it done. Lucas Lamons holds on to that second place spot. Chase Cunningham taking the win. Lucas Lamons second. Samuel Ribori third. And we'll wait for the rest of the riders to cross here in this junior 25-plus class. They'll all be making it onto the main. And with the upcoming Pro Moto number 1, we're going to go ahead and get a word from our sponsors as we prep for the big show.
Hi, I'm Chad Weenan. You're watching ATVMX Live on Racer TV.
At Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we want to help increase rider participation at your next race, rally, or club event with our free Race Gas program. Join Race Gas, and every rider that signs up for your event or club gets a free $10 gift card to Rocky Mountain ATVMC. It's that simple. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
Wheel banging action.
Saturday, May 21st at High Point Raceway. It's round 5 of the 2016 Prox ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, an AMA National Championship. Tickets are only $20 for adults, $10 for kids 6 to 11. Kids under 5 are free. Get more info at atvmotocross.com.
He's trying to get up on the inside.
Pro racing starts Saturday, May 21st at 2 o'clock. Bring the whole family. 5 miles north of Morgantown. I-79, exit 1. Get more info at atvmotocross.com. And don't forget the High Point National on June 18th.
And welcome back here to Ironman Raceway as round number 4 of AMA Pro ATV Motocross Racing is setting to get underway here. We welcome you back and welcome some of our viewers across the World Wide Web at Argentina and California. Look at this. We got Martin Chagua, I believe is how you say that, round 4, watching. Really appreciate you being here from Argentina. And also we got Duran _2, I believe that would be when we're not racing, we're watching on racertv.com. That's cool.
Yeah, actually one of the likes on that was DH422, and I would have to assume that that was in fact Davey Hagsma. So before heading to the line, he was on Instagram liking some hashtag ATVMX Live photos and giving people a chance to show us how they ATVMX Live, how they watch, how they participate. And participate they will. These guys right now are participating, prepping their gates for Moto number 1. We see Thomas Brown there. He's got the boots on the ground doing the work himself. Some of the guys sitting back letting the mechanics do the work. But we can see the conditions pretty sloppy down there on the starting gate. Not so much out on the track, just a little bit slick. But the track shaping up nicely. If you do look closely down there, you can see some dry dirt. And we're joined now by Casey Greek. Casey, you know, you've been in this position many a time with having to prep these gates, and for a mud race, we know how important the start is. Anything different you guys did as far as gate prep or prep in general for these mud races to get off the line and get out there and have the best chance at having a good moto?
Yeah, definitely. That's, you know, one of the biggest and the most important things when it comes to a mud race is getting that start. So you really just try to dig down, try to find the driest dirt you can. Some guys will try to pack it a little bit looser, you know, but you can't dig yourself too big of a rut. And then all of a sudden you're going to have sprocket and your brake rotor in the ground and not get off the line. So it's a fine line between getting to the dry dirt and maybe, you know, sometimes you can get lucky and find a little bit of dry dirt in between the gates and pull it in and pack it and build your rut back up so then you're not sitting down in a rut. And just a selection of where you're at on the gate and what your exit line looks at once you get over the gate is a big part of it. You can groom and manicure anything behind the gate, but you can't touch over it. So you can fix what you have, you can work with, but you can't fix what's in front of it. And so when you do that, in a sense, it's a big decision on, okay, do I suffer here and try to make it good so when we leave the gate we're okay, or do we take the sloppy stuff after the gate or not?
You know, and that's really something I'd never really thought about. You know, it's kind of a give and a take, like you were saying there, Casey. And, you know, with these guys, it's a short, I mean, it's a long moto by amateur standards, but it's such a short race. You know, the start really is everything, especially in these conditions. You know, we've seen so many times, I'm sure you've been watching these amateur motos along with us all morning, and it seems like the riders that are getting good starts are consistently staying up front. You know, having those clear goggles, you can be faster than someone, but if you're behind them and you don't have that vision, it goes a long way. Not to mention, you know, especially with these guys running 2 motos today, both motos counting for the points, you know, they've got cleanup to do between motos, so the guy who can get to the first turn first, be the one throwing all the roost and making the mess instead of taking all the mess, you know, it really is a huge advantage. So a lot of insight there. And, you know, again, you look down, you can see some of these guys with the big almost hip waders on, some of the guys with the more moto style boots, and everybody's kind of got their own little rhythm in their routine that they do when they're packing their gate, but extra special and extra attention paid on a day like today in conditions like this. With this Moto Fast approaching, we see that we've got all of our riders up there getting ready to go, and everybody's kind of heading their way towards the starting line. All the fans are starting to line the fences, and you know, the Mother Nature's giving us a little break here. It's not exactly perfect out, but the clouds have kind of parted ways, and we got some sunshine coming down. And you know, I was making the comment a little bit earlier, Casey, that you know, this Ironman track condition, it changes really quickly, and it really is just amazing how quick this dirt changes.
Well, Johnny, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's amazing how quick the things change there. And again, want to remind everyone, let us know how you are hashtagging ATVMX Live. And don't forget to tweet your podium prediction to hashtag ATVMX Live for a chance to win $250 in AMS oil product. As we get set to roll into today's racing action, again, I want to say a big thanks to our friends at Prox Racing Parts with over 9,000 quality hard parts to help you and your racing endeavors. Prox Racing Parts, a big part of and the title sponsor of the ATV Motocross National Championship, presented by CST Tires, where passion meets the ground. Also want to say thanks to our friends at AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, as well as Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready, and Maxxis Tires. Find your maximum potential on Maxxis Tires. As well, we salute our friends at Fly Racing, DWT Wheels and Tires, as well as SSI Decals, VP Racing Fuel, Henson Racing Components, Fox Racing Shocks, Elka Suspension, and our friends at ATVRiders.com. And before we get this race day up and rolling today, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise at this time, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
today's top ATV motocross stars. Rolling out first today, we pay tribute to one of ATV's most recognized ambassadors worldwide. At 43 years old, he's a former two-time AMA Pro ATV motocross champion, scoring over 30 national ATV wins in his 3 decades of ATV racing. 2016 marks his farewell tour as we say goodbye to one of the sport's greatest ever. From Union City, Tennessee, on a factory-packed Joe Bird Quad Riding School's Honda, number 7, Joe Bird.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, bird, bird. The bird's a winner. Well, a bird, bird, bird. Bird is a winner. Well, a bird, bird, bird. Well, a bird is a winner. Well, a bird, bird, bird. The bird is a winner.
Next, he's ranked 5th and only 4 points out of 2nd place. On a JB Racing, Root River Racing, Rastrelli Land Grading backed Honda. From Palm City, Florida, number 728, Jeffrey Rastrelli.
Wait a minute, take a step back. You gotta think twice before you react. So stay.
Our next rider hails from Sanger, Texas. He took the win here 1 year ago at the inaugural Ironman ATVMX. And today he's looking for a repeat performance. He sits only 3 points out of 2nd place. Aboard a Maxxis Root River Racing JB Racing backed Yamaha, number 84, Thomas Brown. Rolling out next, he's ranked 3rd in points, fresh off a win at Muddy Creek. Riding aboard the Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Hauser Honda, number 88, from Seneca, Pennsylvania, Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick.
'Cause I'm TNT, I'm dynamite. TNT, and I win that fight.
Next, ranked 2nd in points, he's a former 2-time AMA Pro ATV motocross champion. Aboard a Maxxis Fly Baldwin Motorsports backed Honda, number 13, the Ironman, John Natale. And your points leader with a 26-point lead over 2nd place. He's already captured 2 wins this season. Aboard a Whedon Motorsports Factory Yamaha SSI decals Walsh-backed Yamaha, number 1, Big Chad Weenan.
All righty, folks, and the stage is set for our top 5 as the rest of our field makes their way out onto the starting line. Riders include the number 20 out of Louisville, Ohio, talking about River Racing, Hoosier Tires, Rage ATV rider Josh Uppin on board the number 20. He's featured on the event t-shirt here this weekend. The number 15, last year's AMA Pro ATV Rookie of the Year. He's from Wall Township, New Jersey on an AGX Designs, Walsh Racecraft, Maxxis Tires, back machine, Nick Janusa. Also on this track with us today, he's out of Cutler, Illinois, riding on the Savage Motorsports Maxxis Walsh Racecraft, Almost Evil, Ronnie Higgerson on the 665. Number 209, he hails from Vernondale, West Virginia. He's on a Team Costa Racing back Yamaha, talking about Brett Music. Riding aboard the number 25 machine, he hails out of Wisconsin. Riding on the Launderville Still Jansen Motorsports backed Honda, we're talking about Cody Jansen. Riding aboard the number 32 Suzuki. He hails from Bulls Gap, Tennessee on an Ulrich Performance Hyperion 269 Motorsports Bank Suzuki. We're talking about Silas Lamons. Riding aboard the number 39, hailing from Montezuma, Iowa on an SSI Decals Racing Brownsville Incorporated backed Honda will be Sean Taylor. Other riders include aboard the number 91 out of Mount Pleasant, Iowa on a Pro Motorsports Yamaha DASA Racing Lone Star Racing back machine, Jesse Barnes. Number 422, he hails from out to Bakersfield, California on a Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Suspension Honda, backed Honda, Davey Hogsma. Welcoming back here in 2016 from Pipersville, Pennsylvania on an SSR FTR Graphics Maxxis backed Honda, we're talking about Nick Moser. And, of course, that, my friends, your starting lineup for this Ironman ATV Motocross as we are enjoying watching these guys back into the staging area. Johnny Gallagher, we see that Joel Hetrick has made his way down. All these guys, John Natale making his way down. Of course, Chad Wienen, they've got their places picked on the starting line right now, and we know that we're just moments away from racing action taking place. Moto number 1 of 2 here today. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20-minute motos or so. We got four monitors.
Rodney, look at this. We got Drewski Scoots. He's don't forget that underscore. He's got 4 screens watching ATVMX Live. Hey, folks, if you want to know how you hashtag ATVMX Live, here is your new king. Follow this guy. He is not missing an angle, a minute, a moment, a shot. He's into it, man, and we love to see it. Thanks so much, Drewski. We're happy that you joined in with us here, and now we see our guys working our way down. Don't forget, not too late to join in. We still got quite a bit of amateur racing action and one more moto of pro motos coming up after this one, so we still got a lot of racing action left. Don't forget, how do you hashtag ATVMX Live? Instagram a picture of how you watch ATVMX Live for a chance to win an event t-shirt from Moto Tees, and don't forget, make sure you add that hashtag ATVMX Live, and then you might get a chance to win that t-shirt. We see these guys coming back. They're fairly clean, a little bit of stuff thrown up, but the track surface condition really starting to shape up pretty nicely. We can see that some of these guys a little muddier than others. Casey, we were talking about that start stretch we saw as those guys were taking off. Really a big difference between some of the lines. Some of them are firmed up quite a bit. Some of them are soft. It could really be a crapshoot on this start.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of one of those things, I think towards the middle and the end of this moto, it's going to come around quite a bit as long as Mother Nature holds off. So it's going to be exciting to watch. The first couple laps are going to be a little bit sloppy. There's some really hard-packed corners, so they're going to be slick. And it's interesting, Johnny, as we were sitting here talking as we were watching opening ceremonies, Chad Wienen decided to go with the big tires, and I believe we thought we seen Thomas Brown with big tires. So
yeah, it looked like we saw Thomas Brown, Chad Wienen, and possibly a couple others, but the majority of the guys are choosing to stick with those smaller, more moto-specific tires. Looks like Hagsma might have big tires on there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do those look like they're big tires, or is he still? No, those are Moto tires. Looks like might just be the 2 Yamaha guys of Wienen and Brown. They both fared well here last year. They both ran the big tires. I'll be honest, I'm kind of on the fence about this one. I want to believe in my boys, but at the same time, they really went out on a limb here, being the only 2 out of 18 or 19 guys on the gate that chose to go with the mud setup.
Here's the thing. Maybe they were watching radar. Maybe they were seeing that conditions were going to be changing maybe whenever during the middle of the moto, or the possibility of that. And if that would be the case, that could play into their favor hugely.
Well, one thing we know for sure, it's too late to make a change now. The gate's up. These guys are getting the goggles prepped, all the last final preps there. We see the man himself, Joe Bird. Again, the 43-year-old pilot, been doing this a long time. This is his farewell tour. We see his mechanic there behind him. And, wouldn't it be something to see Joe Bird pull off a win today?
Oh, man, I think that would be great. I'd like to see one more.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected. Not that Joe Bird isn't capable of winning, because he is, but it would be a little bit unexpected. So, we're going to see the unexpected here today. We don't know what it's going to be yet, but it's going to be exciting.
Exciting for sure. Ironman Raceway ATV Motocross getting ready to come at you full steam ahead as far as the AMA Pro ATV racers are concerned. It's round 4 of their championship. It'll be a 12-round series for these guys here this year. So they've got the entire amateur season plus one more that they'll go all the way through the Edge of Summer Motocross race event here in 2016. But right now, they're all worried about what's taking place here at Ironman Raceway. What's going on here? What is Cody Jansen doing right now?
Oh, I believe that's actually Joe Bird, and he's getting that gate prepped up good. He's getting those tires cleaned out. He's lurching back and forth. He's trying to get some dry dirt under his tires. This guy's got a lot of experience. He knows that the key is to launch off that gate. He's a big guy. He's the big bird, and he's trying to get that good traction. So he was doing everything he could to prep that gate.
I thought his mechanic was Joel Jansen with that big beard.
It might have looked a little bit like he was a monkey trying to mount a football, but he was actually prepping that gate, prepping his machine, getting ready. The gate is up. He's Joe Bird pulling those sleeves up, slapping those hands together, getting rid of the arm pump. Everybody else is hammered down. Joe Bird's still standing up. He says, "Hey guys, get out of my way. The Dirty Bird's coming through for a hole shot."
Hey man, you never know. I tell you, he's getting pretty pumped up. He says he wants to get a couple hole shots. He wants to keep that name up there on this last year. I mean, it's not just to come out and ride for the last year, he said. He's actually going to be serious about it, and he's having some fun. And this, really, believe it or not, might be the one most serious moment we see. Look at that jump. Oh, didn't get the good bite, though.
Oh, look at this. We were wondering.
Whoa. Number 1, Chad Wienen
Casey, we were wondering how those tires were going to pay off. Looks like so far they paid off pretty well for Chad Wienen with a whole shot. Josh Upperman in the second place spot. Looks like Jeffrey Strelli into third, and that's about all we can see from this shot. As we pan back, looks like another Honda rider there in the fourth place spot. Rodney, this track looks to be in great condition, but right now the man out front is the big man from Galena, Illinois, making up for those problems he had in qualifying with an early lead after a hole shot here.
Well, they'll each and every one tell you every time that, you know, qualifying does not tell the tale of the tape as far as what's going to be happening in the racing out there. They don't look at a whole lot like it, and I'm sure Chad Wienen winning so many time qualifiers in the past was not a bit worried. But look behind him. What about Josh Upperman? There's new fire, new life in the number 20, it looks like.
Yeah, if you remember last year, Josh Upperman in the mud here finished third. That was his only podium, I believe, last year. So, you know, Chad Wienen put himself right where he needed to be, and the big tires definitely paid off and huge benefits right off the start.
Thomas Brown making some moves early. He's into the third place spot, and it looks like it was some white fly riding gear and a red Honda into the fifth place spot. And if I'm not mistaken, that could in fact be Joel Hetrick.
Yeah.
So if that were the case, we'd have all the heavy hitters up front here. We got Wienen.
Hogsman. Could be Hogsman.
Hogsman had red gear.
Oh, okay.
So I believe it was in fact, we'll see here in a moment, but I'm 99% sure that was Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick. So again, Wienen leading the way, Upperman in second, Thomas Brown in third, and there he is.
Yep.
That is in fact Joel Hetrick in fourth, and that's Rastrelli in fifth, and back on from there, it's just kind of a crapshoot. Can't tell who's who.
Well, they're working their way through this first lap. This right here is going to kind of set the stage for what the rest of the race is going to be bringing us here today. As Moto number 1 underway here at Ironman Raceway. Over the big quad. Look at that. There goes big Chad Wienen. There goes Upperman. Uppy is really on rails here today. And
look at that. Hetrick around the outside takes away the third place spot for Brown. But Brown coming back around the outside. Is he going to be able to make it stick? No. Hetrick takes the position away and into third.
Well, Brown was kind of forced into the position on the outside. Maybe not necessarily where he wanted to go, but he trying to make the best of a bad situation. This might be where the big wheels might be a little bit of a hindrance when it comes to that horsepower, when you need to get that drive out of those turns.
Yeah, it looks like Hetrick's really getting some good bite out there. So we'll be curious to see how this pans out as these guys are, you can see Hetrick taking a lot of roost off the number 20 of Upperman.
Yeah, and here's an interesting note. Thomas Brown's on big tires, Josh Upperman's on big tires, and Joel Hetrick's on regular motocross tires. And Joel is on a mission right now, and this track's coming around incredibly fast.
Well, that says a lot about those big tires, though, Casey. We saw those guys 1, 2, 3 there on the first lap, so those tires paid off early. But can Joel Hetrick make those standard motocross tires bite and come back and work his way up, possibly get into a battle with this man right here, the number 1 of Chad Wienen, or maybe even take the lead away? Right now, he's hanging tough in third, and he's all over Josh Upperman for second.
Well, we saw Hetrick pulling the trigger on Godzilla during time qualifying out there when conditions were a little similar to what we're looking at right now. All other riders not doing it, so we're not seeing anybody really do that. You got to wonder if Joel's going to try to use that to his advantage here a little later in the moto. But look at this.
Look
Joel's
at this.
got
Thomas
company.
Brown coming back at him, and Jeff Rastrelli hot on the heels of Thomas Brown. So a moment ago, it looked like Hetrick was going to go ahead and try and take away that number 2 spot from Upperman, and there he goes again. These guys are fast and furious side by side. Hetrick around the outside, and it looks like he's going to get the pass made.
Wow.
So you can definitely tell there's different parts of the track that, you know, each tire selection is picking up on and benefiting one rider or the other. Joel is making it work right now, and he is trying to charge as fast as he can to get to the front. He wants revenge on this track from last year, and he wants to go after Chad Wienen. He's coming hot off a win at Muddy Creek, so he's definitely wanting to burn the fire today.
Wienen up front, Hetrick in second, Upperman is now third, Thomas Brown in fourth, Jeffrey Rastrelli running fifth, John Natale in the number 6 spot, Davey Hogsman, the 422 West Coast boy, in seventh, Wes Lewis is eighth, the 79, Nick Janusa, the 15 in ninth, and rounding out the top 10, the 209 of Brett Music, there's Joe Bird back in the number 11 spot.
You know, it looks like Natale's really covered back there. He's taken a lot of roost so far. And look at this. Now it's Thomas Brown going to work on Josh Upperman. And here comes Jeffrey Rastrelli. He's coming around the outside of Brown. Is he going to make it stick? He runs out of track. But, man, this battle is really heating up over the third place spot. Now, Rastrelli back again on the inside.
Whoa!
Brown hard. Wow, that was some major contact there. And it looks like Rastrelli's ditched his goggles, so I think what's going on there is he's desperate. He knows he needs to get around Brown. He knows he needs to do anything he can to try and get some vision. And there we see the number 13 machine sneaking up in the background. That is John Natelli.
This is not good for Jeffrey Rastrelli. Ditching your goggles this early in the moto is not going to be a fun race. He's going to have a pressure washer to the eyes after the race. But Jeffrey's tough, and you can see he's hanging right there with Thomas still with no goggles. And the fear that he's going to have is if John Natelli can get around him, then he's going to eat Thomas's and John's roost, and it's really going to get to him. But we know these guys, they grit it out no matter what.
Yeah, you know, it looks like Thomas Brown, kind of the slinky effect. He was up, he was all over Hetrick, then he fell back into the clutches of Rastrelli. Now he's back, he's on Upperman. It's kind of a back and forth thing with Thomas right now. You got to wonder if he's trying to conserve those goggles and pick the spots on the track that he thinks he can make a move.
Yeah, definitely. And with, you know, everyone kind of knows that it's going to get tackier and it's not going to be as, you know, the mud's not going to be as sloppy and it's not going to get into your goggles as much. And conserving tear-offs early and being able to have a good pair of goggles towards the end of the race, he can make the changes that he needs to do, as you see him pull a tear-off right there.
And here we see, this is where, oh, look at this. Upperman lost a spot here last lap. Now Thomas Brown trying to go around the outside. This is where Hetrick got him. Now it's Brown. He's on the outside. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make
outside,
it. He's back inside, and he's pushing hard. He's again on the outside of Upperman. He's around the outside, and can he make it stick this time? No, Upperman able to hold him off.
Well, Ryan is using every inch of this racetrack right now, trying to get around that number 20 machine. Here he goes, pulling the trigger again. They're side by side once again, Johnny. Still firing right back, Upperman. He's got that slight advantage, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to hang on to that.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got a battle for the lead. Joel Hetrick around the outside. He's up next to Wienen. This is a battle, folks. This is for the moto lead. Wienen able to make it stick. Hetrick still does have goggles on there, but it looks like he might be down to one of his last tear-offs.
This is where Joel Hetrick really has to use his mind. He's already caught him from at least 10 seconds back, and he's in the battle. He's got to be smart and wait and stick it on Chad a couple times, stick it in there, and see what he can do. He needs the extra point, so he's got to go for the moto win.
Oh, yeah.
But he doesn't have to do it this early.
No, he doesn't have to do it this early. Remember, that's what it cost him last year, pushing the envelope a little early. But right now,
I don't think he's waiting.
Nope, Kid Dynamite's ready to explode already as he's got the short fuse lit again today. And here he comes on the outside of Chad Wienen now as they're side by side. The drag race, the big tires working in that part.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the big tires are paying off right in that.
Looking at it, it sure looks to me like Joel Hetrick is out of tear-offs, which is why he's being so desperate right now. We see him getting a little loose around that outside. He wants the pass, he wants the lead, and he wants it now.
Yeah, this is a battle royale. We've been looking to see a battle like this, and it's unbelievable to see these two guys going this fast on a track that's this slick.
Well, you can see a lot of roost coming down. You can see Hetrick's head going down, trying to keep that roost from flying in his face. So he's having to do not only try to get around and catch up to Wienen and get around him, but he's trying to deflect that mud and shield it away from his eyes at the same time.
I think you can see some patience here with Joel Hetrick. He's kind of backed off a little bit. He's waiting until he knows the part of the track that it benefits him with the smaller tires. So
exactly.
It's showing a lot of maturity on Joel Hetrick's part, and then you got your champ, Big Chad Wienen, out there. He's doing what he needs to do. Look how clean he is. He knows he's in the position he needs to be in, and he knows he has someone stalking him right now.
Well, he grabbed that hole shot, and he's not looked back pretty much since then, other than probably over his shoulder to see the front number plate of the 88 machine of Joel Hetrick climbing up on him now. And here we go. Hetrick is approaching the section of the racetrack that he feels a little faster. You can see him using the outsides. He's not even worried about the inside. Momentum's what he's trying to capture.
This is definitely Joel Hetrick's side of the track. He benefits on this side. He's really aggressive over here, and it kind of suits what he has going on for him. So he's playing it smart. He's doing what he needs to do.
Wow, just got goosebumps, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. Watching this battle right here, it's going to be epic. I can assure you that it's going to go down in the history of not only Ironman ATV motocross, but this could be a history of ATV motocrossing battle we'll be talking about for years to come.
This is where we saw them side by side last lap. This time they changed the lines up. Oh, nope. Hetrick falls in line. Thought he was going to take that outside, but he's back in. He's eating that roost, and you know, I don't see it. Oh, there's one more tear off, so he's got at least a couple left, but it sure looks like he's running low at this point.
He's got a hanger hanging off the side of his tear-offs off his helmet, so hopefully he didn't pull all of them that time, or what he had left.
Well, it looks like, yeah, He does have, he's getting mud off of something, and
there it goes.
Yeah, that must have been the last one. That right there could be disaster for Joel Hetrick, but then again, maybe he might be able to use that as incentive to get on around.
Yeah, at this point, it's now or never. If he's out of tear-offs, he needs to make this pass right now, or he's going to end up with bad goggles here within the next 2 laps, and he's going to be wiping them with his hand or pitching them all together. And there's no way you're going to make that. Oh, there it is, Casey. That's not a good sign. He just wiped those goggles with his fingers.
No, he's got about 3 swipes with his fingers, and then it's going to be time to pitch him. So this time when he gets to the section that he is a little bit quicker than Chad at, he's going to have to pull the trigger, or it's going to be bad. Because
I'm telling you right now, he's going to send it this lap. This is it. This is go time for Joel Hetrick. Chad Wienen has fended off the battles for about 2 laps. Now it's Joel Hetrick still trying to make the pass. He's back there. He's lost a little bit of ground. Did he pitch those goggles, Casey? It looks like he may be without goggles. He did pitch the goggles. Casey, that is not a good sign for Joel Hetrick. He's got to make this pass. This is the section where he's faster. If he can get up on the rear wheels, duck that bill just long enough to get some clear vision, and he can make that pass stick, he can make this moto work. But right now, if he can't get past Chad Wienen and continues to eat this roost, it could in fact be the end of the passing opportunities for Joel Hetrick here as we're 4 laps into this one.
Yeah, and you got to think, is Joel Hetrick thinking, I'm just going to grit it out and go and try to pass him, or is he just going to be smart and sit there in second? Joel knows to have a chance.
He's absolutely going to try and pass.
He's going to throw as fast as he can to try to pass.
Look at this, the crowd walking back and forth, checking out both sides of the course. That's what's great about this Ironman facility. We got hundreds and hundreds of spectators here. They're like migrating spectators back and forth. We see Chad Wienen opened up a little bit of a gap. Last lap, it was 0.972 seconds. It's opened up to maybe just over a second. But Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick, still in the charge, and he is all over Chad Wienen. He's picking his spots, Casey Greek, and this is one where he thinks he can make it work. He's around the outside. He's almost up next to Wienen, but again, it just comes down to having to duck that head and can't see where he's going.
Definitely, and you can see the way he's trying to look up with his head and down when he gets close to Chad. It's definitely a fight and a struggle right now for him. I'm sure his vision and his eyes are already hurting, and they're on fire.
So at what point do you think Joel Hetrick takes so much abuse to the face from Chad Wienen that he has no choice but to let up? I mean, he's a tough kid. At this point, he's right there. He's battling. He wants this win. He knows for points he needs this win. But at some point, it just becomes too much to bear. He's still right there. He's taking it just right straight to the face.
He's got to be thinking there's a second moto. I got to have eyes to race the second moto. There's nothing right now in this stake and game in the first moto as of overall. Championship, he needs that extra 3 points. But he's still got to be able to race the second moto. If he doesn't race the second moto, then he loses 25 points. He's already done that once this year, so now it's just time to go out and kind of back off. And I think that's what we're starting to see.
I don't know. I think he's still sending it. He's going for it. Here we see Rastrelli, and it looks like, is that John Natale up on his rear wheels? We see in the foreground there that it looks like Wiener's opened up a little bit of a gap, and that battle over third place still rages on. Thomas Brown still all over the number 20 machine of Josh Upperman. Still can't make his way around. Thomas is absolutely king. The difference between the battle that we see up front, Thomas Brown does still have goggles on. You see he's pulling those roll-offs. He went with the roll-offs rather than the tear-offs. Oh, John, I'm sorry, that is Rastrelli. They're still in that fifth place spot. But he did. Oh, look at that! Thomas Brown gets the swaps. He's off the track. Wow, he was lucky to save that one. That was almost really bad.
Oh, now you look, Jeffrey Rastrelli caught up after Thomas Brown's mistake. He nearly clipped a tree, so maybe he thought he was at GNCC. He was going woods
Thomas
racing.
Brown raced at GNCC here about 3 years ago. He must have had a flashback. He was going in the woods.
Yeah, definitely. So now you can see Thomas still pulling roll-offs. Now he's got to fight back to catch Josh Upperman in that third position.
Yeah, he's got a long ways to go now to get back up to that third place spot of Josh Upperman. So it looked like a for sure battle over the third place spot has now turned into a battle over fourth, fifth, and sixth. Chad Wienen out front, but look at this. Joel Hetrick still right back on his rear wheels. We keep thinking that Joel's going to settle for second, but it does not appear that he has any intentions of doing so.
You got to quit proving me wrong. Just when I thought Joel was backing off, he's right back on the heels. He's just taking the roost. Facefuls of mud and rock and everything that's coming at him. He's throwing everything but knobbies right now, and Chad's doing what he needs to do. They keep going from less than a second apart to a little over a second. So this is definitely a battle as we're getting closer to the end of this moto.
Oh, look at this. Looks like Rastrelli's going to make the pass on Brown. No, Brown pushes him wide. Rastrelli's still trying to go around the outside. Rastrelli gets the pass made.
Oh, and Rastrelli would still without goggles and still in their battle. And as he's made the pass, and you can see John Natale's right on the heels of Thomas Brown now.
And now Thomas Brown has ditched his goggles. So this has really become a battle of vision. We've got Jeff Rastrelli into the fourth place spot. It is still Josh Upperman up there riding alone in the third place spot. Not at all that far off of the second place ride of Joel Hetrick, or for that matter, even the leader, Chad Wienen. Fourth place here, we see Jeff Rastrelli. We see the long flowing locks flowing out the back of that fly helmet, and we see those goggles hanging on the left arm. These guys are pushing hard. I just can't believe with the vision issues that they're having, they're still pushing the pace like they are.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure John Natale out of these three is the only one still with goggles. And one has to wonder, when Thomas Brown almost crashed, come off the track, did that rattle him a little bit? And that's taken him about a lap to get his composure back, and that's why Rastrelli went by him so quick, and John Natale has caught him so quick. So it's definitely interesting to know. It'd be interesting to talk to Thomas after the race to see what his thoughts were on what happened.
Yeah, that was almost a scary one, Casey. He got the swaps in this section here that we're coming up to. Rastrelli on the outside, Brown on the inside. Brown again taking that rougher inside line. You got to wonder, it looks like Natale might have a driver on the outside, but he's not able to get it done just right now. So Rastrelli hangs on to the fourth spot. Brown in fifth, Natale in sixth. Natale inching up ever closer to Brown with every turn.
And this is something that we've seen as a trend for Natale this year. Normally, if he starts up front and he kind of goes backwards a little bit, and then he puts on a late moto charge. So he's kind of had a stagnant moment in the middle of the moto, and you can see right now, he's definitely not stagnant. He's moving, he's all over Thomas Brown, and he's looking to try to get up to that position that Jeffrey Rastrelli's in, and hopefully be able to challenge Josh Upperman, but I think he might run out of time.
Yeah, as we're 6 laps into this one, with the moto clock, I can't see exactly where we're at, but we got to be approaching at least the halfway point of this one. Chad Wienen continuing to lead the way. Are those some raindrops we're starting to see falling there, Casey? I believe we are seeing a few raindrops there out on the course as we look on camera. So there we see it is still Wienen leading, Hetrick in second, Upperman third, Brown fourth, Rastrelli fifth, John Natale sixth, Nick Janusa back there in seventh, followed by Wes Luce in eighth, Davey Haxman ninth.
Oh, John Natale on the inside with the block pass. He makes it stick. Let's see if he can hold it. It looks like John Natale's going to get it.
Absolutely. And Thomas Brown goes in just a matter of 2 laps. Was up there, looked like he was any moment going to take over that third place spot. Now he's back at 6. You can see him feverishly wiping the mud from his helmet. That mud's getting heavy and pushing the helmet down, making it even harder to see than it already is.
Yeah, what people don't realize is you get all that mud on your helmet, and then all of a sudden it starts sliding into your vision more, and it makes your head heavy. Every time you come up short on a jump, when you know, in the slippery conditions, you don't end up getting over the jump. And so with all that weight, it's really important to get it off their head.
Casey, it's worth noting here, John Natale still has goggles on. The rider in front of him, Jeff Rastrelli, does not. Thomas Brown does not. Josh Upperman still has goggles. So those are the 2 guys right now in the driver's seat, along with obviously the man out front, Chad Wienen. He's had those goggles clear. I don't even know that he's pulled his whole shot tear off yet, because he's had entire clear vision the entire race so far.
Yeah, Chad definitely has nothing to worry about in the goggle department right now as the rain starts to come down.
Now we can really see the rain coming down, and this is where Jeff Rastrelli, Joel Hetrick, Thomas Brown without goggles, and along with a number of other riders out there, as if the dirt isn't enough, as if the roost isn't enough, now they've got the rain to contend with as well. But look at this, Joel Hetrick mounting a charge. He's really going to go after Wienen yet again. No goggles in the rain. Chad Wienen out front with clear vision, and Joel Hetrick making a run at him. Little bit of a bobble there for Wienen. Hetrick around the outside, tries to square him up. He's gotten next to him here 3 or 4 times earlier in the race. Let's see if he can do it again.
Oh, this is unbelievable. This is the battle we wanted to watch all year. Look at Joel Hetrick trying to find every inch, every bit of drive that he can get. As he comes around the outside of Chad Wienen, Joel Hetrick made passes here earlier in the race, and they're side by side as they come into and still Chad Wienen's got it.
He's got it, but Hetrick is really fast through this corner. He's able to get up next to Wienen almost every lap right here. Wienen crosses over, tries to go back to that inside line. He's able to get there before Hetrick, and Hetrick again having to eat that roost. Man, this kid's tenacity is second to none. He just refuses to give up. He's right there. He knows he can gets so close, he just can't quite get that pass made, but he just keeps taking all that roost.
Yeah, unbelievable. And hats off to Chad Wienen dealing with this kind of pressure for, the whole moto. It seems like they were only 3-4 laps in when Joel caught up to him. So,
yeah.
And look how clean he is. Nate won't even have to wash the bike.
Well, if he can stay where he's at, that'll be the case. But right now, the man looking to make that not the case is Joel Hetrick, as these two now 7.1 seconds clear of Uberman, but only 1 second separating your leader, Chad Wienen, from your second-place rider, Joel Hetrick. The number 88 machine all over the back of Wienen. Casey, I could be wrong, but I think I just saw a little bit of a plume of white smoke come out of the back of Hetrick's machine there. You got to wonder if not only him taking the roost to the face, but also his machine taking all that roost to the radiator, that thing's starting to run a little bit of warm.
It's definitely got to be getting hot, and I'm sure those guys are running the best, coolant that you can, and it just, there's only so much you can do, only so much roost that the radiator can take as we get near the 2-lap board coming in this lap. So, Joel just needs to keep his eyes going. Okay.
They'll be getting the white flag around this time, Casey Greig. So this means it's now or never for Joel Hetrick. Chad Wienen has seen the 2-lap card. So is Joel Hetrick. This is it, folks. This sets us up for going into Moto 2. These guys are leaving nothing on the table. Joel Hetrick again around the outside. He's got the smoother line. Wienen through the rough stuff. Hetrick next to him. Now we're watching some trees. Here we go. Wienen able to hold on to it. Hetrick all over him, though. They're going to be seeing the white flag here in about 4 more corners. Joel Hetrick rails around the outside, carrying a ton of speed. This is the corner where he almost got it done last time.
Oh, Wienen, look at the speed he carries. Unbelievable.
Right here, Casey, watch this. They come up, they step over this jump, they make the left, that finger on the inside, and this is where Hetrick's been able to get up next to Chad 3 or 4 times already this moto. Here he is around the outside. Hetrick carrying the speed. I don't know if he's close enough this lap. He's going to send it around the outside. They'll appear here in just a moment. Wienen able to hold him off.
It's just down to that point right now that he's got to pull the trigger. He's only got a lap left. And their lines, they know each other's lines. They know what each other are going to do. So it's just really about finding that extra momentum out of that one corner so he can slingshot past Chad Wienen.
This could be the spot. Here he goes around the outside. No, he follows Wienen's line, gets a little off his own line. He was taking that outside line. There we see the white flag waving. Chad Wienen with 1.6 seconds, but it might as well be 1.1 inches. These guys are all over each other. Joel Hetrick whites the helmet, takes a little bit of weight off. Maybe that 2 pounds he just shed will be the difference being able to make that pass this lap.
Yeah, definitely. I've been watching who had the fastest lap all moto, and on lap 9, which was that last lap, Chad Wienen beat Joel Hetrick's fastest lap time. So that's what to say about the big man there with the big tires, everything leading. He is, right now, the fastest man on the track.
Yeah, he's pulling out all the stops. He says, look, guys, I've led this one from 2 inches off the gate all the way to the last lap. No way I'm not giving this one up. But Joel Hetrick not about to give up either. One more time through the rollers. They head up over Godzilla. We know Chad Wienen not going to uncork that jump. Although he does jump it long. That's where he had his problems earlier today. Looked like he lost a little momentum. Is that going to allow Hetrick to close the gap up? Wienen able to get over that tabletop. Hetrick not. That's one of those places where the big tires are an advantage. Boy, this has really been a game of cat and mouse all moto long, Casey.
It's unbelievable. I keep saying it. I'm just so excited to actually be able to watch this race and witness the competitiveness between the two and how close they've been the entire time. As you can see, Joel Hetrick's definitely got the momentum around the outside now as he launches down the big hill. And Joel's just putting everything he can into it right now. He's jumping as far as he can as he sneaks up. Oh, and almost edges Chad Wienen out in that corner.
He's as close as he's been, Casey. If he's going to make it work, this could be the lap. He gets a little off his line. He's trying kind of an in-between line there. This left-hander, Joe goes around the outside, carries so much more speed. He's gotten up right on the Chad's rear wheel. We got a step up, a right-hander with the finger. Then we got the big step over, a left-hander with the single. And this is the spot on the track where Joel Hetrick has been able to get next to Chad Wienen 4 or 5 times already. Can he do it one more
time? He's been all moto right now. If it's going to happen, everyone watch this corner because it's going to go down if it can.
Joel Hetrick sends it around the outside. Chad Wienen on the gas, though. Looks like Wienen been able to hold him off at least for this one more section. We've got this right-hander. Looks like Wienen takes a look down at his machine. Hetrick around the outside. Wienen back on the gas. This is it, folks. The final corner. It's coming down to this. Wienen able to guard the inside. Joe Bird pulls out of the way, lets the race go by. Here it is. Wienen around the outside. Hetrick on the inside. Barring a mistake for Chad in this corner, it looks like Chad Wienen going to be able to get it done? Joel Hetrick on the gas. It could not be any closer than that, folks. Chad Wienen takes the win. Joel Hetrick in second. Looks like it's going to be Upperman in third. And these guys are going to be coming across the line here any moment. Hetrick already removing his helmet. You know he's got to be frustrated, but at the same time, he should be incredibly proud of that ride. He really took a beating that moto and just never gave up.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that we've always seen, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but Joel has had his moments in the mud where it's bit him multiple times. He's been very vocal on saying that he doesn't care for the mud. So for him to come out, ride like that, and sit on Chad Wienen's rear wheels the entire moto is unbelievable. It's a huge accomplishment for Joel Hetrick. You know, and you see Josh Upperman getting himself a podium spot this first moto. That's something that needs to breathe some life into him. So maybe that's going to get him, you know, up there to the next moto. And Jeffrey Shelley held off John Natale, and Thomas Brown rounds out 6th place with Nick Janusa in 7th.
Absolutely. As we run down our riders here in our Pro Moto number 1, it was Chad Wienen taking the win, Joel Hetrick in 2nd, Josh Upperman 3rd, Jeffrey Australia in 4th, John Natale Jr. 5th. It was Thomas Brown in the 6th place spot, Nick Janusa in 7th, Wes Lewis in 8th, Davey Hagsman Jr. in 9th, 10th place was Brett Music, Ronnie Higgerson in 11th, Nick Mosier in 12th, 13th was Sean Taylor, 14th Jesse Barn, 15th Cody Jansen, Joe Bird in 16th, and Johnny Hale 17th place position. Those are your top riders in your Pro Class Moto number 1. There he is, Chad Wienen, getting got the helmet off. He's getting ready to go up on the podium to accept probably his whole shot award and also the Moto win. And we can see the other riders working their way by. Boy, that was exciting. I'm going to need a nap.
Yeah, definitely. I'm like in jitter mode right now with how exciting that moto was. Not just Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen battling for the lead, but Jeffrey Staley, John Natale, Thomas Brown, all battling, and Upperman fighting tooth and nail to hold on to that 3rd place and showing that he is one of the guys that he needs to belong there and be there every moto. So,
you know, Casey, as we wait for Chad to work his way up onto the podium, do you feel like Josh Upperman might have just had the moto that he needed to get things started? He's really been kind of off to a slow start this season, it seems. I mean, he's been riding well, but just hasn't had the finishes that we've seen out of him in the past. Could this be the moto that really jumpstarts things for him and gets him headed on the right track?
Yeah, definitely. It's what he needs. He needed that extra bit, and you know as well as anyone, when you're kind of feeling down or you're not real sure what's going on, or if it's you or if it's, you know, set up or what you have going on, it comes into the moment when getting on the podium, all of a sudden, hey, I can do this. It's not me. I got this. The bike's good. We just proved it. As you can see, Brogan Geyers pulled the whole shot in this college B class.
Yeah, we've got the college 16 to 24 Division 1, and going off the gate next will be the college 16 to 24 Division number 2. We'll run down the riders here for you quick. It's Andrew Hartwell, Troy Hunt, Brogan Geyer, Brenton Stein, Keaton Sturk, Casey Beaver, Manu Andujar, Sam Steckley, Dustin Reimer, Sean Woodhead, Grayson Eller, Shane Stoddard, Graham Meyer, Tim Schultz, Jaron Cochran, and Jacob Stevens, all there in Division number 1. Division number 2, Casey, why don't you tell us who we got? We got Miles Bergertorf, Sky Volkemer, Corey Powers, Randy Hurst Jr., Cody Ford, Cody Beasley, Michael Perkins, Dougie Hill, Daniel Bennett, Wyatt Hoffman, and John Brittle.
Hey, guys.
Those are the riders on the track right now.
Sorry to jump in there on you guys right now, but we got some celebrations down here on the podium right now as the race fans here in Indiana are gathered around. How about it, Indiana? Make some noise for this first moto. That's right, folks. I'm telling you, what a great moto number 1. And, of course, what a great way to get it all started. Of course, Chad Wienen, not only Moto 1 winner, but also Whole Shot Award winner from our friends at SSI Decals. Picks himself up a point in the Whole Shot Championship, and one step closer to maybe a duel or even a tri-championship this year, but another step closer in the big picture, and that's a Moto 1 win. Congratulations to you, Chad. I know we looked down on the starting line before the start of this race. 2 people had chosen to go with the big tires in the somewhat wet conditions, and you and Thomas Brown, it seemed to pay off for you, at least in the beginning, man.
Yeah, it was a tough decision, but looking at that start, man, I thought that our Maxxis XCs was going to really give us a good jump out of the gate and give us that whole shot, and it worked just as planned. And man, everything, the Alaska engine was just ripped out of that start, and those are some big tires to move around, and we got out of there just fine. So I think the second moto, it's going to be another game time decision, but those small tires definitely worked better once we got on the track, and But hats off to my whole crew, Wiener Motorsports Yamaha, and guys from Walsh Racecraft at the side decals, and my wife, and my whole support group that came down today. And special birthday to my brother. You know, coming down, this is his first race this year, and he brought the whole family out for his birthday. And you see him out there, he looks a lot like me. Just give him a happy birthday. And also, we got Mother's Day tomorrow, and happy Mother's Day to all those mothers out there. And my mother, Ellen, and you know, Mama Dina, and you know, I'm here supporting them with the butt pads today, and you know, I'm just really pumped how the day went. Huge hats off to my support group. You know, Nate on the wrenches, Mikey Walsh, and there's so much more. Fox Shocks, and you know, I got to get ready for the second moto. Thank you.
All right, buddy. That's Chad Ween, and congratulations to your Moto 1 win. He's also your Whole Shot Award winner. And how about it for this kid right here? He's second place, Kid Dynamite, taking second place, and also the fastest qualifier today. As we got our ATVRiders.com fastest qualifier award. That's another point in that for you there, Joe. Congratulations to you, man. What a great run out there. Just could not get around those big tires on that machine that Chad was rolling on.
Oh yeah, those big tires worked good for him on the whole shot, but eventually the small tires were key out there, and I kept up with him, and I just tried everything I could to pass, but I didn't have any goggles, and that was really tough to get through.
Yeah, that goggle issue, that came on you pretty quick, it looked like.
Yeah, I didn't realize the track was going to be that muddy, so I only had tear-offs on. I think I had like 21, and I ripped those off halfway through, and I don't like when the helmet gets heavy, so I tossed the goggles, and I thought I had a better chance, but I just couldn't make a quick enough pass on him, and I followed him probably half the race with no goggles and just didn't let him go, though. I mean, we had a good battle. He'd gap me, and then I'd pull back on him, but I think if it was a little drier, I would have had a better chance, and if I had some goggles, probably a better chance, too.
All right, man. It looks like Moto 2, you're going to square off again, man. Good luck to you.
Oh, thanks, Rodney.
Anybody you want to say thanks to?
Of course. I'd like to thank the whole Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team, my mechanic Paul Turner, Brandon Lauer, Sean Ulowski, my fiance Carly for helping me all week, getting ready for this race. All the fans here cheering me on. My trainer Dom. Oh man, Elka Suspension, Jay Goebel with Impact Solutions, and if I missed anyone, hopefully I'm back up here and I can tell everyone.
All righty, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick, second today. And, of course, with that, that's wrapping up Moto number 1, and we're going to be back with Moto number 2 coming up here about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, we got more great racing going on out on the racetrack with our amateur riders, and we'll catch up with that and a whole lot more here on RacerTV.com.
All right, we're back to action in the college 16 to 24 Moto 19. Leading the way in the heat number 1, it is Brogan Geyer, followed by Grayson Eller, Jaron Cochran, Tim Schultz, Andrew Hartwell, Sean Woodhead, Manu Andujar, Casey Beaver. Those are your 8 riders right now in qualifying position. In heat number 2, it's Peyton Lingle, Michael Perkins, Sky Volkamer, Corey Powers, Drake Coling, Randy Hurst Jr., Cody Ford, Hunter Ridenour. Those are the 8 riders in group number 2 that are out there in qualifying position at the moment. We're 3 laps into this one, and with this being a 16 to 24 class, we should in fact have a white flag out. I believe this is only a 4-lap moto if I'm correct. So this could be this one winding down. It looks like only 2.1 seconds separating Brogan Geyer, your leader, and second place Grayson Eller, and about the same gap of 2.5 seconds in your leader in heat number 2 of Peyton Lingle over the second place ride of Michael Perkins. So right now we can see the track after the wind has come up, the sun has come out, really starting to shape up. There we see, there's our answer. That is the white flag flying. We're looking for the number 24 Can-Am of Brogan Geyer. I think what we have here is possibly the leader in our second group. Nope, that's not the 733 of Peyton Lingle. I don't know who we got on screen there, but one of our riders out there doing battle. And what we can see is, there we go. Oh, if we had a pass? No, Brogan Geyer still leading the way there. That is the number 24 Can-Am. Look at that. The track is shaping up great. These guys are hardly even getting dirty. It's amazing how quickly the conditions in the dirt changes here at this Ironman MX facility. So it is Brogan Geyer, Grayson Eller, and Jaron Cochran, your top 3. Looks like Cochran has closed up the gap a little bit on Grayson Eller. And now we see Brogan Geyer as he works his way through. We've got a double-double section followed by the triple quad. Man, there's so many different ways to do this rhythm section. in this battle. Looks like he's going for the triple, almost does the quad. Looks like the second place rider, Grayson Eller, chooses to do the double-double with Jaron Cochran all over him. They'll be coming to a checkered flag. Both these guys, barring some kind of mishap, are going to transfer. So right now, there he is out front, the number 24, Brogan Geyer, leading the way. One more right-hander, and the checkered flag waves for the winner of Moto 19, College 16 to 24, Group 1, Brogan Geyer. Second place will be Grayson Eller. Third place, Jaron Cochran, as they cross the line here at the completion of 4 laps. We'll wait. We'll call out the top 8 in both of our divisions. We've had the top 3 in heat number 1 cross the line. These guys running right around a 2:04-minute mark. So those are pretty good lap times considering the condition. We saw some of our top 8 riders earlier turning low 2:02s. Looks like the next class on the line will be race number 20, and that is the 70cc Open 6 to 11. As we'll call out the top 8 here, it is Brogan Geyer, Grayson Eller, Jaron Cochran, Timothy Schultz, Sean Woodhead, Andrew Hartwell, Manu Andujar, and Sam Steckley, rounding out the top 8 there and going to the main from that College 16 to 24 class. Shout out to Manu Andujar all the way from Lobos, Buenos Aires, Argentina, coming over to race here with us in the ATVMX series. Now, as we go over to the heat number 2, it is Peyton Lingle, Michael Perkins, Sky Volkamer, Corey Powers, Drake Coling, Cody Ford, Randy Hurst Jr., and we wait for the final spot as our leaders take off. It is Martin Gramigna that grabs that final transfer spot from the College 16 to 24 heat number 2. So race number 20 off the line. The whole shot for, looks like rider number 5. Looks to be Mason Jackson out of Battle Creek, Michigan. The riders we have in this one are Jaden Launderville, Mason Jackson, Dayton Hunt, Justice McDaniel, Ian Juka, Jeremiah Newton, Layden Cruz, and Bodie Durr. So we've seen some of these riders already in our 70cc 6 to 11, and these are the same riders out here again in the 70cc Open. So a lot of these guys have already done battle once today. They're out here again in this 6 to 11 class. We can see some helmet mohawks, which are always ever so popular in the youth classes. Parents like them because they can pick them out. Riders like them because they get to give a little bit of attitude. Leading the way in this one looks to be the number 5 machine, and that is, in fact, Mason Jackson. Leading the way in this one, giving some attitude to the competition. He's pulling away on that little, looks to be a Cobra machine. We'll wait. These guys will be crossing the line here for lap 1 of 4. Second place rider looks to be the number 71, and that is Ian Juka. We saw him earlier. He was up there battling for the lead in our earlier 70cc class. Had some issues with vision, spun out a couple times, and next thing we knew, he was back in 4th or 5th. So we'll see, with the track conditions being a little bit better, if Ian's able to put in a little bit better performance this time. Obviously, you know he wants to get a good score in that first moto to try and do everything that he can to best his chances for a win tomorrow. Here we see again the number 5, Mason Jackson, still leading the way out of Battle Creek, Michigan. Second place, the number 71 of Ian Juka, coming out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. And we'll wait and we'll watch for our third place rider here. And it looks to be, can't quite catch a number. It looks to be maybe number 3, which is Jaden Launderville out of Wausau, Wisconsin. He's a little muddier than the rest. Looks like he's been making some passes here early in this one as they come in and complete lap number 1. There it is, the number 5 Cobra, Mason Jackson. Second place rider is that number 71 of Ian Juka, and the third place rider is none other than that of Jaden Launderville. So the top 3 in this one have checked in with 1 lap complete, three to go. Again, we really can't say enough about how these conditions are changing minute to minute. You can see those leaves blowing in the distance. That wind is really drying up this Ironman MX facility. These little guys are having no problems motoring around here. Just a few motos ago, we saw roofs flying off everybody's tires, guys losing goggles left and right, and now we've got these guys looking like they're riding on an almost dry course out there. Rodney, we're joined here you're back at the podium. We've got some Fast and Furious mini action, and while we got the graphic on screen, one more time, let us know, folks at home, folks on the road, wherever you're watching us from, how do you hashtag ATVMX Live? Instagram a picture of how you watch ATVMX Live for a chance to win an event t-shirt. courtesy of Moto Tees. We've got some great submissions already today. We've got quite a bit of racing action left. We'd love to see how everybody's watching us at home.
No doubt about that, Johnny Gallagher, as we check in with Moto 20, race 20, and this is Moto 1 of race 20. The 70 Open 6-11, Mason Jackson. Man, we've seen this kid tearing it up today. This is the third time he has been out front and dominating, at least, well, no, the second time dominating, it seems like. A 5.4 second lead. Ian Juka, the 71, back in second. Londerville is third. Landon Cruz, the 176 in fourth. Then we got Dayton Hunt in fifth. Bodie Durr is sixth. Justin McDaniel in seventh, and that's the 66. And the 93 of Jeremiah Newton rounds out the 8 here in the 70 Open 6 to 11-year-old class. We've got one lap down right now, working on lap 2. No real tight contested battles until you get back to the fourth place position between Cruz, the 176, and the 7X of Dayton Hunt back there. But what we're watching right now is Mason Jackson. Mason Jackson drawing the line in the sand out there, and he says, come on, boys. See if you can catch me. And he's making it tough for him right now. We'll see what those lap times are looking like here in just a couple moments as we roll through Moto 1 here of these amateur riders. We'll be doing Moto 2 for these guys and crowning champions tomorrow through all of our amateur classes. But here today it's Moto 1. We narrow it down to, from the division races into the top 20 qualifying into the second Moto. Now remember, both motos count, even in division races as well as in Moto 2. So we'll have 2 first places going into some of those classes, 2 seconds, all the way through 2 eighth place finishes. If you go in through the LCQ, you finish first, second, third, and fourth. It's 9, 10, 11, and 12 points that you get. Just an FYI to give you an idea of what's going on here from the amateur standpoint. Coming up at 4 o'clock today, we will have Pro Moto number 2. As those guys will take to the track, Chad Ween, and you got to wonder, will he go for the big tires again there? Whenever he said
he indicated on the podium, Rodney, that it was really going to be a game time decision for him in that Moto 2. You know, I think in Moto 1 he was pretty committed to the idea of just. He indicated that he was really struggling with that decision there, and he knew that although it gave him a little bit of an advantage off the start, it was possibly holding him a little bit back further in the Moto there when Joel Hetrick was able to really kind of move over and use some different lines that Chad wasn't able to, partially at least because of the tire choice. But, you know, it paid off for him in the long run, so we'll have to see. Again, that'll be interesting, and we'll have to see what the rest of these guys decide to do after seeing that we'll have to see what they decide to do once they get ready to line up for that Moto number 2 here in just about an hour and 15 minutes. We're at 2:45. We will see our Pro Moto number 2 at 4 o'clock. But right now what we're seeing on track is 70cc Open 6-11. Mason Jackson still leading the way 2 laps in, followed by Ian Juka, Jaden Lauderville, and Dayton Hunt in 4th, Landon Cruz 5th, Justice McDaniel in 6th, Bodie Durr in 7th, and Jeremiah Newton rounding out the top 8. Looks like Mason Jackson really having his way with this one. And we see Ian Juka, Rodney, having a lot better ride this time. We mentioned that he really had his struggles earlier in those motos. You mentioned that he's typically a front runner. He certainly showed the speed, but he kept finding himself backwards in a couple of corners. And it looks like he's really smoothed things out. Yeah. And there he is on screen, the number 71 machine on that JB Racing number 71, Ian Juka. He's running just a couple seconds a lap slower than our leader, Mason Jackson. But he's got a pretty solid little lead on Jaden Lauderville, the number 3 JB machine in 3rd place.
For sure. Juka actually starting off the season strong, and a 2nd place position here right in Moto 1. Another strong ride for him as we watch things unfold. Juka 2:34 lap time. Mason Jackson that last time around at 2:28, so we can see where that 15-second gap is now come from as Jackson is on rails. Watch this number 5 machine roll through the soils of Indiana out there, and he is, wow, like we say, looking like he's on rails out there. Juka again, Jaden Launderville, Dayton Hunt, and then Landon Cruz, the 178. There's a lot of gaps in between positions out there, so there's no real tightly contested battles in this juncture of the race. We are on lap 4 now for our leaders. Jackson, Juka, Launderville, and also Dayton Hunt now rolling across the finish line. So he's got his
fourth place position, pretty solid. He's about 33 seconds back, but he had a 11-second lead over Landon Cruz, the number 176 there at the end of lap number 3, and at the end of lap 2, I'm sorry, and at the end of lap 3, we'll see what that's looking like for Cruz, but Cruz hasn't made it in for, there he is, 19.4 seconds now. Dayton Hunt has over the fifth place rider, Landon Cruz. So up front, we're watching the Mason Jackson show, the number 5 machine. Looks like he's going to take it on home here unless some sort of mechanical issue or mistake happens. 15.3 second lead heading into this final lap of racing has got him dialed in. So right now, 70 open, 6-11. Johnny Gallagher heading out to the pro pits, going to get a word in with some of our pro riders out there. Going to want to find out what's going on with Thomas Brown, falling from 3rd to 6th place. I would almost have to venture to say that he, like Chad Weenan, was struggling with those big tires. No struggle here, though, for the number 5 of Mason Jackson. Jackson taking the win as we take another look at one of our Instagram followers here today. And, wow, look at that. They're at a big convention. This is how I watch ATVMX live at my brother's college graduation. That is so sweet. That is Tommy T _18, St. Mary's University. Tommy, thanks for watching, and thanks for being a part of the ATVMX live broadcast here today. Man, what a crystal clear picture he's got on his phone there, man. Couldn't ask for a better graduation than sitting there with an earbud in your ear, watching a little ATV motocross live. Right now, Ian Juga checking in now with second place. Jaden Launderville in third as we go to the girls now. These are 8-11 and 125 8-15 class riders that are getting set to roll next. Dayton Hunt, Landon Cruz go 4 and 5 as we introduce to you the girls 8-13. They include the number 3, who is the big sister of the young man that just won there a moment ago, the number 5, Mason Jackson. Well, his sister, number 3, Natalie Jackson, out of Battle Creek, Michigan, in this next race. Also the number 05, Brianna James, out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Number 5, Haley Goff from Bicknell, Indiana. Number 20 is Shelby Shimon out of Williamsburg, Virginia. Then we got the 53, Chloe Shaw from Thompsonville, Illinois. 86 will be Kayla Kendrick out of Earlyville, Virginia. 99/ India Trimble out of Falmouth, Kentucky. And 113, Alyssa Raines from hometown West Virginia. 255 is Logan Mayfield out of Effingham, Illinois. So look at the 125 8-15, Braden Shimon from Williamsburg, Virginia. The number 19 is Corey Osborne out of Hayes, Virginia. And 58, Brandon Lawless out of Bell Buckle, Tennessee. By the way, Shimon is on the 02, and that is Shimon in the 125 8-15-year-old class, taking the early lead, it looks like. That is 58, Brandon Lawless in second, and Corey Osborne back to the number 3 spot aboard the 19, as these three in the 125 8-15 class are off and rolling now. Braden Shimon setting the standard now for his sister Shelby, as Natalie Jackson has the stage set by her brother Mason Jackson as they are off and rolling now. We'll check in with how things are developing there in the girls 8-13 class in just a moment. Right now, we continue to watch the battle that is developing here with Braden Shimon out front. Could Sisk do the, let's see who the oldest. So we got 13-year-old Braden Shimon and 9-year-old Shelby. So that is little sister Shelby Shimon there, and that's big brother right there, racing on the racetrack at the same time. Talk about moms and dads getting nervous. I don't know if this would be good on the nerves because you only got one moto you got to be really totally tensed up about, or whether you go twice as crazy because you got 2 kids out on the track at the same time. I know what it's like to be a parent along the track side, wondering and waiting to see what's going on. So I know there's a little bit of anxieties that go along with that. Still to come, race 22 coming up next here. Our Youth All-Star is going to be one that you want to catch for sure. And we got the 450C, actually 450C
and Vet 30-plus class going to be running together. 70 shifter just around the corner as we roll through this race day here at Ironman Raceway. Still lots of cloud cover here today, but fortunately the rains have subsided and haven't seen a lot in way of precipitation since about midway or just past the midway point of the Pro Moto there a few moments ago. Right now it is a battle that may be developing for second place in the 125 8 to 15-year-old class. We'll look into the girls 8 to 13 here in just a moment. That one usually offering up a pretty exciting race. A big age range in there, but a lot of these girls about 8, 9, 10 years old. A couple, well, one 12-year-old. And as far as youngsters go, there is one 8-year-old. So everybody pretty much right there in the middle part of that class. Up front of this class, the 125 8 to 15, Braden Shimon, the 19 in second. Corey Osborne, Braden Lawless now in third. So we have seen that change take place from the start of this one. But we may see another change on the horizon as the 59 machine of Lawless is not wanting to relinquish, it doesn't appear, that number 2 position so easily. So he's fighting back right now as we speak. Your girls leader, Haley Goff, the number 5, checking in with us now, it looks like. And the number 2 spot, the 255 of Logan Mayfield, about 9.3 seconds back in second. India Trimble, the 99 Slash, is third. There's Natalie Jackson, the number 3. She was the sister of Mason Jackson, who won the last moto. She's back in the number 3 position. The girls 8 to 13. So would it be easier to have 2 kids in the same race or back-to-back because you have no time to relax after 4 laps, and you got to go back for four more intense laps? I'd say that having 2 in the same moto would be a little easier. Have to talk to a parent to find out a little bit about that, though. But right now, look at this battle. It is still waging on. We have not taken our eyes off of this one because, well, for obvious reasons. Osborne and Lawless have got themselves a barn burner, my friends, is what we like to call that. Over the Max's tunnel jump now they go, and here comes that 58 of Lawless. You can see he's trying to find the short line around the racetrack, but somehow or another Corey Osborne is able to keep him at bay. Braden Shimon continuing to hold down the lead there on the 02s. They go over the quad section now, right down in front of Bender Village. Looks like things are settling into pace here now. It looks like maybe Osborne. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Here comes Lawless on the outside. It's a drag race. He's got the line on the inside of the next turn. Will it pay dividends? Let's find out. The track looking pretty rough right there. Both riders having to slow down. Did Lawless have to slow down more? And that momentum from the outside carries him to the inside of the next turn. And wow, Corey Osborne hanging on to it, at least for the moment. Uh-oh. Cutting that line short, squaring it up. Lawless trying to get the drive down toward the finish line. This is only for lap 3 or 2 complete now. But wow, a 2:38 lap time and a 2:39 for Osborne. So you can see the differences there. Not much, about a second. So it goes from about 1 point so many seconds and out 0.3 of a second. 0.370 is the official time deficit between second and third in this 8 to 15 class. Wow, Natalie Jackson, 4th place after that first lap, was 0.3 of a second behind India Trimble. We'll see if she's able to capitalize there. Oh, mercy, check it out. They are still side by side out there. They are not giving up any whatsoever, and these track conditions are certainly helping out in that favor. Lots of traction out there, it looks like, as the 19 machine of Osborne gets just that little bit of oomph up that hill right there, and that's going to be enough to put a couple of quad links between he and Lawless. But from what I've been able to see, every time I start to say, well, looks like things are starting to settle down here in this race, all of a sudden Brandon Lawless is right back into the thick of things. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, 2 laps down now for Haley Goff. And Natalie Jackson all the way up to second, man. We saw some great passes. She was 5th place off the start, 4th place. third place, and now up to second, all in one lap, or in 2 laps, I guess you could say. Braden Shimon, by the way, turning the fastest lap at a 2:35.647. And looks like the second fastest lap may be that of Braden Lawless at a 2:58.583. And he's back in the third place position, still trying to get around the 19 of Corey Osborne. Osborne did all the work that he needed to do, at least for the moment, in that first lap. Getting off the whole shot okay, but man, it ain't over yet. Lawless, he is back there. He is knocking on the door. Shimon, there he is coming into our screen as he checks through the big quad section now. And Osborne seems to be a little more comfortable. And that's about what I was saying a lap ago. And then all of a sudden, things got really interesting right about here. But this time, it looks like that Osborne was ready for the 58 of Lawless, or was he? Because Lawless is right back in position where he was, and maybe a little better spot than he was a lap ago, but that inside line belongs to Osborne, and that's going to be the tail of the tape right there. Ooh, going back to the inside, squaring it up again. Man, I got to tell you, you got to say Lawless is certainly looking for the lines out there, and he's using every available opportunity that is afforded him. So you can see Lawless has got what it takes to be dialed in as far as the racing goes. And ooh, going wide through the mechanics area, the 19 of Osborne. That allows Lawless to pull up side by side now and take over the number 2 spot. So the 19 machine, I don't know, got just a little too wide coming into the mechanics area. And man, did Lawless take advantage. He capitalized. He pounced on it like a tiger. And looks like top break there for Corey Osborne. Lost traction at the top of the hill, and that takes him pretty much out of the battle in this one as they roll through this final lap unless something happens to Lawless. Shimon's second lap time still stands as the fastest at a 2:35.6. Meanwhile, back in the girls' class, Haley Goff, Natalie Jackson. There's 14 seconds that separated the two, nearly 15 seconds. Now, as we see a 2:54.6 being turned in by Haley Goff, we'll see where Natalie Jackson happens to be. She turned a 2:58 in traffic last time around, so she may actually find a little bit more of that speed out there. Maybe not. Looks like she's lost quite a bit of time. A 14-second gap has opened up now to a 19-second gap on a 2:59 lap time. And might want to watch what's going on behind her. She had a 2:59 lap time. How about a 2:56 lap time for Logan Mayfield, who's back in the hunt? About 5.8 seconds back, but still about 3 seconds faster. Almost, yeah, within thousandths of a second. Are we looking at an even 3 seconds faster? Mayfield was, but that's still not going to translate into a pass on this lap. It's going to take 2 laps with only a 3-second faster lap and a 5.8-second gap. Shimon don't got to worry about that, though. Shimon, the number 2 in the 125 class, motoring his way around, readying himself for checkers, while girls 8 to 13 continue to battle it out. Goff, Jackson, Mayfield, Tribble, Shaw. That's Chloe Shaw, the number 53. I got to wonder, is that Neve Shaw's little sister? They got the same number. They got the same last name, but they're not from the same town unless that's where they used to be from, and she hasn't changed her information yet, and that's quite possible. Braden Shimon taking the win there. Braden Lawless moves in for the kill and the second place position in the 125 8 to 15. Osborne will take second. Then we got Switzerland and Norway in the house here on RacerTV.com. We're proud to have you along. We got 10_ Tom Stebler, and he's watching from Switzerland today. And we got Bjorn's 33 watching ATVMX from Norway. Go Chad Wienen, he says. So thanks to both those guys watching abroad. So we just saw worldwide racing action literally across the globe. And we knew it. We could tell by looking at the statistics, but it's always such a pleasure to be able to see those guys Instagramming and participating in today. And heck, you never know. You might be lucky, guys, and win yourselves an event
Moto TZ event t-shirt. How cool would that be? Youth All-Stars getting set to roll next. This is going to be another good one, I'm thinking, folks, as we look down on the line of this one. By the way, the girls, Haley Goff, Natalie Jackson, Logan Mayfield, that's the way we should see them finishing up with India Trimble and Chloe Shaw 4th and 5th. Taking a look at the Youth All-Star class, we got the number 10, Donovan Cox out of Conway, Arkansas. The 11, Jacob Hughes from Conroe, Texas. 14, Troy Hill out of Beaver Dam, Virginia. 23, Corey Richmond out of Akron, Ohio. Bryce Ford, the 44 from Springtown, Texas. The 55, Jake Visnick from St. Clairsville, Ohio. Then as we look to the 79, Dylan McClellan out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. 81, Nick Pallone out of Appleton, Wisconsin. The 95, Jake Lincoln out of Maquoketa, Iowa. The 120 is Cassie Warwick out of Delroy, Ohio. Keep an eye on this cat right here, the 133, a Lance Walker from Wesley Chapel, Florida. 188, Dane Williamson from Brooklyn, Ontario, Canada. 504, Brandon O'Neill, another one to watch out for out of Baldwin, Maryland. 721, keep an eye out for him, Don Zimmerman out of Lattice, Pennsylvania. Got the 725, Tanner Osborne out of Ashport, Ohio. And 734, Eli's coming. Eli Lingo out of Winslow, Illinois. Folks, I tell you, we got a relative who's who as far as the Youth All-Stars are concerned. This is going to be a good one. Now, I got to tell you, Peyton Zimmerman, Pedon, as we like to call him, is the fast cat this one. But we did say the name, Brandon O'Neill on the 504. We did say the name, the 44, of Bryce Ford. We also said Jake Visnick out there. So those are all names to reckon with and riders to reckon with here in this Youth All-Star class. But on the drop of the gate, that guy right there, I didn't mention him as one of the key players, but it is Troy Hill, the number 14 out of Beaver Dam, Virginia. And obviously a key player. Sorry I overlooked your name on that one, Troy, but that SSI J2 Motorsports, that's Jeremiah Jones backed ride, DASA Racing, Elka, Maxis, Walsh, Henson, and Blommel Motorsports backed ride. Taking to the early lead, Troy Hill. And I believe that Johnny Gallagher may be out in the pits. Is that you, Johnny?
Yep, Rodney, it's me. We're here with Thomas Brown, your 6th place finisher in Moto number 1. Thomas, you were up there off the start. We know obviously you ended up in that 6th place spot. Looked like after a strong couple of first laps, you were in 3rd. You were battling with Upperman there, and then things kind of took a little bit of a turn for it. Tell us a little bit.
Yeah. Front and just putting in good laps, and then all of a sudden I was like, all right, we need to start pushing, and I tried to put a pass on Uppy, and man, I just went to super swapping and jumped off the track, and it just totally lost my composure.
We saw that it really looked like that was a nasty swap. You ended up off the track, having to jump a berm to get back onto the track. And then it seemed like maybe you were going to make a run back and get back up there. And then next thing you know, you had some company from Rastrelli and Natali. You ended up giving those couple positions up. Looked like it was brutal out there, both with conditions and vision. What are you going to do differently for the second moto to get up there and get on that podium and hopefully try and get that win?
Just to a good push forward. Not let anybody get around me and, just put solid laps in again, but push from the get-go. Don't wait around.
All right, Rodney, back to you. There we have it. Thomas Brown says he's going to get a good start, push from the get-go, not let anybody push him around. We're getting ready, folks. Moto 2 coming your way here in just under an hour.
All righty, thanks a lot, Chad, or Johnny Gallagher. I was thinking Chad waiting for some reason. There's the 734. Eli's coming, but Eli's got company coming, and Dylan McClellan, the 79. That's your 3rd place ride. Bryce Ford back at 5th. Lance Walker in 5th. Actually, 44 Ford is 4th. Lance Walker in 5th. Brandon O'Neill 6th. Look at that. All the names that I mentioned, I may not have brought Dylan McClellan in, and I apologize because look at that. That's the relative who's who as far as these Youth All-Stars are concerned right now. And Troy Hill has proven that for sure. Lingle still back in 2nd. There's 4.5 seconds, but it's McClellan we're watching out for right now. Behind him is McClellan still there. We saw that 2nd place check in, and yep, he's still there. Or is that someone new that has moved into the number 3 spot now? Get a better eye view of that particular number. Last time around, it was Hill, Lingle, McClellan, Ford, Walker, and O'Neill. My question is, where is Peyton Zimmerman at 16? Wow, Peyton should be one of the riders contesting for the lead up there with the 14 of Troy Hill.
Lance Walker trying to work through some traffic right now as he is all over the rear wheels of the 44 Bryce Ford. He's also trying to fend off the 504 Brandon O'Neill. Here comes Hill over the big quad now. And here comes the battle for second. Looks like about a 4 or 5 man battle. And that is still the 734 of Eli Lingle. 79 McClellan. Here comes Bryce Ford, the 44 and fourth, and he's going for the number 3 position right now as we watch with bated breath now to see what's going to happen out of that Hoosier Horseshoe now. Ford can't make things happen, at least at this time, but he's laying back as much as anything, trying to watch and see how things unfold. You can see he's got a lot of motor. You know, we were talking about riders that were tripling the uphill. Well, that rider 44 back there in that 4th place position, the 3rd rider on your screen, was the rider we were talking about that had that machine in practice yesterday and tried to launch that Godzilla jump out there, or excuse me, the King Kong jump, that uphill triple. Came up just a little short, bounced about 10 feet in the air, they say. But didn't knock him off his high horse, that's for sure, because you can see him. He's right back on it out here today as he is working on that 3rd place ride of McClellan. Can't make the pass on him. Walker was right behind him. I don't know what happened to the 133 machine. Looks like that has opened up. Ooh, Walker's got company of his own coming right now. That's the 504 Brandon O'Neill. That's what's going on with Lance Walker. He's trying to keep Brandon O'Neill at bay right now. Folks, I'm telling you, you don't have any idea what strength of talent we have on the racetrack right now as far as riders 13 to 15 years old. Literally, I would stack these riders, every one, against anyone in the world. And I think that they would fare well if not come out on time. I myself say these are the best youth ATV pilots on the planet. And I have yet to see anyone disprove that. I'd like to see it if it happens, because if there's better riders than this anywhere in the world, then, man, they are some fantabulous riders. Here they come, 734, Lingle. Let's see how things are going back there. Zimmerman is still not checked in for his 2nd lap. I'm going to have to figure that that's a mechanical for the 721, and what a heartbreaker there. Him and his dad heading down to Florida actually lost everything nearly in their motorhome fire. They were driving down the interstate and the motorhome caught on fire, and luckily they were able to get their bikes out of the thing, but they lost everything else leading into the season. But they got new accommodations now, though. Now that they got things squared away in the pits, they got a place to work, I guess, since Peyton having some problems. But Eli Lingle ain't having no problems. There is Peyton Zimmerman right there off the side of the track. That's heartbreak right there, folks. I'm telling you, him and on the amped apparel back machine, heartbreaker for sure for 721. That means redemption tomorrow, and I only hope and wish that you folks could be here for Moto 2 tomorrow, or we could bring it to you on racertv.com. For I tell you, those second motos always offering up excitement. Hill, after 3, a 2-minute .700. Wow, he nearly broke the 2-minute mark there in this Youth All-Star class. 0.7 of a second over 2 minutes. On lap number 3, Troy Hill on rails out there right now. Lingle, the 734, still maintaining second, with Dylan McClellan still back in the number 3 spot aboard the 79. Ford is 4th. O'Neill in 5th as he finally gets around Lance Walker, the 133. O'Neill turning a 2:05 lap time and stretching things out over Walker by almost 2 seconds now. Man, and the great thing about this Moto 2, you might think, that's probably where it's going to finish, but don't be so sure of that. I'm not saying it won't, but man, it just all hinges on the start for these riders oftentimes, I think. Talent is certainly deep here, the talent pool in this Youth All-Star class. Catching up now with Bryce Ford as we catch up with T-Roy Hill at the checkers as he rolls leisurely over the finish line there. A 2:02 lap time on that last lap around.
14-second lead over the 7:34 of Eli Lingle when he comes through at the checkers, and only 1.2 seconds back then to Bryce Ford in third. Good show there. Dylan McClellan holds on for fourth. Brandon O'Neill, what a dogfight and a battle he had just to get fifth place out there. Whew. Man, that was a good battle. Good race all the way around through that whole top 10. Sixth place was Lance Walker. Jake Bisnick finished in the seventh place position. Eighth place, Corey Richmond. Ninth place, Donovan Cox. Looking at Cassie Warwick to take honors there for top 10. Troy Hill, we tried to get a word in with him. I don't know why he wouldn't want an interview, but I know I would want to thank my sponsors. Anyway, gate down on this next one. This is the Vet 30 Plus class. And look at that. It's Blaine Dane Heilman. Dane out of Richmond, Indiana, Richland, Indiana. He's actually not a contestant for the championship. At least he hasn't been so far. Missed the first couple of rounds of racing, but he's back out here with us today. Heilman's joined by number 11, Dustin Bowden out of Raleigh, North Carolina. 31, Todd Mackey out of Decatur, Illinois. I believe the 40 of Jason Porterfield out of Mechanicsville, Iowa. The 50, Randy Hurst out of Berea, Kentucky. 51, Seth Flegge, South Beloit, Illinois. Sebastian Foche out of Argentina. We got Grant, Bank, Rosado, Palacios, Plaza, Salinas, Hill, Cooper, and Coyne. That's Robert Salinas, by the way. We'll be watching for these guys coming through. But it's Plain Dane Heilman out front here in the Vet 30 Plus class. You can hear the horsepower being unleashed here on this Indiana soil. Moto 2 of Pro ATV Racing coming up here at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. And as far as times right now, 3:15, so about 45 minutes out. Oh, man, who's that 77? I believe that is James Bank out of Wyndham, Ontario, Canada. One of the Canucks down here with us in the Hoosier State. Oh, is that our leader that just went down to second place? No, that was Plain Dane Heilman. That was our leader. Plain Dane. I don't call him Plain Dane because he's just a plain, ordinary dude. I call him Plain Dane because he flies, and you see he crashes too, so lost his wings there. He hasn't been practicing. He started that. Well, they changed things up, his schedule at work, so things have really intensified for him there, and having to work a lot of weekends, and that's not something he's had to do in the past. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, that opens up the door for a new leader, James Bank. Bank, Corn, Rodrigo Rosado, Randy Hurst in fourth, Scott Cooper in fifth, Federico Palacio is sixth, Sebastian Foche, the 74, in seventh. There is Dane Heilman back at it in eighth place. Glenn Plaza is ninth, and Justin Grant rounds out your top 10. Man, your defending champion of the class with the number 1 on his bike, and the, well, you can almost say visiting champion at this point because he hasn't been able to dedicate himself to the entire championship because of work, like we said. But, man, what a heartbreaker there. We'll see how much farther he can move up through the pack as we watch Bank and Korn and Rosado, Hurst and Cooper make things happen here. Race 23, Vet 30 Plus. We also have 450 BC class, which amazingly to me, that's one of those classes that I would figure would be completely full. We'd be trying to qualify just to get into that class, but honestly, it's a new class this year that there seems to be no home for. Yeah, we try. That's what we do here at ATV Motocross. We want to give everybody every opportunity, and that class was brought up and suggested, and it sounded like a good idea at the time, but evidently everyone is spread so thin it's tough to be a part of that. But you never know, it might be a class that grows also. But 77, James Bank, he's growing closer, so maybe winning Moto 1. So he wraps up lap number 2 there at 207.728. Korn, who was running in second at the end of lap number 1, maintains that number 2 spot. Turning a 2:12 lap time opens that gap up to 6 seconds now, 6.019. Randy Hurst, a 2:10. I think he might have made a pass there on Rodrigo Rosado. So the number 50 of Hurst into the number 3 spot. Johnny Gallagher mentioning there earlier that he remembers him and recognizes the name for many years ago. Well, Randy and his son Randy Jr. also raced the ATV Motocross Nationals. And right now, Randy Sr. out here in 3rd place. Rodrigo Rosado is 4th, and Scott Cooper rounds out your top 5. If you want to keep up with timing and scoring, again, don't forget, go into ATVMotocross.com and click on the results tab. You can watch results and you can watch the racing all at the same time. Get those gaps between positions and know exactly what we know rolling through this moto. It's race 23, as we told you. 70 shifters coming up next. And down the Vendor Alley now. Over the Dragon's back, your leader launches it. Your leader, the 77, James Bank, Wyndham, Ontario, Canada. The Canucks are coming. The Argentinians are here, and the Canucks are coming. I don't know if you folks have noticed at home, but a lot of names from Argentina, so I imagine there's a lot of interest being paid. We hope that we'll get all your favorite classes on racertv.com. That's our goal here today. And we thank you for tuning in and joining us here on racertv.com. And we thank you folks here at the racetrack as well for helping make this special affair even that much more special with your presence. I know that sounds a little out there and a little deep, but it is the truth. You are certainly appreciated. Everything that you do is bringing in some positive effects to ATV motocross. Speaking of positive effects in ATV motocross, James Bank, an 8-second lead now over Randy Hurst. Rodrigo Rosado is 3rd. Dane Heilman's 4th place position, and in theory, I believe Heilman should be moving up. Got an 8-second gap back to 2nd, 3 more back to Rosado, and less than a second back to Heilman. If lap times are an indication, a 2:09 best, a 2:12 by about 3 seconds, but lap times, all it does is catch up. It doesn't make the pass necessarily for you, and that's the battle we're talking about right there. Rodrigo Rosado and Dane Heilman battling for the number 3 spot right now. Heilman letting the riders get by there just a moment ago. And here comes Plain Dane trying to make up that ground. I got to wonder if he may be starting to tire. He has not ridden any this year. He has not trained any. Being bike fit, it goes away after a while, but he's fit enough at least to challenge here. Charging toward the checkers. This is the final lap. This might, or is this a 6-lap moto? Let's see. We'll find out. This might be, I think it's a bet class. It might be. This is the last lap. So, wow. Oh, Plain Dane, Airplane Dane, maybe he made the pass right at the right time and positions himself for a solid finish here today. Checkers are out. Bank, Hurst, and looking back to 3rd place, I believe that was Heilman. Rosado, yep, in 4th was Rosado. So Heilman captures some good things. Hey, Carly, 13:24 when you got prom, but have to watch all your BFFs kill it at Ironman Racetrack. Voting for @Hetrick_88. So she's a Joel Hetrick fan, and look at that. She's, oh, look how pretty her hair is. That's prom hair right there for sure. Somebody's sitting at their gas station, it looks like. Flavio Carvalho, 31, watching at work, supporting
Hey-ho Valle from Portugal. Welcome, Portugal, along the World Wide Web as well, streaming to all corners of the globe here on RacerTV.com. Wow, so we are certainly worldwide, bringing it into you here from the Ironman. Folks, don't forget, 2 weeks we'll be live again for ATV Motocross. We hope that you join us then. At the ATV Stampede, we'll be live next Saturday and Sunday for the Limestone 100 GNCC. Right now, we got 70 shifter action on the track, 6 to 11-year-olds. Mason Jackson back at it once again, the number 5. Also got Dayton Hunt, the 31 of Evan Osborne. I think that is. My paperwork is a little messed up. We got Justin McDaniel out there with us. I believe Ian Juka's in this one. Jeremiah Newton and Mason Miller. Can't read the numbers, but we'll know those soon enough. Well, right now, race number 24 on the racetrack, race 25, the WMX are coming up, led out by WMX champion 3 times over, the number 1 of Megan Shepard, who will, you might know her as Megan Manchak from years past. She got married in the offseason. She's also been a top GNCC WXC racer and has actually landed on the podium in recent races. So she's really starting to find her woods legs as much as her Moto track legs. But, man, Mason Jackson stretching his out there today. A 4.8-second lead over Ian Juka. Whoa, Juka in that second-place position right off the bat. This might be an opportunity for him to actually move into position and challenge Mason Jackson for that number 1 spot. We've seen him in that position before. We'll see what happens here now. The 7X of Dayton Hunt back in the number 3 spot. Race number 24 on the racetrack at 70 shifter class, 6 to 11-year-old riders, and Jeremiah Newton in the number 4 spot. Mason Miller, the 888, in the number 5 spot. And there's Justice McDaniel, the 66, as he's your 6th place ride. That on screen is the number 5 of Mason Jackson. And he's looking untouchable here today in Indiana. Looks like he's got a 0 on that. Might be for some local racing. It might be a bullseye right there, too, but that should be on his rear number plate if that's the case. Don't you think? Joined in the house now by Moto Mike Brown, as he is the voice of Wildcat Creek Motocross and the voice of Indiana as far as I'm concerned. Welcome to the program here today, Mike. I know you got to enjoy some great racing leading up to our TV broadcast this morning at 11.
Most definitely. We got a few of the amateurs off early, and then we were able to switch into the pros. I would have been here a few minutes early, but we had to get my heart rate down from that race. That was crazy.
That was. We got had a couple of good crazy battles today, and whoa!
Trouble for the leader.
Mason Jackson getting that little kicker, and we don't normally see that, but that thing kicked right over, and look at this. He had a 4.8-second lead at the end of lap 1 as we near lap 2 completion. Now comes 2nd place. Ian Juka capitalizing now aboard the number 71, and now Mason Jackson fires it back up. Man, that kid, talk about the resilience of these little guys, man. He bounced right back up. He could not get back on that quad fast enough.
No, that quad was on its side, and he used every bit of energy to get it back on 4 wheels, refired, and now he's rolling in 2nd place.
Well, here we go, head toward the finish line for the conclusion of lap number 2 now in the 70 shifter 6 to 11 class. Jackson actually now Juka, then Jackson in the number 2 spot. Juka will get credit for the fastest lap there at a 2:35.242. Mason Jackson's lap time to a 2:42 that time. So I gotta wonder what Jackson's going to do. I imagine the adrenaline is flowing pretty good about right here, right now. Dayton Hunt checking in the 7X. Jeremiah Newton and Mason Miller in 4th and 5th.
Well, you take a 5-second lead, add 7 seconds to it because he was on the ground, and now he's 7 seconds behind.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
We'll see what he can do with 2 laps to go.
Well, I imagine he's going to make it very interesting, Mike Brown. I can promise you that as we see our leader, Stuka, going on the trying the uphill triple. He tried to get that double. Come close. These little 70 shifter machines, they got some horsepower, but they also got some weight to them.
Yeah,
so
he got 7/8 of that jump, so.
That's pretty good for a 70 shifter, I think, at this point. Look at this. They're pulling up side by side, folks. If you're not down at the race fence right now, you should be, because we've got a battle going on. And Ian Juka is leading it right now. Mason Jackson. Oh, Mason Jackson threading that needle. Looked like he was going to follow him around that turn, and then all of a sudden he darted right to the inside.
He took the inside line and the lead.
Yes, he did. And this right here is a great opportunity, golden opportunity for Ian Juka. He was laying back there in an earlier moto, laying back here in this moto, not really seeing what lines and what intensity the number 5 is racing at. So this is a great opportunity for him to witness that firsthand and maybe be able to apply it not only in later today's racing or tomorrow's Moto 2, but in the future of racing, and really step up to the occasion, making the 70 shifter class even more interesting.
Right, he'll be able to figure it out. You know, first moto, second, it's good as a win, so he'll go back, regroup, and see what he can do.
You know, people say that, but I know the heart of a competitor will tell you that may be the best. That may be a way that you can still win the overall race, but nobody wants to come up short.
Well, usually it's the guy in second
that says that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the first place guy says, I got a 1 now. I got to do this, get back out there, make it happen again.
Yeah, there we go. Mason out there in the lead. They should be, and that confirms that we're getting a white flag right now. So they're on their final lap. Race 25 already in the books. One more lap to go for this. Our 70cc competitors getting the track warmed up for the next round of pro competition coming up right around the 2 o'clock hour. 4 o'clock. It's all this math.
Yeah, a lot of numbers, a lot of times. Had to scratch my head. I thought time qualifying was at 11 this morning. At first time qualifying, it's actually at 10, I guess.
Well, 11 was printed, but we had to make a change. So 10 o'clock, all the competitors knew it. They were down there, good to go.
I think that might be a change we'll probably see that will be consistent throughout the year. We'll know when we go to High Point for sure, though. But I'm thinking they ran a little bit early down there a couple of weeks ago at Muddy Creek also. Man, look at that thing. That machine is bouncing all over the place. Looks like the speeds are starting to come back out. You can see the track is starting to get rough. Well, those kickers, those are braking bumps and acceleration bumps developed by the big bikes out there. And you can see that they are getting rougher as the track goes, or as the day goes on and this race goes on. And Mason Jackson is putting his suspension to work. You wonder if suspension is crucial and critical for these little guys? Oh, yeah.
I'd put it at the top of the list.
Yep.
And those aren't braking bumps. They're racing bumps. I was educated earlier.
Oh,
yeah.
No
kick, not kickers, racing bumps.
And who educated you?
The man himself, Jeff.
Okay. Acceleration bumps and braking bumps, I still go with that. But we'll call them racing bumps for JR.
There we go.
Since he's here. But nonetheless, Mason Jackson, Ian Juka, Dayton Hunt, Jeremiah Newton, and Justin McDaniel. And he's right, those are racing bumps, man. I mean, they turn into racing bumps, especially for these little guys.
That is correct. Hey, we looked at the radar. I think we're looking good for this second Pro Moto.
Oh, that's good, but won't see any big tires out there this time, I don't think.
No, sir.
Well, Chad Whelan almost was regretting that one, man. He said it worked great on the start, but he said as that race wore on, it got harder and harder. I talked to him there before we did the actual podium itself. As Mason Jackson does it, he goes down hard. He goes over the bars, literally.
Yes.
Does a handstand
Has
for
to
the crowd.
Get the machine back on 4 wheels. Look at that.
Throws a tear off.
It's a tear off, just like a pro right after the race, and picks up the checkered flag. That was race 24, 70 shifter.
Ian Juka checking in on the number 2 spot aboard the 71. Dayton Hunt, the 7X, is 3rd. Jeremiah Newton, 4th. Justice McDaniel, I should say. Looks like going to be your number 5 ride. So that 70 shifter is 6 to 11. We got WMX coming up next. I like that rhyme.
WMX coming up next.
It is the number 1 of Megan Manchak Shepard out of Marion, Ohio now. Your defending and 3-time WMX champion out there with us. We also have Aubrey King, the number 5 from Pleasant Grove, Utah. That's the 5/, the number 5 of Michelle Jenkins out of Warren, Ohio, on a Wheels Up Girls, Wheels Up HMF SSI back machine. Also the 21 of Johanna Bossman out of Houston, Texas. We saw her in a good battle earlier in the schoolgirl class, I think it was. Ashley Acomb, the 53 out of Canal Fulton, Ohio. Got the 630 or the 63 of Amanda Bustamante out of Oklahoma. Then the 75 of Andrea Berger out of Wisconsin. Then we got Cheyenne Hitchcock, the 114 out of Winnebago, Illinois. The 380 or 367 Kirsten Keene out of Temperance, Michigan, and looks like Miss Michelle Grant in the number. Can't quite make out that number, but out of Wisconsin anyway with us. I'll tell you, a variance of ages in here, and I don't want to. Again, I talk to these ladies. They're not a bit ashamed of what I'm getting ready to tell you, so don't people get their panties in a bunch like they did at Daytona when I was talking about John Natale's age.
Right.
But 42 years old. She's proud to be that age and out there racing out there against these girls. Michelle Jenkins on the number 5. Also, Miss Grant is out there at 35 years old. They're racing against girls 16, 18, and 21 years old, 19 years old.
I would be proud of that.
I would be too. So I am not dogging on anybody. Let me preface that so we don't get any hurt feelings. I know these ladies don't get their feelings hurt. They're proud of that. They love it. And they'll be out in the Vet C class, the 30-plus women's class in a little bit also. Look at that. Gate down on this one now. And that is Keene grabbing the hole shot again. We saw her do that in the schoolgirl class. This girl's got it dialed in, but oh no, the number 5, that's Michelle Jenkins on that Costa racing machine, moving to the front of the pack. That's the oldest lady on the track, the 42-year-old right there.
You go, girl, you go.
Exactly. And I'm rooting for her. And the reason being because she is 42. I mean, this girl is a powerhouse. If you've seen her, she looks like she is spends all her life in the gym. She is a major workout beast and animal. But there goes your new leader. Was that...
It looked like the number 1 machine.
Yeah, Manchak. Or no, make that now Shepard. Manchak now Shepard. She got married in the offseason. So, yes, Megan Shepard now off to the front of the pack. But, man, she knows that she's got some company out there that can run some pretty fast times and at least get a good jump off the gate. And that's Michelle Jenkins out there. Aubrey King, the 5/ out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, is going to be one to be watching out for right now as well. And I think that might be her coming up. That's Keene, I think, on the 367 challenging.
Yeah, those ladies have been going side by side for about 3 or 4 turns now, trying to figure out who's going to slot into the 3rd place position.
Keene, 16 years old, out of Temperance, Michigan. Out of Warren, Ohio, Michelle Jenkins, 42. Again, I'm just amazed at what she's got going on there and what she's able to achieve. Not saying that 42 is old, but when you get on a moto track, man, it's tough out there at that age.
Yeah, the moto track aged you a little bit. You know, 42. It sounds young to me.
Sounds young to me, too, at my age as well.
Well, look at that action right there in the horseshoe.
Man, this is awesome.
4 or 5 right there together before the finish line.
We're going to sort them out. I mean, they have jockey for position. There is Jenkins in now 3rd place, I believe that is. And that is Keene in 4th. And as they come through the finish line, it's Jenkins still in 2nd. That's Andrea Berger, the 75 in 3rd. Kirsten Keene is 4th. Aubrey King, the 5/ is 5th. Johanna Vossman, the 24, is 6th. And Amanda Bustamante, the 63, is 7th place. There's Cheyenne Hitchcock, the number 124, in the 8th place position here at the WMX. What great battles we got going on here in this WMX class. This ought to bring out the excitement, I think, for any women's motocross racer out there thinking, well, I got to go out and try this. Yeah, you do.
Exactly. Leader's starting to pull away a little bit. Megan Shepard.
Oh, we got a pass going on there. It looks like Keene getting around the 75 of Andrea Berger for the number 3 spot. Berger's trying to fire back, but just can't make it happen. We'll see if that will be change or not. Keeping an eye out, actually, now on the 5/ of Aubrey King.
seeing where she is here at the moment. And there's Joanna Fossman. We're seeing it back there aboard the 24 machine. Behind Fossman is Amanda Bustamante. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders right now battling, 2 by 2 at the moment. But
yeah, they're fighting it out for
they are.
a final podium spot. And green flag displayed the first time, so we're approaching the halfway point, and we'll see. Looks like the top 5 less than 2 seconds apart.
Man, that is crazy what these girls have got going on out here in this WMX class. The intensity of the battle is just at fever pitch right now as we check out and pick up the ladies now. I think here at the top of King Kong. I love it.
that works.
It does work. Godzilla and King Kong, it works well.
Well, Godzilla, it scared our pro riders. None of them kind of tripled that area, so we'll see what King Kong does.
At the finish line, 2 laps down, Shepard, Jenkins. There are 6 seconds basically to separate those two. But here's the battle we're watching. That is Aubrey King now up to third. And she's, oh, wow, I thought that was Fossman that had made a pass there, but it wasn't. Or Keen, actually. I thought it made the pass on Berger, but that was King, not Keen, that made the pass. Aubrey King with a 5/, now up to third. She made the pass on Kirsten Keen also, the 367. So Berger is fourth, Keen in the number 5 spot. And I don't know if Keen wore that kind of gear a couple of weeks ago or what, but for some reason, every time I see that rider right there, I key in on it as being Kirsten. But it's not, it's Aubrey King, who is now second place, getting around Michelle Jenkins. Jenkins, you know, I was talking to her yesterday. Here's the amazing thing. She was saying to me she doesn't know how things were going to go here today. She was kind of concerned and worried about this track because it is a much larger surface than what most of the pro motocross tracks you see out on the circuit. I mean, you got some like, obviously like Redbud that is big, High Point it'll get big, and a few others, but this particular track right here, a little bit intimidating for her coming into the weekend, but you know, it doesn't look like she's let it affect her any whatsoever.
No, this is definitely a big national track, and fortunately, they're not running the big pro section, so I could imagine, you know, going up and seeing Godzilla at the top. That would that'd make me turn around.
That'd make me turn around too. Shepard still commanding the lead out here. Jenkins falling to the 5/ of Aubrey King. There they go. That is King in the red, and the yellow and blue there is the Coster Racing ride of Michelle Jenkins. I'm not sure if that's another Coster ride of Andrea Berger behind her or not, but the white flag coming out regardless on this one. Shepard will have 1 lap to go after 3. Lap time 2:11.420. That was her fastest lap, the 2:11.420.
Yeah, that was approaching the morning class B practice times.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I thought this racetrack, I was amazed at the lap times this morning. I thought they'd be a little bit faster during practices, but hey, this track does have a definite race pace developing on it.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely different than when the bikes are here, but it's still, for the ATVs, it's starting to get chopped and rough, or race bumps, as Jeff Russell would say.
Race bumps.
Race bumps.
Hey, you can start a new trend, I guess. But they are. That's exactly what they are. I mean, they're acceleration and deceleration bumps, braking bumps or whatever, but race bumps, they become doubles and triples for some of these little guys sometimes when they get big enough.
Are we looking at white flag, light flag in the air?
Yep, white flag is out, and your leader, Megan Shepard, is coasting, it looks like, on her Hauser Racing back machine, back by Root River Racing. Her dad is Rage ATV Motors. He's the one that builds those, D-Man Shack. So you know she's got a real power plant in that machine.
Yeah, there's no problem with being at the front off the start.
No, not a bit, not for Mancheck. She's got the motor to make it happen. There's no doubt about that. Man, what a good women's race here. I think the WMX, that first couple of laps especially, offering up some great battles now as things have waged on. It's got a little different now. The only battle I'm looking at is the one between the 75 and 367. That'd be Berger and Keene for the 4th place position. There's about a second that separate the two, but right now it's all about that girl right there, Megan Shepherd.
Shepherd picking up a victory, hand in the air as she goes across the finish line.
Don't think she hasn't had her struggles so far this year, because she has. She's had some challenges, and she's risen to each and every one of them, it looks like, and actually had a little bit of an incident off the start, and someone ran out off the start at Texas and assisted her on the start, which prompted a DQ. They had to disqualify her from one of the motos. So that's kind of a little bit of a blur on the moto records as far as the season goes for Megan Shepherd, but I don't think it's really going to hurt her much in the way of the championship. She's got things so dialed in, and I know it was a frustrating moment for her. And, folks were obviously trying to play some of those mind games, trying to get in the head of Shepherd, but I think she's moved way past that now. And speaking of moving way past that, she's moving way past the checker flag and the win here. Aubrey King in second. Michelle Jenkins is third. Andrea Berger in fourth. Kirsten Keene is your 5th place position. I believe we may be having Miss Chelsea, Moto Chelsea as I like to call her, Chelsea Taylor, standing by with an interview with Miss Manchak coming up here in just a moment.
Excellent. Yeah. Megan Shepherd.
Yeah, Shepherd.
Shepherd.
I said Manchak again, did I not?
Hey.
It's hard not to, man. When you know a girl for 15 years as one name and then she goes and gets married, it takes a while to make that transition.
No doubt. She, at the end of the race, a little over 10 seconds for the victory, so I would say she's definitely back on track in the championship form.
All right, it sounds like, or that might be a camera we're hearing the beeper in. I thought that... So waiting on Chelsea right now. She's, I see her now. She's just leisurely walking over behind the thing. So evidently we're not going to get an interview with Megan Shepherd here. So good try though, Chelsea.
Okay, we'll get one. I did hear the beep, beep, beep. So that means they're out there smoothing some of the racing bumps.
Yep, they're smoothing out the racing bumps on this racetrack. And, developing quite a bit of a race pace. We were talking about there just a few moments ago, and pretty exciting stuff to say the least. Because I think that with the racing bumps, smoothing those out, I like that because, I like the action that you see with the race bumps on there, all the acceleration and the braking bumps, but, I like a smooth track too. I like to watch it develop. And I like to see those guys start out on an even playing field in the early part of the moto. As the moto develops, that track starts to roughen back up, and there's where you really start to see people start to shine when they can transition with the racetrack as it develops from smooth to rough.
Yeah, after the rounds of practice this morning and the races prior to the first pro race, the track was already developed, and it didn't give some of the competitors an opportunity to work their way into getting comfortable with the track.
All right, sounds like Chelsea is standing by. Let's head on down with our winner, Chelsea, who's standing by with Chelsea Taylor.
All right, guys, I'm standing here with your WMX winner, Megan Shepherd. Megan, got out to a pretty good start and made the pass for the lead fairly quickly. Tell me a little bit about how your race went.
Race went pretty good. I didn't come out of the start the greatest, but out front none the least, so that was pretty good. Just worked my way through the pack those first few corners, and once I got out front, I just, held my pace and, just tried to run a smooth, consistent race, and it seemed to have paid off, so I'm pretty excited.
All right, and that you've had a little bit of trouble since the start of the season, but things seem to be turning around. How are you going to plan to get this championship again and make it your 4th one in a row?
I'm just going to continue to do what I did the past 2 years, which is just work hard, put in everything I can, make sure I'm working out, my diet's right, and racing GNCC has helped a whole lot. I mean, I can't believe how much that is such good cross training, and I'm just going to do my best to be consistent every moto and, just do what I always do and ride smart and not crash and just hoping for the best.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Chelsea, and congratulations to Megan for another moto win out there. And yeah, I mean, I like how she puts that good cross training, and she's been on the podium in the WXC too, so she's getting pretty good over there as well.
Yeah, another stamp on the Root River Racing door. Moto win.
There you go, for sure, and they got to be pretty proud of that. Hey, we got Production A getting set to roll next. We got some track maintenance on the racetrack right now as they try to get this track redialed back in for more racing action. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and ATVMX Live will continue right after this.
Hi, I'm Chad Weenan. You're watching ATVMX Live on Racer TV.
At Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we want to help increase rider participation at your next race, rally, or club event with our free Race Gas program. Join Race Gas, and every rider that signs up for your event or club gets a free $10 gift card to Rocky Mountain ATVMC. It's that simple. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
When it comes to guarding your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance enthusiasts demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond protection it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
Wheel banging action. Saturday, May 21st at High Point Raceway. It's round 5 of the 2016 Prox ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, an AMA National Championship. Tickets are only $20 for adults, $10 for kids 6 to 11. Kids under 5 are free. Get more info at atvmotocross.com.
He's trying to get up on the inside.
Pro racing starts Saturday, May 21st at 2 o'clock. Bring the whole family. 5 miles north of Morgantown. I-79, exit 1. Get more info at atvmotocross.com. And don't forget the High Point National on June 18th.
And welcome back to ATVMX Live here from Crawfordsville, Indiana, the home of the Ironman Raceway. And this fourth round of AMA Pro ATV Racing, third round of amateur racing. We've been watching a lot of great amateur racing today. Mike Brown along with Rodney Tomlin, Johnny Gallagher out and about. Chelsea Taylor's also in the house, and Casey Greek. We got a full house of announcers here today, a roundhouse, if you will. A lot of different perspectives to take a look at it from.
A full lineup of racers, let alone announcers. So
Right.
we got it covered on and off the track for you.
Exactly, no doubt, and that is always good news. Now, I am under the understanding that we are getting ready for Pro Moto 2. I didn't realize we were that close. I was looking at my paperwork, Production A, Division 1 and 2. All right, we will be live till 5 o'clock Eastern time here on RacerTV.com, and we will be wrapping up our broadcast in. Again, stick around, find out how do you hashtag ATVMX Live, see if you win a Moto Tees event t-shirt. Instagram a picture of how you're watching ATVMX Live, and you could win a shirt, event t-shirt, featuring Josh Upperman, courtesy of Moto Tees. Down on the start line right now, you still got an opportunity to hashtag GNCC Live for your chance to win in the Twitter contest as well, your podium predictions, and win $250 in AMSOIL products. There is Bimmer _ watching ATVMX Ironman, getting ready for Moto 2. Man, that looks, you got a sandwich there. That looks good. That looks real good right there.
That's a race sandwich right there, son.
No doubt about that.
Now, it's not going to match the hand-cut grilled tenderloin that we have over there in the pro pits, but, you know, that's not a bad second spot.
No, that's not too bad at all.
It almost sounds like we have a new announcer up here in the tower.
Got a live. Is your mic live?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I couldn't figure out where all that noise was coming from.
I just turned it on, actually. You know, Rodney, we've been out checking out this Ironman MX course here, and I got to tell you, this track is shaped up completely different from Moto number 1. Was just out, you know, kicking some dirt berms and looking around, and I got to tell you, there's lines everywhere. It's really shaped up considerably different. There's so much more grip. We can see everybody, obviously, as these guys are lining up, and they're now out on their sight lap. They've all gone to the conventional motocross tires. Chad, Thomas, Josh Upperman, all the guys that were running the larger XC-style tires for the mud are now back to the Moto tires. And, you know, I couldn't imagine, if it is possible for this track to be any more perfect, I couldn't imagine how. This is not a mud race. This is not a wet race. It is not even a slick race. This, folks, is a race course that these guys are going to go out and be able to throw down on for 20 minutes plus 2 laps. And we're going to see some serious bar banging, wheel slamming, bumper busting action here over the next 20 minutes.
I like the cliches, Johnny G, and I'll tell you, you're absolutely right. As our riders are out on the track right now for their sight laps, or sight lap, I should say. One final look at this race course before the drop of the gate in Moto 2.
Yeah, the first Moto starting there in 10th place. We've seen Brett Music, 9th went to Hagsma. Lewis was in 8th. Janusa, Gin USA, is that how we say it?
Yeah.
He was in the 7th spot. Thomas Brown ended up in 6th. Your top 5, Natali was 5th. Rastrelli was 4th. Upperman was there in the 3rd spot. Hetrick put in a valiant charge there for 3 or 4 laps, not able to get around your eventual winner and current champion, Weenan. So,
wow. Man, I tell you, Janusa is styling and profiling out there on the racetrack and swagging it out, I guess you could say. Man, I tell you, I think that Janusa's got a big, long home as far as ATV motocross racing. This kid, he's very solid. He's got a great foundation, and the steps that he is making are solid steps. And once he makes that step, there's no pushing him back. So he just keeps moving forward. We may be a year or 2 out from seeing him consistently top 5 and maybe even battling for top 3 positions, but he is going to be a force to be factored in. There's no doubt about that. Josh Upperman is taking the dirt roads around the racetrack. There's Joel Hetrick making his way back into the starting line. Look at that backboard right there. The mud is just strewn all over it. That shows you that there has been some moisture in this soil earlier today, but like Johnny pointed out, looking at this racetrack on camera and off camera just outside the studio right here, it is superb, Johnny.
You know, Rodney, you just mentioned Josh Upperman there, and I was talking with him a little bit down in staging just a moment ago, and I mentioned how we had said on air that this could be the breakthrough ride that he needs, and I'll be honest with you, he didn't seem too impressed with himself. It seemed like, in a good way, though. That was the kind of rides he's been expecting all along, and when I said you got to be happy with that third, he just looked at me and he said, I was trying to catch the guys in front of me. Yep. So Josh Upperman isn't going out there to pull hole shots and, you know, reverse pass his way back to a podium position. He's going out there to win motos. We know he's capable of it. We've seen him do it in the past. And, you know, today could be the day. We're, you know, expect the unexpected. Obviously, you should always expect Josh Upperman to be up there battling. But today could be the day we see him up front battling for a win.
And it's about time. I know that's a place that he's been wanting to be. And, Johnny, I'm glad to hear you say that he was not satisfied. And that means that maybe the old Josh is back in town. And I know we had him on Quad Radio last night and talked with him a little bit about that and some of the struggles that he's had. And he's been working really hard. You know, you wonder, is he working? Yeah, he's been working very, very hard to get that program dialed in. He had a Honda, and that's about basically the only thing same to that machine that it was when he rode with Baldwin for so many years, about 8 years, I think it was. So it is taking some transition time and getting some things figured out there. And I think that he's getting it dialed in.
You know, I absolutely couldn't agree with you more, Rodney. And I got a chance to catch up with a couple of riders down there. Another rider that had some interesting things to say. We'll try and get through this quickly because these guys are getting ready to take off here. Nick Janusa, you know, he's been a revelation this season with some good finishes, top 5s, and ended up 7th in that first moto. He was not a happy guy at all. When I asked him what was going on, he said, listen, I can run the pace. And he pointed at Chad and he pointed at Joel. He said, I might not be ready to run that pace, but I can run the pace of everybody else out there. He said, I'm terrible the first 20 feet off the gate. He said, if I can get 20 feet off this gate and be with these guys, I can run in a podium position and possibly win one of these motos. So watch for Nick Janusa to really be focusing on that start, trying to get off that gate, try and get a good start. He believes if he can get that start, he can run up there, and I'm not going to tell him any different.
I'm not going to tell him any different either. Now, as far as the starting gate conditions, we see out front of the gate is starting to look a little better. I would assume that behind the gate is looking good too right now, huh?
You know, Rodney, like we said, so many changes from the first moto, and the starting gate no different. It's so much drier than it was just 2 hours ago for moto number 1. It's basically like a dry starting gate down there that they've put some water on. You know, none of these guys with the big tires. The only thing is the ruts are a little bit deep. You know, we had Casey Greek here earlier talking about prepping those gates. He mentioned you don't want to get down to the point where you start dragging a skid plate or a rotor or anything in that. I don't think they're quite that deep, but one quite just tiny little miscue on the start could drop these guys back just a little bit. Start's still going to be important, although I do think it's going to be easier for a rider who's faster to make passes and to make their way up through the pack, but it looks like we're going to find out here real quick. We're starting to hear some engines revving, Rodney.
We certainly are, and that means that we are getting close to the start of Moto number 2. We look down. Jeremy Holbert is our AMA Pro referee today, and he has signaled the riders on the starting line that we are ready to go, and I believe our 30-second card is about to go up. Yep, 30-second card is out. It is up, and Joe Bird still standing up there. We saw him doing this the last time.
You know, quick update on Joe Bird, Rodney. He, you can see that, I forget what they call that, Japanese Kiatsu tape or whatever it is on his neck. He said he injured his neck, and he thought he was going to be good to go this weekend. The first jump he hit, he said it was like somebody stuck a knife right into his neck. So I think he's just out there, you know, he's going to give it another go. It looks like he's got a little more tape than he did in Moto 1, so he might see a little better effort out of him, but it was a struggle for him in Moto 1 for sure.
Yeah,
and here they go, Rodney.
All right, yeah, I see what you were talking about. Good jump off the gate again by everybody, but look at that, center of the gate, out of the middle of it. It's Joel Hetrick. Kid Dynamite explodes into the first turn, grabbing the SSI decals hole shot and the early lead out here. Man, looking back there behind him right now, trying to get things all sorted out as we get it dialed in. We've got a couple of Yamahas, and I don't think that is Chad Wienen. So Hetrick is out front, and who are we looking back in the number 2 spots? And 3 spots. That might be Wienen back in the number 3 position, but right now whoa, look at that, Godzilla! Woo! Man, they all nearly headed the top 5, just launched off that baby.
Rodney, I think that's Nick Janusa possibly in the 3rd place spot, and it is. So we talked about Janusa needing to get that good start. Now he runs it in on Thomas Brown. He wants a piece of that 2nd place spot.
Janusa ain't messing around, man. He has that confidence, and he rides with it as well. And he's not trying to push the envelope any. He's just trying to get around Brown because he thinks he can maybe try to track down, at least see some of the lines a little while that Joel Hetrick's laying down. Big question right now, where is Chad Wienen?
He's buried back there. It looks like about 7th spot, Rodney. He's behind it. Looks like he's got Rastrelli, Wienen, or Rastrelli, Natali, all those guys in front of him. Obviously, Joel Hetrick leading the way. Thomas Brown in 2nd. Nick Janusa in 3rd. That is your top 3 as they run. Looks like Rastrelli in 4th. That appeared to be Natali in 5th or possibly Upperman. It is Upperman, then Natali, then Wienen.
Wow. 7th place position if we're counting that back right, Johnny Gallagher. And I have to venture to think that he's not going to stay in a 7th place position, but if he did, what would that do to the points race? Man, that would certainly shake things up.
Yeah, he needs to get to work and get to work quick if he wants to have any shot at all. Kid Dynamite is out front. He's starting to set sail on this one, folks.
Yeah, Joel definitely put himself where he wanted to be that moto. Right off the start, pulling the whole shot, as you see. Wienen right there with Upperman and John Natali. So I'm still kind of baffled on the big jump over here. I didn't expect him to hit it first lap like that, so I've been kind of catch my breath a little bit.
That was exciting, man. That brought it on. There's Wienen right there. We see him trying to work through the crowd. He's going down by the mechanics area right now. Getting ready to see him up here at the top of the hill. Man, the fans are going wild as Joel Hetrick goes by.
Look at that, Rodney. Natali around Upperman, so that puts him into the 5th place spot. Relegates Upperman back to 6th. Wienen still 7th. Now he's all over the back of Upperman, and it looks like Davey Hagsma right behind him in the number 8 spot.
Wow.
There we go. Brown, Janusa, Rastrelli, Natali, Upperman, Wienen. There they are. There goes Hetrick setting sail on Godzilla. See if these other guys are going to send it. Looks like John Natali's checking up. That causes all the guys behind him to check up as well.
Wow. So more saving grace for the front runners, especially the 88 of Joel Hetrick, if that keeps happening, because a little bit of time going to be lost by those guys, and that's going to put Chad Wienen that much further back.
Yeah, definitely. It's letting Joel get away a little bit, and I think with all these guys right now, it's a hit or miss question. Do we jump it or not? Chad had a couple issues over it in the first time qualifier this morning, so I don't know if Chad's jumped it since. I haven't been over there to watch, but
no, Thomas Brown. He broke that same. Oh. It looks like he's broken something on the rear end of that machine.
Man. Wow, that's a heartbreaker right there. That goes to show you, though, just how hard he's pushing it out there. He's pushing the machine to its limits and then past it, actually.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Thomas. He was off to a good start, solidly in second. So that moves Nick Janusa up to second. That should put...
Let's talk about Nick Janusa a little bit. Coming out in this moto strong, running second place. That's what Nick Janusa needs to do to light his fire and start running up front every weekend.
Absolutely, but right now he's got a lot of company from Jeff Rastrelli. Rastrelli wants a piece of that second place position. Janusa to the inside, Rastrelli around the outside. Looks like Janusa is going to be able to shut him down, but Rastrelli back to the other side. He's all over this track trying to make a pass on the number. Oh, look at that. He cases a little bit, but Rastrelli's able to close it up.
Wow.
The number 15 of Janusa holding second in solid there. Look at Rastrelli's running over course markers. He's trying everything he possibly can to make a move on Janusa.
Man, Rastrelli's got this better track conditions now, and he is trying to make up for lost grounds from Moto 1, where he finished just a little further back than what he wanted to. I think, about 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, in Moto 1.
Yeah, right. With this third place that he's running now, they end up giving him, I believe, 3rd overall.
Yeah, it definitely would. So,
make that second place.
Mercy sakes alive, Jeffrey Rastrelli making his way into the number 2 spot, the 728 kid from Florida hitting Godzilla. He pulls the trigger on it. Boom! And they both landed. What a beautiful aerobatic style we see out of both Rastrelli and Janusa, and Janusa's not going to let Rastrelli get away. He's going to latch right onto that rear bumper, and these guys are going to be going at it over the course of the next, 15 minutes or so as they try to get it sorted out, and who's going to be the, now second place position in this second moto. What will that do for the overall? I think it'll still keep him in that number 3 spot.
John Natale working his way up now. He's in that 4th place spot, and he's closing up a little bit on this battle for second, and we start to see the shadow of Chad Wienen peeking in behind him. Looks like he's made his way around the number 20 machine of Upperman, and he's now into the 5th place spot. There is the number 1 machine, your championship points leader. He's trying to run some different lines. He's into 5th, and he's got a long way to go if he wants to try and catch Kid Dynamite, because Joel Hedrick is gone.
Well, I'll tell you, Chad does not appear to be riding with a sense of urgency right now, but that does not mean that he is not turning over some fast lap times. He seems to be very calm, cool, collected, just as if he was maybe in 2nd or even 1st place right now in control of the race. That right there shows you that he's got the mindset of a champion. He's able to stay calm under all the circumstances, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. With Chad Wienen, he knows he can't rush and cause a mistake. Right now, he's still, earning valuable points. He obviously wants to not lose as many as possible to Joel Hedrick, with Joel doing, absolutely maximum points this moto. So I'm sure you're going to see Chad start to put a little more urgency into it and start to challenge John Natale and Nick Janusa up there ahead of him, and then, eventually try to go after Jeffrey Rastrelli if he can conquer the 3 guys that he's got in front of him already.
Right. It's going to be a heck of a hard battle to get through, because you're talking about John Natale, a former national champion himself, that's right ahead of him aboard that number 13. And I know John Natale does not like to be passed, and if anything, he's not going to want to be passed by Chad Wienen right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's always the competition between these guys no matter what, as you see John trying to get around Nick Janusa right now to give himself that window of not being challenged by Chad Wienen. So those guys are going back and forth as Chad checks up.
Oh, John Natale has
an issue.
Uh-oh. What happened?
That hands the 4th spot right over to Wienen.
Wow. What happened to Natale there?
It looked like he might have gone for Godzilla and didn't make it. Immediately looked down what we saw Thomas Brown do just a lap ago.
I don't know. Maybe he lost. Wow, that changes the pace of this. That's going to move. Wienen up to a 4th place position. Upperman up to 5th. Hogsma up to 6th. Higgerson up to 7th now. Music is up to 8th. Joe Bird is 9th. Nick Moser now rides to the top 10.
Yeah, we really can't say enough about. We're watching Chad Wienen on screen, but Nick Janusa in that 3rd place spot. You know, wow, what a ride for him. To be in a podium position, we're now 3 laps into this. What a great start he got off to. And he told us before the race started, he said, hey, I can run the pace if I can get a start. He got a start, and he's backing it up right now. Boy, talk about backing it up. This guy right here is backing up his win from 2 weeks ago right now with a big lead in Moto 2. 9.3 seconds at the end of 3 laps.
Man, you have to wonder if he could have got a little better start. Conditions a little different in that first moto, what this day would have been like in the end. But you can't wonder things like that because you got to take it moto by moto, condition by condition, and it doesn't matter. At the end is the end, and what it is what it is. Joel Hetrick made the best out of what he could in Moto 1, which was a 2nd place position finish, and he takes that confidence here in Moto 2 and just leaps off the starting line with it and just basically checks out.
I'm just admiring lap times over here, and this last lap, Joel slowed down just a little bit, but the laps before that, he was 2 to 3 seconds faster at each lap than these guys, and it proves it right there with the gap he has on Jeffrey Rastrelli. And I don't know if he's just out to make vengeance on this race, and, you know, first moto, the kid rode his heart out. He couldn't see nothing for over half the moto.
Well, they had to wash his eyes out after he was late getting to the podium. We were going to do him, and then we were waiting on him, but they had to do an eye wash on him because he had his eyes full of dirt.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'm sure there's a lot of eye washing that were going on before or after that first moto, and obviously his vision's clear now, and he's exactly where he wants to be, and he's kind of just out there doing his thing the way it looks. Not really any kind of challenge, and he's probably in the position as mechanic Paul Turner's letting him know, hey, you got a 10-second gap. Go ahead and just mind that gap, and I'll keep you posted, and we'll just, you know, keep that and keep a comfortable lead.
Well, we're near the halfway point right now, I believe, of the moto, maybe just past it. At 4 laps, working on lap number 5 right now. Joel Hedger continuing to dominate moto number 2. Jeffrey Rastrelli back about 10 seconds. Another 3 seconds off his pace is Nick Janusa. Chad Wienen 2.5 seconds behind him, which I expect to see Wienen maybe start to lift it up. But you were talking about that, what Janusa was saying. What if he and Wienen go at it right here? What if he is able to keep Wienen at bay? Will that be a bit of a confidence boost for Janusa at this point? You'd almost have to think it would be.
Well, he's doing it right now. It seems like Chad really hasn't been able to eat it into that gap at all, and it looks like he's actually lost a little bit of time up to Jeff Rastrelli to that number 2 spot. So you got to believe at this point, best case scenario, Chad would have to be thinking about trying to gain maximum points, which would be 2nd at this point, barring something catastrophic happening for Kid Dynamite. Because at this point, with a 10-plus second lead, it's going to be tough for anybody to run down. Oh, and there we see, it looks like Janusa made a little mistake there. Wienen's closed it up just a bit. But you see, Rastrelli's got a good little gap all the way up there. So it's going to be tough, even if Chad can get up to Janusa. Then he's still got to get around him and try and make some ground on Rastrelli. He's got a tough road to hoe here.
If nothing changes in this battle,
and Ronnie Higgerson with some issues.
Oh man, tough break for the almost evil 665 there. Savage Motorsports machine. Here comes Wienen now up on the 15 of Janusa. Must heard us talking about that situation and scenario. But if right now, unless, and it's going to change if he's able to get around Janusa, but right now, Hetrick would only gain 4 points on the day on Chad Wienen.
Nick Janusa gave Chad Wienen a little bump there and almost put Chad off the track.
Land's sakes, my friends, Janusa is not relinquishing to the champion. He is showing that he is out here doing the same thing. He is putting in his work, and he wants to be one of the fast guys as well. And guess what? He is one of the fast guys leading the defending champion. Look at that. Pulling the trigger on at that time. Janusa never even second-guessed that.
I think that might have been the first time that Chad Wienen has jumped that. So he's been losing some time there, but it looks like he used Janusa as kind of a pace car to figure out. Obviously, with his troubles earlier today, he knows he needs to jump that jump. Oh, Janusa has some problems. Wienen goes around the outside, and there he is into 3rd place. But Janusa not giving up, trying to run it back up the inside.
This will be interesting right here to see whether or not Janusa is able to keep this pace now that Chad is out front of him. Instead of being pushed by him, now he's going to be pulled by him. Will he be able to latch on?
And it looked like Janusa just kind of got his front wheel, inside wheel caught in the deeper mud and just hang him up just for that second that Chad Wienen needed and to pull the trigger and kind of stretch it out on him now.
Well, I'm going to head on over and get ready for podium presentations. Guys, take us on home in this one.
Looks like Joel Hetrick with a 2:24.4 still has the fastest lap that last lap round on lap number 5. The next fastest was Chad Wienen with a 2:25.1. Jeffrey Rastelli with a 2:25.5. So 0.4 of a second, but with a, let's see, over a 5-second gap. That would mean 10 laps it would take for Chad Wienen to run Rastrelli down, and we just don't have that much time left. So he's really going to need to get work if he wants to try and get up there and battle with Rastrelli over that second place points, which, Casey, we got to point out at this point, again, when you're thinking about points, and look at this, Davey Hagsma's made his way around Josh Upperman. So this is a great ride for Hagsma, moving him up into the top 5. Oh, no! Hagsma stacks it on top of the berm, and he's pinned under his bike. He can't get out. He's stuck. We have got a course worker coming. What a heartbreaker for Hagsma. He really had put in a good couple of laps there to get up into the top 5, and then he just had that one small mistake in the corner, and sometimes that's all it takes, Casey.
Yeah, definitely. I've been watching the lap times and kind of watching where he's at and the little glimpses of Davey that we were getting there, and I seen him starting to inch his way into the big picture there in the top 5. And definitely just as fast as that happens, one little mistake, and all of a sudden you're trapped into your bike, and your day's not over. He's going to get up and finish the race, but it's definitely going to hurt his results in this moto.
Surely discouraged. He's got to be. To get up there into the top 5, and run there, it's a really, I know he led some laps earlier this season, but, this late into a moto to be in the top 5, that was a really great performance for him. Unfortunately, one mistake kind of just let it all slip away. But one thing that's not slipping away is this win from Joel Hetrick right now. He is just absolutely on rails out there, Casey. He's not, it doesn't seem like he's letting it up at all. With a 2:23.9 that last lap, no other riders even in the 2:24s, let alone the 2:23s. Joel Hetrick is on a just absolute ride to glory here, as Rodney would say.
He's definitely, he dropped his lap time back down. His fastest lap time is a 2:22.4, and he's a little over a second slower a lap right now, but he has no urgency. He's still running 2 seconds a lap faster than Jeffrey Rastrelli in second place. Chad Wienen is only running 0.4 faster than Jeffrey Rastrelli, so like you were saying, for him to catch him, I was kind of waiting for a lap to be in there after he got around Nick Janusa, and now he's around him. He still hasn't improved his lap time in a huge number to try to match the pace of Joel Hetrick and close the gap on Jeffrey Rastrelli.
Yeah, it looks like right now Wienen's going to need a little bit of help to possibly get up there and battle, but look at this guy. Nick Janusa still in that number 4 spot, and he's kind of all by himself. He's got a pretty good gap back of about 6 seconds back to Upperman. So this could be, if I'm not mistaken, a career best ride for Janusa. I think he might have, I know he's had some top 5s in motos and even some top 5 overalls, but this might be his, I know he had 7th that first moto, so we'll have to wait and see how the points pan out. But we have lost John Natale Jr. all the way back to 14th with only 4 laps complete. So whatever that problem was that he had, it appears he has not been able to get it fixed. He had a 4-minute and 8-second lap time that last lap around, or 4 minutes 26 seconds. There we see Thomas Brown off to the side trying to limp that machine around for some points. Now, I do think possibly Natale might have made up some ground on Rastrelli. Did it look so from that camera shot to you there, Casey?
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, Jeffrey's still pushing it hard there, but Chad Wienen's definitely dropping his lap time. He went down to a 2:24, so it's kind of what I was thinking, kind of what I was expecting later in this moto, and now that he's got some clear track, he's dropping his lap times down. He's a little bit over a second faster than Jeffrey that lap, and it's just going to be one of those things. If Jeffrey makes one little bobble and Chad's on a fast one that lap, as you can see that Chad Wienen can now see Jeffrey Rastrelli as they come up over the big one in the back there.
Yeah, with 3.7 seconds being the gap, there is Rastrelli as he jumps back down into the bottom of this Ironman MX facility, looking great. And there we see in the background Chad Wienen lurking, trying to reel that gap down. 3.7 seconds last time at the line. We'll see what it is here in just a little bit. We should see if he's, he's definitely closed that down, Casey. He sees blood in the water. And let me tell you what's going through Chad Wienen's mind right now. He knows with a 1-2, he could tie Joel Hetrick on the day.
And not lose any points at all.
And although Joel Hetrick, if And that's still a big if. If Chad Wienen could run down Jeff Rastrelli and make that pass, he's running out of time. This is lap number 8 they're working on, and I think we might be seeing a 2-lap board here in just this lap, if not one more. So he's really got to get to work. But if he could make that happen, that would be a really best case scenario for him at this point to call it a break-even day with Joel Hetrick. Otherwise, he's going to give it up those points.
And this is what champions do. They manage championships. It's a long series. We race every other weekend. And this is what Chad Wienen does, how he finishes every weekend. He ends up on the box. He takes his good days, his bad days. Even if he finished third, that's a bad day for Chad Wienen. He's happy. He's still on the box. Everyone's taken care of. And he still manages his points gap. As of right now, he only loses 2 points to Joel Hetrick. So, yeah, if he passes Jeffrey Rastrelli, it's an even day. It's a wash. It's like they didn't even show up in a sense of that they came out and did all the work.
Yeah, absolutely. And from where he stood just a few laps ago running in the 7th place spot, as we see, it looks like he's almost within striking distance of Rastrelli now. He's got that gap down to 1.3 seconds, so he made up 2.4 seconds that lap. Don't know if that was a rough lap for Rastrelli, but it looks like Chad Wienen with a 2:23.24. That might be the fastest lap of the moto.
Joel Hetrick still has the fastest lap time with a 2:22.4, but Chad Wienen definitely is inching closer to that fastest lap time. And we've seen in the first moto on lap 9, Chad Wienen ran the fastest lap time of the moto, and then lap 10, Joel Hetrick flipped it again on him and ended up taking the fastest lap credit for the moto. So neither one of these guys are suffering with fatigue or anything, and you can see now, and Chad Wienen's proven that greatly as he runs a 2:23.2.
And there they go, up over Godzilla. That was made it a tough start to the day for Chad. Having some issues falling out of the sky on that jump and doing some damage to his machine. But now he's using it to try and reel in Jeff Rastrelli. He's got it down to 1.3 seconds at the line last time. We're watching this battle on screen, folks, but those of you watching ATVMX live at home, let's not forget that number 88 machine, Joel Hetrick, out front all alone with the 13.3-second lead. He's on his way to victory, barring some kind of unforeseen mistake for him. Looks like Chad Wienen trying a new inside line there.
Yeah, definitely. And you're going to see this, if the 2-lap board does come out, you're really going to see Chad wake it up, and he's going to be on fire, and he's like the Cobra right now trying to strike on Jeffrey Rastrelli.
Hey, we've got a Cobra already. You can't be giving Jared McClure's nickname away. But nonetheless, he's definitely he's like a cat waiting to pounce.
There we go.
Oh, the white flag coming out.
Boy.
So therefore, this will be the last lap. That means that Chad Wienen down to just a couple of corners in one lap to possibly try and make up ground on Rastrelli. Rastrelli's still riding incredibly strong. There we see Hetrick in the foreground, that white fly riding gear, the number 88 machine. He's on his way to victory. One lap, we should be seeing the white flag flying. Chad Wienen's still making up ground, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, definitely. Chad is inched up here in this section. This is a section that Joel Hetrick was faster than Chad Wienen on a consistent basis in the first moto, because he comes around the outside of Jeffrey, and they're almost side by side. And the gap's a little bigger than I thought, but at the angle I couldn't really tell as they get in the white flag. So now it's panic time for Chad Wienen. Does he pull the trigger, or does he just walk away happy with third place of this moto and second overall?
I don't think you're going to see any kind of moves of desperation out of Chad Wienen. I think you're going to see a lot of hard pressure. You're going to see him try it around this outside. Rastrelli up on 2 wheels. Wienen to the inside. It looks like Wienen's going to make the pass.
In the off-camber corner, Chad Wienen emerges in front of Jeffrey Rastrelli.
I did not see that coming. It looked like Rastrelli just got up on 2 wheels just a little bit there, and it was all Chad needed. He left that door open just the tiniest little bit, but Rastrelli wants that position back. He's trying to inch back up on the rear bumper of the number 1 machine. Wienen saying, no way, buddy, this one's mine. I want those points. Through the rollers, Chad Wienen using that big, tall frame to work that machine through there. One last time over Godzilla. Jeff Rastrelli uncorks it. Right behind him, we see Joel Hetrick down the hill already and out of sight, still with an 11.5-second lead. Rastrelli wanting to make a race out of this. He does not want to give that position up. That one little mistake allowed Chad Wienen to make the pass, but as they work around, we see Thomas Brown in the background there, still making laps on that machine, trying to garner all the points that he can. Here's the man of the hour.
Joel Hetrick. He comes down the step down there, and so Joel Hetrick's on his way to conquering his first moto win at Ironman Motocross and his first overall and second in a row.
Just a couple corners to go. He comes by our Racer TV studios. We hear the fans going crazy. Everybody loves to see the kid out front. He should be stepping up over this, and there he is, the number 88 machine, putting in the work, putting in the laps, and it's paying off for him here today. He's been fast all season, a couple little mistakes holding him back, but he got the overall last round in Muddy Creek, and now here he is ready to do it again. Two more turns standing his way.
What are you going to think this does for the momentum and the head game for Joel Hedrick versus Chad Wienen? 2 weekends in a row that Chad hasn't won the overall. Joel's won the overall. Neither one of them went 1-1. They've shared Moto wins. So the steam is definitely rolling toward Joel Hedrick right now. Last year when we come into this race, Joel Hedrick was the closest he's ever been to points with Chad Wienen. This year he's not as close, but he's starting to inch away and inch little points here and there and try to get into that lead of Chad Wienen.
Absolutely. You know, Joel Hedrick making a statement. Here it is. Chad Wienen taking the second place spot. Jeffrey Rastrelli with just an amazing ride in third place there. It looked like he was going to hold on to that second place spot. Wienen able to make the pass on the last lap. We see, looks like Hedrick working his way over to the podium. And we should have Rodney Tomlin waiting there to get the updates on all the action. But wow, what a moto, Casey. Those guys, they took it right down to the wire. You knew Wienen was going to be desperate to try and get that second place spot. I really thought he'd settle into third there at the end and just play it safe. What do you know? One little mistake from Rastrelli, Chad Wienen, the cat, ready to pounce, and he just took advantage of it. All the fans over there congratulating Joel. What a great ride for this young man today. We know he has the speed. We know he has the talent. He's been able to put it all together here today for another overall, his second in a row. Looks like, I believe, rounding out the podium then would be these two riders right here. The overall order would be the order that they finished in this moto. If I'm not mistaken, it would be Joel Hedrick with the overall, Chad Wienen in second, Jeffrey Rastrelli in third.
Yes, and you know, looking back to the pass that Chad made on Jeffrey Rastrelli, he still had second overall, Jeffrey still had third, so there was nothing to change there besides the points that he could keep it, and now there was no gap, or no points gained by Joel Hedrick. But I think it come down to that point when Chad was behind Jeffrey. They're so close. Do I pull the trigger or not? If he makes a mistake, I'm going to go. And it got to that point where Jeffrey made the little bobble, and it looked like Chad come around that corner on rails. He didn't even have to try, as his bike stuck. His setup was on point right there, and it worked out perfect for him. And it's one of those things, what I'm getting at is, it's a big decision. Do you take that chance and try to make that pass where you might come together and end up causing a catastrophic day out of something that was really positive? And that little bobble just opened the door enough, and it's a split-second decision. I'm going now, and I'm going to do it. Or do I just let him go, and we'll be okay?
Absolutely, and I think that was the kind of position Chad was put in. He made the call there when Rastrelli had that little bobble. I think those two guys are obviously good friends off the track. They race each other clean. All these guys do. They give each other the room when they need to, but they're not afraid to shove it in there when they also need to get the win or to get the position. We saw that with Chad actually tried that pass just a few laps earlier on Nick Janusa. Nick Janusa shut the door really hard. Chad ended up out over the berm. Had that have happened a little later in the moto, it could have really come down and been costly in points. But, as it worked out, Chad was able to make that stick. Joel Hedrick with the win. Chad Wienen in second. Jeffrey Rastrelli in third. We'll be catching up with these guys on the podium. The overall is the same as Moto 2 finish, and we see the crowd starting to gather, and pretty soon here we'll get to see to the victor goes the spoils, and as Rodney Tomlin will tell you here, in ATVMX racing, the spoils are the sweet, sweet spray of champagne.
Definitely. It's cool to see these guys. Everyone's down there shaking hands, and that shows that we keep it a family sport, and these guys enjoy being around each other, and the racing today was just impeccable. Unbelievable how good a race and how clean it was. And you've seen aggressive passes, and you've seen passes that just happened with simple mistakes.
Yeah, it's at this caliber of racing, these guys have a lot of respect for each other. They're out there, they're racing for obviously their lives, basically. They're racing for their careers, they're racing for their notoriety, and they're racing for pride more than anything. These guys are prideful athletes. They want to get up there, they want to win, they want to be on the podium. Today it was these three guys that were able to come out on top. Joel Hedrick, he put in a gritty ride in Moto number 1. I just couldn't believe he just continued to take that roost and continued to fight like he did, and you knew he was setting himself up for this very scenario. Chad Wienen was able to just really take some serious firepower from Hedrick in Moto 1, hold on for the win, and then in Moto 2, he was back in 7th place and that was after making a few passes on the first lap. At one point, he may have been outside the top 10. To see him come back to get that second place, it just shows how focused, determined he is to win what would be his 5th championship if he can keep this momentum rolling through the end of the season. You said earlier if it was a momentum swing. I feel like those two are, I don't know that it's a swing as much as it is a stalemate. Obviously Joel Hetrick getting the 2 overall wins in a row, that's kind of a moral victory. But in terms of the points and the momentum, it's like 2 locomotives just head-to-head pushed into each other. Joel Hetrick has a phenomenal speed, phenomenal talent. He's saying, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to win. Chad Wienen wants to fight back. Rodney Tomlin's here. He's got these guys. He's going to fill us in on everything that went down in that moto. Rodney?
Well, down here on the podium, let's hear it, Indiana! Our top 3 overall, Jeffrey Estrelli in 3rd, Chad Wienen in 2nd, and, of course, Kid Dynamite, Joel Hetrick is able to pull it all together here to take the overall today, bringing them out front and getting that big steel hammer right here, driving the iron right here with this 3rd place Pro Class trophy right there. How about it? One more time, Jeffrey Estrelli, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I tell you, Jeffrey, when we started out that first moto, there were a lot of questions. What's this weather going to do? What's it going to be like out there on the racetrack? And a lot of people not really knowing what to do as far as tire choices and prep for that moto. But you went out and rode your race, man. You did the best you could. You came back and really put it all together back here in this 2nd moto.
Yeah, the first moto was tough. I had a good start, and then first lap, my roll-offs didn't work, so I had to rip the goggles off. And by the time I did that, 3 guys got around me, and I just put my head down and rode a smart race and didn't really make many mistakes. And me and John Natale had a crazy battle at the end of that race. We were beating and banging all over the place, but it was a really fun race. And this second moto was really good too. Nick Januso was running good there at the beginning, and we got around him and pulled a gap. And then Chad was charging really hard, and I was trying to stay mistake-free, and I did for the most part, but he was just a little faster today and ended up getting me on the last lap, which is unfortunate. But congrats to him, and congrats to my buddy Joel here for getting that overall. And I'm just stoked to be up here, man. It's an awesome feeling.
There you go. Congratulations, Jeffrey. Who do you want to say thanks to real quick?
My mom and dad mostly, Jody with JB Racing, Root River Racing, SSI Decals, PP Shocks, Fly Racing, Blown Motorsports, Maxon, Baldwin for the great motor, Gold Speed Tires, DWT Wheels, Precision, Wrath, Renthal, Gunk, just
a whole bunch of them right there, right?
Everybody that helped me out, thank you so much, and I couldn't do it without you guys. Thanks a lot.
Jeffrey Estrelli, ladies and gentlemen, he takes 3rd place overall here today as we bring the big iron hammer out here for this guy right here, Chad Wienen. He splits the motos today, but he comes out pretty much clean when it's all said and done, finishing 2nd overall. It's big Chad Wienen. Chad, congratulations to you, brother, man. I mean, that was a great first moto. There's no doubt you chose those big tires, got off to a good start. It almost come back to bite you there in that first moto. Second moto, track conditions a lot different, though, man.
Yeah, the track got a lot of it better, and man, I just hooked up so much on that gate. I popped up, and it's unfortunate, but it had to have been an exciting moto from the spectator's standpoint, and I had fun as well, and battling with a lot of guys, and man, finally uncorking Godzilla out there, and that really helped me drop my lap time and catch those guys a little bit faster, and man, it was just there's so many passes, and just had to make, and I just knew I had to get up to second at least. Joel had a good pace, and man, Jeffrey put it on that whole race, and I was just like, man, I got to dig deep and go get him, and he changed up his line down here by the start, and I was dialing in this outside line all the whole second moto, and it was working good, and I slung right around him, and just a big thank you to the whole team, the Wiener Motorsports, Yamaha. That thing's loud. The whole guys from SSI Decals, Walsh Racecraft, we got Nate and Mikey slinging the wrench, my Doc Trent, and it's a great day. We came out and we're splitting points, and second overall is a good day. And I had a rough start to the day, but we ended up getting a good couple motos in.
Well, Well, there you go, man. And right here's what you're after, maintaining the lead. And there it is, the number 1 plate, or the red plate background, I guess is what we got to say. Still leading in the points after this 4th round of racing. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. I got to thank the guys that fly racing gear, you know, to keep everything looking fresh. And the Scott goggles was so important today, Shoei helmets, EVS, Alpine Stars. We got Maxxis tires, of course, Hansen clutch components, Wrath Racing, Alaska Motorsports. You know, this engine's just ripping this year, and you know, it really helps us getting these good starts. And hats off to the guys at FMF, you know, Fourworks, Renthal, Cherubies, Behringer, you know, my wife, you know, the whole entourage that came down, and all you fans that came out this weekend. You know, brother, a big happy birthday and happy mother to all those mothers out there tomorrow. And you know, we're looking forward to the rounds ahead, and you know, we're back in the Midwest, so heading back home.
There you go, big Chad Weenan, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place here today. And the man that's swinging the big hammer here at the Ironman, how about it for Joel Hetrick? Joel, man, I tell you, what a day. You didn't quite get it done the way you wanted to in that first moto, but you're right where you needed to be, and you come up here with the overall win. It's an even-out day. You didn't lose anything. You didn't gain anything, but, again, you're still right where you need to be, man.
Oh, yeah, I wish the first moto would have went a little different for me, but I had to toss the goggles, and I caught up to Chad after that, and I was just getting pelted in the face, and I tried everything I could, and you know, I worked my butt off to get up there and get through the pack as quick as I could, but I just couldn't see and couldn't make a pass happen. But you know, 2-1, we didn't lose anything, so we're still there. We just got to keep chipping away, and you know, it's a big gap to try to gain the points back. But if I keep riding like this, I think we have a good chance.
No doubt, man. And you pick yourself up a whole shot, if I'm not mistaken, out there. Did you not, Moto 2?
Oh yeah, we've been working a lot with the Dasa motor, and Maxxis tires been hooking up great. And I finally got back to my combination I had last year, and it worked that second moto. And you know, the first moto would have been different, but I actually missed a shift, and that was my fault. So you know, I had to work through that.
No doubt, man. Looking forward to what the future holds for you, Joel. And I know that everybody that's standing behind you is looking forward to good things too.
Oh yeah, the whole Maxxis Liquid Ranch Honda team is just, out of control for me. They do everything they can in their power to make this bike awesome, and it really works awesome. Jay Goebel with Impact Solution dialed in my shocks. My trainer, Dominic Sapolik, got me on a serious regimen this past 2 weeks, and I've been able to do a lot more with my knees, so I think that helped out a lot today. My fiance, Carly, the whole Moser family, my mom and dad, Elka Suspension, Fly Gear keeping us fresh, Scott Goggles, DWT Wheels, Walsh Racecraft, Hetrick Racing, my mechanic, Paul Turner, Jonathan Parrish, Sean, Brandon Lauer, and all the fans here cheering me on. And happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank Tire Balls, Casey Greek, and I think that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joel Hetrick. Ladies and gentlemen, your Ironman ATV champs. What you got to say there, Jeffrey?
Happy Mother's Day to my mom. This podium's for you.
All right, way to go, Jeffrey. Hey, guys, grab those bottles of champagne. Let's get this celebration underway and do it the right way. I guess you're going to hold those hammers up first, though. And there you go. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 overall. In third, Jeffrey Rastrelli. Second place, Chad Weenan. And your Ironman ATV Motocross champion, Joel Hetrick. And now it's time to grab the bottles of bubbly, boys. And we'll get ready with the celebrations here, as we always like to say. In the world of ATV motocross racing, is to the victor goes the spoils. And the spoils here at ATVMX is this right here, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne. That's going to wrap it up here at the podium. We're going to head back over to the infield where Johnny Gallagher, Mike Brown, and the boys are standing by.
I'm Joel Hetrick. You're watching ATVMX Live on RacerTV.com.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, our goal has always been to get you the best price and provide quality service. Now, we're giving you one more reason to shop with Rocky Mountain. We call it Quick Cash. It's simple to get. Just place an order with a qualifying Quick Cash item and get cash to spend on your next order. Try it out today. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
When it comes to protecting your engine, AMSOIL offers the next level performance truck owners demand. AMSOIL provides 75% more engine protection against horsepower loss and wear than required by a leading industry standard, extending the life of pistons and cams. Give the vehicle you love the above and beyond fortification it deserves. AMSOIL, devoted to protection.
Wheel banging action. Saturday, May 21st at High Point Raceway. It's round 5 of the 2016 Prox ATV Motocross National Championship presented by CST Tires, an AMA National Championship. Tickets are only $20 for adults, $10 for kids 6 to 11. Kids under 5 are free. Get more info at atvmotocross.com.
He's trying to get up on the inside.
Pro racing starts Saturday, May 21st at 2 o'clock. Bring the whole family. 5 miles north of Morgantown. I-79, exit 1. Get more info at atvmotocross.com. And don't forget the High Point National on June 18th.
All righty, folks, I'm back. I don't know what happened to Johnny G or any of the other announcing staff, but since the pros are gone, I guess they're gone too. We're going to check in with what's happening here in the Production A class as we make our way back from the podium here. And we do apologize for the long delay in that, but the fortunate thing is you got to watch some good racing action in this Production A class. Kirkland Jack leading Production A Division 1, the 35 over Zach Gill, the 927. Ryan Carodi running third. David Selecki, the 26, is fourth. McCain Richards Running at the number 5 spot, he's on the 31 slash. Then it's Drake Calling, the 798 in 6th. Chase Cunningham in 7th. Remember, we saw him in the junior 25-plus and 30-plus class earlier. Samuel Rabori, the number 8, is 8th. That's your final transfer spot. Outside the transfer place, Blake Sarver, Michael Perkins. So check it with the Heat 2, Division 2. It's Peyton Lingle and Alan Myers. Myers, the number 24. Lingle, the 733. A couple of seconds separating those guys. About a second and a half is all that was at last check. And I think that right there in the 927 is Zach Gill, the leader of Division 1. We're watching
that we're watching right now on the screen. Peyton Lingle, Alan Myers, Tyler Mack in 3rd in the Division 2 aboard the 33 slash. Dalton Hicks, the 33, is 4th. Casey Beaver in 5th. Tyler Davis in 6th. 7th place, Andrew Taylor, the 427. 417, Graham Meyer is 8th, your final transfer spot. Then 269, Ryan Bevan is 9th, and Manuel Adurar is your 10th place ride. But again, remember, it's the top 8 that transfer. Your fast lap was turned by Zach Gill. He did that at 1 minute and 58.610 on lap 3. This last lap we saw him go around he got around Kirkland Jack in the process. Ryan Carodi is still back there in the number 3 spot. Selecki is still 4th. McCain Richards still rounds out the top 5. Looking at race 26, this will be broadcasting here till about 5 o'clock on RacerTV.com. So we'll try to bring you as much of this amateur action as possible here on a Saturday. And congratulations to Joel Hetrick on his overall win. But the big picture is he may have gotten credit for the win, but in the championship points race, he comes out even, gaining nothing and losing nothing. Same thing for Chad Weenan, still a 26-point deficit between 1st and 2nd. You know, you look at that big picture, the grand scheme of things, as far as the pro championship points race is concerned, you think, my gosh, 26 or even 27 points, whatever the case may be, that he is behind right now. Yeah, that seems like an awful lot, but you got to remember they score points per moto, so a lot of points can be made up. If Chad was to come out and have 1 bad moto, or even 2 bad motos as far as that goes, or mediocre motos, which is highly unlikely, it could even the playing field back out quite a bit. There is bonus points for winning, obviously. You get 3 bonus points over the second-place rider in winning when you win those motos. But, again, it evened out today, and we've seen things tighten up from a larger deficit than this, and we've seen riders dig themselves out of holes in the past, and don't be surprised if you don't see things tighten up as this season progresses out here. I know we're coming to a few tracks that suit Joel Hetrick's style there at High Point in particular coming up, but not long after that we're going to be heading to some of those events that suit Chad Weenan. But again, 1 bad race could even this championship points race up for the pros. Now, good race, Moto 1 for Production A division racing going on right now. That's Miles Bergtorf, is 11th place in Division 2 of the Production A class, having some issues. But there's the 927, Zach Gill. That is your leader of Division 1. Gill coming around on lap 5 now. Lap 4, he turned a 2:229, which is about 2 seconds slower than the lap before, but he did all the damage then, and all he needed to do was that right there, take the checker flag, and he takes the win as Kirkland Jack looking to score a second-place position. Hey, Dave Ovzowski, Uncle Dave, former member of a Racer TV crew, on hand with us, and Uncle Dave tuned in, bro. We were glad to have you, Uncle Dave, and welcome to ATVMX Live, brother. Man, I miss old Uncle Dave. We nearly took him out of commission at Loretta's this past summer with all the heat and everything, but hey, Uncle Dave stood proud. He stood true through it all. Open A getting ready to roll next as Guild, Kirkland Jack, Ryan Carodi, David Selecki, McCain Richards, Drake Coling, Samuel Rabori, Michael Perkins will transfer from Division 1. Division 2 will see Peyton Lingle, Tyler Mack, Dalton Hicks, Tyler Davis, Casey Beaver, Alan Myers drops all the way to 6th, Graham Meyer in 7th, and Ryan Bevan in the number 8 spot. Open B class, or Open A class, I should say, coming up next. Or is it Open B? It's Open B according to my paperwork here. We got Zach Rommel on board the number 7 out of Huron, Ohio. 1, Lopez Duran out of Cumming, Georgia, the number 14. The 18, Dustin Bowden out of Raleigh, North Carolina. 33, Aaron Maxwell out of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Jesse Boyles, the 99 out of Jamestown, Tennessee. It's the 100. Supposed to be in Division 2, so they must have changed these divisions up. Noah Mickelson leading out here, or get the early lead, so there's no sense of me trying to sort these divisions out because obviously they aren't right on my paperwork anyway. They're right on the track, I'm sure. And Division 2 gate drops, and we've got our second division of Open B riders off and rolling. Keeping an eye out for the 55 of Logan Stanfield. Probably in this second division. This is Mickelson leading on the Root River Racing back machine number 100. And he appears to be trying to open up quite a bit of a lead there. Now, what that'll translate into necessarily, I'm not 100% sure. We'll know more, I'm sure, as time wears on here. Wow, big air over that Dragon's back there. Mickelson starting to see that gap close up just a little bit now. Second place, reeling them in. That is the 171, I believe. I'm going to say that's Eller. Yes, the 171 of Grayson Eller out of Salisbury, North Carolina, teammate to Joel Hendrick and Davey Hogsma. Maxxis Elka Liquid Rich, actually it's a Maxxis Liquid Rich Elka Honda team. He's also backed by Flying Scott, Alpenstars, JB Racing. So Mickelson and Eller actually spent the last few years in the youth ranks together and have made the graduation out to the big bikes. And I got to tell you, both these guys have graduated very well, and Eller is starting to show that. I'd made mention earlier in the season, I saw some glimpses of greatness out of the 171 at the Daytona ATV Supercross. And I'm telling you, I think that we're about ready to see this kid come out of his shell here in the outdoor portion of things. As Eller runs second, Daniel Bennett, the 96, in third. Sean Woodhead, the 139, is fourth. Jesse Boyles, the 89, in fifth. Zach Rummel in sixth. Jacob Hill is seventh. Aaron Maxwell is eighth. Logan Stanfield leading the Division 2. Told you to watch out for him. Luke Shepard, the 724. That is the husband of Megan Shepard. For Travis Darnell is third. Kenneth Payne, riding the Payne train out there. The 496 is fourth. Shane McMillan, the 11 slash in fifth. Tyler Trent, the 12 slash in sixth. It's fifth for McMillan, I should say. Trent is sixth. Jace Pliley, the 41 slash, is seventh, and eighth is Tyler Baldwin. Now, not 100% sure here, but well, I'll wait until I see for sure what's going on. But I think we've only, there's 9 riders that have checked in. I thought we only had 8 riders in each one. We originally had 12 and 11, which would have made 23 total riders and only 20 gates. But now we've got only, there's 8 and 8, 16, 17 riders in all on the racetrack, unless there is some mechanical issues out there somewhere that I'm not aware of. Must have some fair weather racers out there, as these riders seeing the rain showers earlier must have opted out of this. And if they're watching this race, they got to be kicking themselves in the tail, because look at this racetrack. It is perfect conditions out there right now. You couldn't ask for more pristine dirt moisture, and just the way it's all developing right now, it's just unbelievable what this is all turning out to be. There is the 55 of Stanfield. That is your leader of Division number 2. Shepard running was just about 2 seconds back in the number 2 spot. Looks like that has opened up a little bit. Travis Darnell back in the number 3 spot. Then it's Kenny Payne, the Payne train, in 4th place. Shane McMillan in 5th. Tyler Trent 6th. That's Division 2. Back up to Division 1, Mickelson and Eller, 1.8 seconds separating those two. Daniel Bennett, the 96, is third. Sean Woodhead in fourth. Rommel after 2 is fifth. Voiles, Hill, and Maxwell are your top 8. There is Eller, and we'll see whether the time he spends with Kent Dynamite and Davey Hogsma are going to pay any benefits to him. It looks to me like it is, if nothing else, in the confidence department. And a ride like this here today has got to be super confidence for the 171 of Grayson Eller. Now, interesting story about Grayson Eller. Grayson comes from a motocross racing background, but it's not of the four-wheel nature. His father, David Eller, used to be one of the riders, top pro riders many years ago. He used to race with all the big names that you can think of, talking about the Bradshaws and talking about the, I can't even remember a lot of those big names that he raced with back then, but that era of riders, whenever they came through, man, those were the men of motocross, I think. Those guys out, box fans going from racetrack to racetrack each week. Well, his dad cut his teeth in the two-wheel side of things, and, well, they got into the motocross world, and Grayson all of a sudden said, Dad, I think I like riding quads better, so here they are. And that's it. That was all it took. And David said, I don't care if he wants to race. I'm going to put him out there, and I'm going to let him do his best. And we can see that he's rising to the occasion here. The 100 of Noah Mickelson, just to let you know, he is the younger brother of Hayden Mickelson, who is another one of our top A riders that we'll probably be seeing in the mix of things throughout the course of the season. So he's got a good gauge to work with there, too, and his big brother. That Root River Racing team always working together to try to bring their riders to the forefront. If you haven't noticed, Mickelson on a Root River Racing ATV, does that look like one of those old R machines, the 250R ATV right there? Well, that was done purposely in celebration of Honda's anniversary this year and all the great things that Honda Racing's got going on. So it's a retro look that the folks at Root River Racing went with. And, man, it's almost like a time warp here. Well, not really. You can see the suspension's a lot better than it was back in that day. But regardless, these kids are really nailing it out there. So Mickelson coming around for 4 complete here in a moment. Eller, Bennett, Woodhead, Rommel, Voiles, Hill, Maxwell. That will be Division 1. Everyone will transfer that we just told you. We got Logan Stanfield in the lead still. And now almost 8 seconds over Luke Shepard. Travis Darnell is third. Shane McMillan in fourth. The Payne train, Kenny Payne in fifth. That's actually Morgan Payne, I believe, is what he goes by. Tyler Trent in sixth. Jace Pliley in seventh. And Tyler Baldwin in eighth. Josh Maley and Ty Powers outside the top 10 right now. There is the 100 of Mickelson. He has somehow or another found the comfort zone over Eller on this final lap. It was 2 seconds, and I'm not saying it's much more than 2 seconds this time around, but I think Grayson Eller's coming on, and we're going to see a lot of good things out of him in the future, and that's what we recognized at Daytona. Here's Mickelson over for the checkers. He'll take the win. Now, is Eller still in that one? Did I miss something? I was looking at the computer screen. He didn't go up the track or crash or anything crazy like that. Nope. There he is in second. He slowed way down, though. He went from a 2:02 lap time to a 2:08. He had a good buffer zone there. Still finished up with 7-second gap there over Daniel Bennett, the number 96, who'll finish up in third. Sean Woodhead, the 139 in fourth. Zach Rommel in the number 5 spot. Jesse Voiles in sixth. Jacob Hill. Oh, Jesse Voiles actually moving up to fifth as he got around Zach Rommel, who will finish up in sixth. Then Hill and Maxwell. Open B, waiting on Logan Stanfield. I think that may be him right now taking the checkers. Luke Shepard in the number 2 spot, what we'll be looking for. And 450C riders, Division 1 and 2, getting ready to take off the line next. All right, our Twitter winner for the $250 in AMSOIL products in our podium prediction contest. Is this Twitter or is this? This is, she put a photo in her Twitter. That's cool. That is Emily Savay. She predicted Emily, Davey Hogsma, and Joel Hetrick. She must be a Davey Hogsma fan and Joel Hetrick fan. Well, there you go. Emily, you are top of the box today because you win $250 in AMSOIL product. And your AMSOIL, or excuse me, your Twitter, Moto Tees, Instagram, ATVMX Live. How do you ATVMX Live? Well, that one goes to Tommy T, who was watching at the college graduation, his brother's college graduation. Congratulations, Tommy. And you get yourself a Moto Tees event T-shirt featuring Josh Upperman from the Ironman Raceway here today. Final race on the track that we will be broadcasting over the PA today, race 28. Or not over the PA, over Racer TV, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I am correct. Last Moto 450C off and rolling. We got Mason Hunt, the number 8, the 11 of Devin Kendrick, the 13 Tyler Rager, 39 Austin DeConto, 42 by Anthony Golan, Seth Torrens, the 58 Austin Schaefer, the 94 Logan Tremella, the 126 Ryan Smittle is the 168, 247 Kevin Rollins, 317 Zach Collar, 523 Brandon Parka, and Max Jones, the 870. Man, that's got a lot of big names in that one. We got 450C Division 2 with Dalton Limpert, Dakota Hitchcock, also Jacob Burchett, Tyler Miller, Dalton Hildebrand, DJ Simonovich. We got Josh Seamers, Jordan Adams, Austin Flemings, along with Jeremiah Steems, Chris Doltry, DeTore, Grant Glashago, and Cody Fox. And here we go with our lead. And it is... Well, I can see the 11 of Kendrick back there in the number 2 spot. That's got to be, I believe, that's the 168 of Ryan Smittle and the number 1 spot. Ooh, Smittle getting that momentum on the outside. Thought that little kicker might go to kick him off pace, but it did not. Kendrick still searching for those lines out there right now. Devin is going to be one to watch as he goes to the inside up on 2 wheels. The advantage to the outside line there on that particular drive, but Devin Kendrick showing the wheels, and Smittle knows that Kendrick is there. Man, Kendrick setting up way before that turn as he was ready to power drive through it, but Smittle able to set up a little on the outside, keeping that momentum. You know, oftentimes the fastest line is the shortest line around the racetrack, but sometimes it might be faster, keep momentum, and use those big, long, sweeping turns that are afforded you oftentimes. And you'll see that happen, especially here in the world of ATV motocross. Look at this battle in the 450C class. These guys doubling up on the triple there. And Kendrick still can't find a line around. Kendrick is followed by Mason Hunt, DeConto in 4th, Rager in 5th, Rollins in 6th, Golan is 7th, Max Jones is your 8th place, Brandon O'Parka just outside the bubble there in 9th. As we look at Division 2, checking in, Austin Fleming, Tyler Miller, 1 and 2. The 99 Slash has about a 10-second lead over the 53. Zach Collar, who we saw take a novice class win earlier, is running in the number 3 spot aboard the 317. As Logan Tremella, who finished 2nd behind him, is running back in the number 4 spot. DJ Simonovich is your 5th place ride. 227 Grant Glashago is 6th. 209 Chris DeTore is 7th. Jordan Adams, the 99, rounds out your 8th and final transfer spot, with Dakota Hitchcock, the number 12 and 9th, and Josh Seamers, the 97, rounding out the top 10. Oh, tough break there for the 27 machine you're seeing there. He is looking at the numbers here and trying to see where he was in a, must not made that first lap complete in Division 2. That's Jacob Burchett out of Elberfield, Indiana. Tough break for him, but right there is your lead battle. Ryan Smittle, Devin Kendrick. And we got a 3-way battle shaping up now. Let's see if we can sort this one out for you. But there we are, back to the battle up front. Kendrick still can't get around Ryan Smittle, and he's staying basically about where he was. Kendrick, though, has turned the fastest lap, a 2:06.759. The second fastest lap was Smittle, a 2:06.949. So only a couple of tenths, actually just a little less than 0.2 of a second difference. Kendrick, though, still in the hunt here. Well, folks, we hope that you enjoyed your broadcast here from the Ironman. Don't forget, 2 weeks we'll be back live for more ATVMX, and we certainly say thanks to all those people from across the globe that were tuned in, globecasting through racertv.com, and we're glad that you guys jumped on board. Now, next weekend we'll be at the Limestone 100 right here in Indiana. It'll be GNCC Racing ATVs on Saturday at 1 o'clock and Sunday at 1 o'clock for the motorcycles. And the week after that, we're going to High Point Raceway for round 5 of pro racing and round 4 of amateur racing. Be sure to tune in to racertv.com if you're not going to be able to make that one as well. Kendrick still all over. You cannot, or he cannot shake him right now. Smittle has tried and tried. The gap, 0.4 of a second when they came through the finish line that time. And I tell you, Ryan Smittle has got to keep his head about him. He can't let a brain fade happen any whatsoever. Kendrick will be there to capitalize on any minimal mistake that is made at this point. And anything minimal in this position for Smittle will turn monumental, because you know a little mistake can go a long way whenever you're in a heated battle like that. And it may not be what you want, and some folks may be able to rise above it, but oftentimes, more than not, it becomes a true factor in the battles out there. So Kendrick does it, man. That looked about as smooth as silk as far as passing goes out there. Just talking away, and as I'm talking, he goes right into the number 1 spot. Smittle drops to second. But Kendrick, you know, may be just one of those types of riders. Quiet confidence, if you will. Watch him go. Smittle in second, Mason Hunt in third. Ducato is fourth on the 39. And not only is he going, he's stretching things out now on the number 11 machine. Austin Fleming leading the Division II on the 99 slash. The 317 of Zach Collar's up to second. Logan Tremelin is up to third. They finished first and second, if memory serves me correct, in earlier novice moto. Right now, though, ooh, man. Lap traffic is going to play a big role in this, quite possibly. Nope, it does not. Smittle was trying to force Kendrick into that mistake that was going to be crucial for him to get around under on. And trying to get under on the inside of that turn does not pay off very well for the 168 machine. Hey, by the way, Logan Tremelin has turned the fastest lap at a 206.160. That's your second place right now in Division 2. He's gotten around Zach Collar. Austin Fleming is 25 seconds ahead. Wow. How did Fleming get so far ahead? They must be scoring him in the wrong class. It's the only thing I can figure, because that gap was huge right from the beginning. And if that's the case, man, I don't want to place people in classes, but wow. That's pretty good. But I can also say he's turning a 2:12 lap time. So I'm going to say he's actually probably in Division 1 and just somehow or another is being scored in Division 2. But regardless, we got checkers. Kendrick takes, or does Smittle take the win? Yeah, he does. What happened? I was watching these things. I didn't even see what happened. Kendrick quietly moved into the number 1 spot, and he quietly snuck out of it as I was trying to figure out what was going on with the standings right there. A handshake. That right there is camaraderie for you. But Ryan Smittle taking the win. Kendrick will take second. Mason Hunt will take third, about 14 seconds back. But what happened was Fleming's first place in Division 2 got me off guard there, and I was looking at the computer, and I missed it. Well, folks, that's going to do it. That's going to wrap up the racing action here from Ironman Raceway. And we want to say thanks to all the fine sponsors, as well as all you folks at home watching along the World Wide Web at racertv.com. On behalf of everyone here at racertv.com, Kerry Russell, our executive producer, our producer Price Harden, Dan Reinhardt, our technical director, technical engineer Jacob Beck, also Mitch Rosenberry, our creative editor, and camera operators Derek Garcia, Jamie Schneider, and Josh Zaleski. I'm Rodney Tomlin. And also fill-in camera guy Caleb with us on behalf of Johnny Gallagher, Chelsea Taylor, and you folks. I'm Rodney Tomlin saying good day, everybody. All righty. Are we going